Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Shudder Protocol by James Byron Love. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this intriguing sci-fi story.
Michael's form hovered a few inches above the cold metallic floor, the faint shimmer around his body flickering like a candle forced to burn in a storm. The room itself was a hollowed-out chamber deep beneath the surface. Galvez had insisted on that. Shadows clung to the walls like a living thing, restless and shifting, leaving only the faintest glimmer of reflected light when Michael's glow pulsed across them. The alien seated before him didn't glow. He absorbed the light instead, as if his very presence drank it down and refused to give it back. Galvez leaned forward in the chair. One of their chairs, built for his physiology, angular and rigid, like everything from his world, tapping two dark fingers against the armrest, with a sharp, impatient rhythm. "Do you not have anything to say, Michael?" His voice cut through the dim room with the kind of edge that always made Michael's illusion flicker. Michael inhaled, or at least simulated the sensation. He studied Galvez's face, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make the alien's jaw tighten. Inside, though, behind the projection, Michael's thoughts churned. All of this, every inch of this illusion, takes more and more out of me each cycle. I can't hold it forever. And if he realizes how strained I am, that will cause its own problems. Pressure gathered behind his eyes, the artificial glow quivering along the outline of his shoulders. "Galvez," he said finally, his voice steady despite the internal strain, "you know this is not an easy matter. A great deal of work has gone into maintaining these projections. You do not want to become a martyr any more than I do. You must allow me some patience, some latitude. If I lose control of this form, if anything appears out of alignment, my superiors will notice, and yours." He let his words start. "I hesitate to imagine what they would do to you." Galvez scoffed, baring his flat obsidian teeth in a humorless grin. "It has taken too long already." "We have time," Michael countered, though he hated how thin the words felt even to him. "My superiors will not arrive for another 20 OQA6 cycles. A great deal can be prepared by then. This process is delicate, and every single variable must be accounted for. If we fail..." His voice trailed off. Not because he didn't know the rest, but because the consequences were too large to speak aloud. Even the walls seemed to recoil from the implied catastrophe. Galvez shifted in his chair, the metal creaking under his weight. "How long have you been here, Michael?" His tone was casual, but Michael knew better. Galvez never asked casual questions. "In what terms of reference would you like the answer?" Michael replied. Galvez's expression twisted. "Terms of reference? Just tell me in this planet system, the common solar cycle here." Michael's glow dimmed slightly, the light around him lowering as if bowing its head. 14,380 UR6 solar years, he said quietly. 120 E6 of my own time cycles. Galvez leaned back, letting out a low, thoughtful sound. "You were here at the project start then. Probably present at the treaty signing." He paused, eyes narrowing. "How many of your people can you trust with this? Really trust?" "The number is small," Michael admitted. 15. Only 15. But they are committed, fully committed, to the balance we are attempting to preserve. Their judgment is not clouded, and they will follow every instruction to the letter. But this deal must come from you and me. No one else can set it in motion." Galvez rested his elbows on his knees, leaning closer. The shadows swallowed half his face. "Then why," he said slowly, "will you not let me announce it to this world? That is the simplest solution by far. I can bring the technology myself. I can show them how to use it, how to manufacture every necessary component. Their governments may be slow, but their people would listen." Michael's glow flared in irritation. "You have already disrupted our prior agenda," he said sharply. "By attempting to reveal yourself. Do you think I didn't notice? In the last 60 solar cycles you have flown your ships, multiple times, over the cities of this planet. You have created a spectacle. You have pushed their governments into panic. They had to suppress every report and bury it under conspiracy theories. And in doing so, you risked yourself." He stepped forward, his glow brightening just enough to cast Galvez's face into high relief. "Your superiors may already be aware of what you're attempting. If they begin looking in this direction, if they detect even the faintest anomaly, they will hunt you to the edge of your designated space, and when they destroy you, we will lose the only link we have to the technology necessary for this merger." Michael let the words hang in the air. Galvez's throat worked in a subtle swallow. For all his bravado, even he wasn't immune to the threat of his superiors. "The treaty is absolute," Michael continued. "For thousands of cycles, neither side has violated it. The division of this region of the universe benefits both of our civilizations. Your people and mine have agendas, complex ones, old ones. This planet stands at the intersection. That makes it valuable. That makes it dangerous." Galvez looked down at his own hands, flexing the long dark fingers that could disassemble a machine faster than it took Michael to speak a sentence. "Then why," he said softly, "are we still hiding in the dark?" Michael lowered himself until he hovered just above the metal floor again. "Because," he answered, "if either of our civilizations realizes what we are planning, this collaboration, this violation of the treaty's intent, they will not punish us." His glow dimmed until the walls were almost fully swallowed by blackness. "They will punish this world." Harold awoke with a blinding headache, a pain that felt as if hammers were smashing against the inside of his skull. He had lost count of how many times he had woken like this in the past week, but the intensity of this morning's throbbing suggested it might be the worst yet. The lingering effects of a poor night's sleep only made matters worse, leaving him dizzy, disoriented, and unsure of where he was for the briefest of moments. He lay there, staring at the ceiling with a sense of foreboding pressing down on him like an invisible weight. His mind was still foggy, fragments of his nightmares clinging stubbornly to the edges of his consciousness, refusing to loosen their grip no matter how much he willed them away. He rolled over, grimacing as the dull ache intensified when he moved, and tried to anchor himself in the physicality of the room around him. The familiar shapes of his bedroom appeared distorted through his aching perception, the pale morning light filtering in through half-drawn curtains, the slightly askew stack of papers on his nightstand, the dull hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen down the hall. Each mundane detail was a tenuous thread grounding him to reality, but the threads felt thin, fraying beneath the weight of exhaustion and unease. He knew this was no ordinary morning. He had felt the creeping tendrils of dread before, but today, it seemed to seep more profoundly, an invisible pressure that made even breathing seem like an effort. The nightmares had been relentless, insistent, almost purposeful. The image of a man named John had returned again, precise and unnervingly familiar, etched into the core of his recollection. And always, accompanying John, was that mysterious access number which haunted him like a mantra he could neither understand nor dismiss. Harold could not explain how the number had embedded itself in his mind, nor why it compelled him to action, yet it gnawed at the edges of his thoughts, as if the very universe conspired to ensure he could never ignore it. He rubbed his temples, attempting to massage some relief into his throbbing head, but the motions felt mechanical, almost futile. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed, his feet finding the floor with a dull thud that echoed ominously in the stillness of the room. Every movement felt like wading through molasses. The world seemed thickened, slowed down by some invisible hand. His apartment, usually a safe, familiar space, now felt alien, each object imbued with the unease that the nightmares had left behind. He shuffled toward the kitchenette, leaning on the counter for balance, and peered through the small window above the sink. The morning light was muted, filtered through a pale haze, and it only intensified his sense of disorientation. The sky outside mirrored the fog in his brain, gray and foreboding, as if the day itself had conspired to make him suffer. Harold's thoughts turned inward, spiraling quickly from one worry to the next. He reflected on his physical state. He had gained weight over the past months, his frame carrying more than it should, adding a physical burden to the mental one. Each movement brought with it reminders of how his body no longer felt like his own, weakened by stress, poor sleep, and hours spent consumed by thoughts he could not shake. His reflection in the small mirror by the sink caught his eye, pale, drawn eyes shadowed by sleepless nights. The man staring back at him seemed both familiar and alien, a reminder of how far he had drifted from the version of himself who once felt in control. And then the dreams came unbidden again, flickering at the edge of his consciousness like a cruel phantom. He could see John, the stranger whose image refused to fade, standing silently with eyes that held secrets Harold did not yet understand. And beneath that, the numbers lingered, precise and demanding, an access code that seemed to promise answers yet threatened unknown consequences. Harold shivered despite the warm air, feeling the chill of impending doom crawl along his spine. These visions were no ordinary dreams. They were persistent, coherent, and purposeful, tugging him toward a decision he was not yet prepared to make. His hands trembled slightly as he held the counter, fighting to steady himself. He tried to reason with his own mind, to dismiss the dreams as figments of a stressed imagination, but the gnawing insistence of John's name and the number refused to be silenced. It was as though some unseen force had pressed a finger onto the pulse of his brain, demanding action. Harold exhaled slowly, attempting to calm the rising panic in his chest, but the sensation was like trying to hold back a storm with one hand. He felt unmoored, lost in a haze that made the world seem simultaneously too bright and too dark, too close and too distant. He sank into a chair by the small table in the center of the kitchen, rubbing his temples again, hoping for some clarity, some hint of normalcy. The room seemed to tilt subtly as his mind processed fragments of the previous night's dreams, the unfamiliar location, the urgency, the access number repeating like a chant, echoing in his mind with each heartbeat. Harold felt a sense of inevitability, as if refusing to act would somehow compound the danger that loomed both in the world and in his mind. He was trapped between fear and necessity, between disbelief and compulsion, and the headache, sharp and unyielding, was the anchor tying him to both realities. Hours could have passed, or minutes. Harold no longer cared to distinguish. He remained in the chair, thoughts tangling, replaying the haunting fragments of dreams over and over. The world outside continued as if unaware of the urgency pressing against his mind. Cars moved down the street, lights flickered across distant windows, yet none of it mattered. He was caught entirely within the orbit of his own dread, the man John and the mysterious number orbiting like satellites of unease that he could not evade. Every fiber of his being screamed that he had to do something, yet he felt paralyzed, knowing that action might be the only way forward while simultaneously fearing what that action could unleash. Finally, he forced himself to rise again, gripping the edge of the table for support. Each step, each movement, was measured and deliberate, as though the act of moving through space could somehow organize the chaos within his mind. He paused by the window, staring at the city that was both familiar and threatening, searching for some clarity, some sign that he was not completely adrift. But the gray light offered nothing except reflection and shadow, a mirror of the fog that clouded his thoughts. Harold could not escape the nagging insistence of his dream, the name and the number etched indelibly into the canvas of his memory, a warning, a guide, or perhaps both. His breathing slowed slightly as he settled back into the chair, hands clasped tightly together, knuckles white. The headache persisted, a relentless metronome keeping time with his anxiety. The world felt heavy, oppressive, and yet there was no other option. He had to confront this vision, this name, this number, before it overwhelmed him entirely. With a groan, he allowed himself a moment of grim acceptance. The day had begun, and he would not escape the obligations that the nightmares had imposed. Something had to be done, something immediate, and Harold knew, deep down, that the first step toward resolution lay in acknowledging the presence of John and the enigmatic number that had haunted his sleep. For the first time that morning, Harold allowed himself a flicker of determination beneath the weight of confusion. The fog of exhaustion remained, the headache pounding, the shadows of the nightmare lingering. But within that storm, a single thread of purpose emerged. It would take everything he had to follow it, to understand it, to confront whatever lay beyond the hazy veil of his visions. And despite the fear, the uncertainty, and the overwhelming sense of dread, Harold knew that ignoring it was no longer an option. The day had begun, and with it, the inexorable pull toward an unknown encounter that might change everything, or end everything, forever. Harold moved mechanically through the motions of making coffee, the small ritual offering him the only fleeting comfort in a morning already heavy with dread. The beans, dark and glossy, were carefully measured, ground, and loaded into the machine as though he could force clarity into his mind by following the steps perfectly. The bitter aroma filled the apartment, rich and grounding, yet it could not chase away the lingering shadows of the nightmares that clung to him like damp fog. Each hiss of steam, each drip of dark liquid into the carafe was a reminder that he was awake, that the world had not yet swallowed him whole, and yet that same ritual also highlighted the distance between what was real and what had invaded his sleep. He poured the coffee into his chipped ceramic mug, grimacing at the warmth on his fingers, and carried it over to the small table in the corner of his kitchen. Sunlight, muted through half-closed blinds, stretched across the surface, casting long stripes that seemed to divide the room into sections of clarity and shadow. Harold sat hunched over, staring into the dark liquid, as if the surface could reflect the answers he sought. But the coffee, though comforting in its bitterness, provided nothing more than a temporary reprieve. The image of John persisted, appearing unbidden behind his eyelids, the numbers etched into his memory like a lock that refused to be picked. Thoughts swirled, in a pattern as erratic as the steam rising from his cup. The nightmares were not random, Harold was certain of that. There was method in their madness, a hidden design that he could not yet comprehend. The details, John's steady gaze, the cold precision in his voice, the relentless repetition of the access number, haunted him relentlessly. Harold traced his fingers along the rim of the mug, considering the patterns he had begun to notice. There were sequences, repetitions, subtle hints embedded within the dreamscape, a language he could almost grasp, but never fully translate. Each recollection of the dream brought with it an uneasy tension, a gnawing insistence that the next step could not be delayed. He considered calling John, the man who had haunted his sleep, but the idea was paralyzing. To make contact would be to admit that the dreams were more than mere phantoms of his imagination. Harold could already hear the voice of reason, or perhaps the voice of skepticism, inside his head, warning him of the absurdity, the irrationality, of contacting a stranger because of recurring visions. And yet, the urgency was undeniable. His hands trembled slightly as he sipped the coffee, the warmth doing little to steady his nerves. To ignore it was impossible. To act might be catastrophic. The tension between those two options gripped him like a vice, each breath a reminder of the narrow margins he now navigated between paranoia and necessity. Memories of previous headaches, of nights spent wrestling with his own mind, flitted across Harold's consciousness. Each migraine had been a warning, each wave of nausea a signal that his body was rebelling against the intensity of his obsession. And yet the dreams had only grown more insistent, each iteration more vivid and urgent than the last. He leaned back in the chair, eyes closed, trying to organize the chaos swirling inside him. Numbers and faces, names and sequences, everything collided in a jumble, forcing him to focus on fragments that might be significant, even if he could not yet understand why. He tried to piece together the pattern, scribbling notes onto a small pad that had grown worn from constant use. John's name appeared at the top, underlined twice, and beneath it the access number, repeated in the margins, scrawled in different sizes, as if writing it over and over could somehow imprint its meaning into his brain. Harold paused mid-scribble, watching the ink smudge under his thumb, and a shiver ran down his spine. There was a rhythm to the repetition, a cadence that suggested intention, a purpose beyond coincidence. He traced the numbers again, memorizing their sequence, feeling a mixture of fear and anticipation tighten in his chest. The apartment around him remained quiet, yet it felt oppressive, as if the walls themselves leaned inward, eavesdropping on his thoughts. The hum of the refrigerator, the faint creak of the floorboards, even the distant sound of traffic outside seemed amplified, intruding on the fragile bubble of concentration he had carved out for himself. Harold's mind was both frantic and methodical, racing yet precise, an internal conflict mirrored in the erratic rhythm of his pulse. He knew he had to act, and yet each step forward was weighted with the fear of misjudgment, the terror of reaching too far into something he did not understand. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed unnoticed as Harold sipped his coffee and reviewed the fragments of his dreams. The image of John remained stubbornly in his mind, his expression inscrutable, the numbers curling around him like a snare ready to tighten. The fear of appearing irrational if he reached out to John was tempered by a growing conviction that this was not a matter of choice. Something was compelling him toward action, and resistance was futile. Harold's fingers tightened around the mug, knuckles white, and he felt the first tangible flicker of resolve pierce the fog of anxiety. He considered alternatives, weighing them with the meticulous attention of someone used to analyzing risk. Ignoring the dreams was impossible. Sharing the numbers with anyone else seemed reckless. Harold felt the walls of his own reasoning tighten, as if the apartment itself conspired to limit his options to a single inevitable path. There was no time for doubt, not anymore. He knew the first step would be the hardest, to approach John, to confront the mystery that had invaded his nights and refused to release him. And yet, there was a strange, reluctant hope, buried beneath the fear, a glimmer that contact might yield answers, or at least a way forward through the darkness that had settled over him. The coffee grew cold, but Harold barely noticed, his thoughts entirely consumed by the impossible task before him. The room seemed to blur at the edges, the morning light fading into the gray haze that mirrored his internal uncertainty. And still, he persisted, tracing the numbers on the page, reviewing the fragments of dreams, forcing himself to remember each detail with painstaking precision. The tension between caution and compulsion gnawed at him, a slow, insistent ache that refused to relent. Finally, after what felt like both an eternity and a heartbeat, Harold allowed himself a single, deliberate decision. He would contact John. The thought brought a mixture of dread and anticipation, a tangible pulse of adrenaline that made the ache in his head recede just slightly. The uncertainty remained, thick and heavy, but it had been transformed from paralyzing fear into cautious determination. Whatever awaited him, he could no longer ignore it. The nightmares, the numbers, the man named John, all demanded recognition, and Harold understood that the first act of acknowledgement was the only bridge between paralysis and action. He set the coffee aside, abandoned its comforting warmth, and squared his shoulders. There was no room for hesitation. Whatever lay beyond this decision, whatever risks awaited him in contacting John, Harold knew that the first step had to be taken. He could feel the lingering echoes of the nightmare in the pit of his stomach, yet beneath the dread there was purpose, a faint spark that whispered of possibility. The apartment remained quiet around him, the shadows unbroken, yet Harold felt a shift within himself, subtle but undeniable. He was moving forward. For the first time that day, he allowed himself a flicker of resolve, a recognition that fear, though powerful, was not absolute. The nightmares might still linger, the headaches might continue to pound relentlessly, but action, decisive, careful, and deliberate, was his only path. And in that acknowledgement, Harold found the faintest relief, a momentary reprieve from the gnawing tension that had dominated his waking hours. Tomorrow, he knew, would demand even more, but for now he had decided to confront the unknown, and that small victory, fragile as it was, felt like progress. Harold sat stiffly in his chair, the soft hum of his computer filling the otherwise silent apartment. The coffee had long since gone cold, leaving only the faint, bitter residue on his tongue, but it mattered little now. His full attention was on the screen, on the sterile interface that had become his lifeline to a world he could barely comprehend. The access number from his dreams was etched into his mind, the sequence repeated over and over like a mantra. Every nerve in his body seemed to tighten as he prepared to enter it, his pulse thrumming in sync with the almost imperceptible blinking cursor. He hesitated. One small breath, he thought, and the connection would be made. The unknown doorway swung open. But doubt crept in, a shadow whispering at the edge of his focus. What if he was wrong? What if the dreams were hallucinations, a cruel trick his exhausted mind had devised? Every rational fiber of Harold's being screamed that he should step back, that contacting John was beyond reason, a foolish plunge into the impossible. Yet the pull was irresistible, stronger than his fear. There was something about John, something about the numbers, that insisted on recognition. The hesitation passed. He typed them. The digits filled the screen with a soft, almost ceremonial glow. Harold's fingers hovered over the last key, trembling. He pressed it, and the interface seemed to inhale, waiting. There was no immediate response, no comforting chime or visual confirmation. Just the blinking cursor, patient and unyielding. The silence that followed was unbearable, stretching seconds into minutes, as Harold's mind filled with the worst possibilities. Failure, rejection, ridicule. Each scenario twisted inside him, a spectrum of dread painting the walls of his consciousness in sharp, unrelenting angles. And then it happened. A subtle shift in the interface, a prompt, a single line of text acknowledging the access, made Harold start, his chair creaking under the sudden tension in his shoulders. Relief washed over him briefly, but it was shallow, almost mocking, because the real challenge had only just begun. He knew this was a threshold moment. Beyond this simple acknowledgement lay John, and the unknown consequences of what would unfold. The cursor blinked again, patient, as if aware of the weight of the decision. Harold drew in a shaky breath and moved the pointer toward the final command. As the connection initialized, the apartment seemed to shrink around him. Every sound, every faint creak, every distant echo of traffic became magnified, as if the world itself held its breath along with him. His stomach coiled with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, a physical manifestation of the mental strain that had been building for weeks. Harold's head throbbed in tandem with his pulse, a reminder that he was not merely confronting a digital interface, but something far more intangible, something that had haunted him in sleep and wake alike. The screen shifted subtly, lines of encrypted text scrolling before stabilizing into a quiet readiness. Harold leaned in, eyes narrowing, as though proximity could bring clarity. The access number had worked. The system was open. But that knowledge brought no comfort. He had navigated the first barrier, and now the real test lay in the communication itself. How would John respond? Would the man be suspicious, hostile, or indifferent? Harold's thoughts spiraled through every possible outcome, yet none satisfied the gnawing fear that had taken root in the pit of his stomach. He placed a trembling hand on the mouse, staring at the interface like it held the answers to the universe. Every second felt drawn out, the air in the apartment growing thick and almost suffocating in its stillness. Harold imagined John on the other end, calm, measured, and entirely unreadable. He could see the man's expression in his mind's eye, that same unwavering gaze from the nightmares, the quiet authority that had pushed Harold to the brink. Reaching John was more than a simple contact. It was stepping into a world that had been defined by shadows, a domain of secrets that demanded precision, patience, and caution. With a final deep breath, Harold initiated the connection. The screen flickered, a subtle shift that was imperceptible to anyone else but monumental to him. A text window opened, and for a moment, Harold was frozen, staring at the blank space that was both inviting and terrifying. The cursor blinked, as if signaling him to speak, to make the first move, in what could very well be a treacherous exchange. He hesitated, fingers hovering above the keyboard, recalling the lessons from his dreams. The repetition, the numbers, the subtle clues, all pointed to caution. He had to proceed carefully, revealing only what was necessary, nothing more. Harold typed slowly at first, each word deliberate, measured, as if each keystroke carried weight beyond the digital world. He explained the situation in terms John could understand without exposing the vulnerabilities that gnawed at him. Funding, assistance, collaboration. These were the terms he used, framing his intent as practical and professional. Beneath the surface, though, every sentence was charged with the unspoken truth. Harold's obsession, his fear, the inescapable pull of the nightmares that had driven him to this point. The words formed a bridge, tenuous and trembling, between reality and the unknown. As he waited for a response, the apartment's silence pressed in on him again. Each second stretched, thick and oppressive, until the anticipation became almost unbearable. Harold's mind raced, replaying every detail of the dreams, analyzing every possible interpretation of the numbers, the access code, John's reactions. The cursor blinked with maddening regularity, a silent metronome marking the passage of time as Harold balanced hope against fear. He felt exposed, vulnerable, yet compelled forward by a need he could not name. The connection was more than digital. It was personal, a tether to an enigma that demanded engagement. And then the response appeared. Harold started, heart hammering against his ribcage. The words were careful, measured, professional, but beneath them lay a subtle awareness, an acknowledgement of the undercurrent Harold had sensed all along. The dialogue had begun. Harold's fingers moved almost of their own volition, crafting replies that balanced candor with secrecy, each word a calculated step in a precarious dance. Relief came in waves, fleeting and tentative, as he realized the connection had been established successfully, that the path forward was at least partially illuminated. Yet the relief was tempered by the knowledge that every interaction carried risk, that John's comprehension of the situation could pivot everything in an instant. Harold continued, his nervous energy morphing into a focused intensity. Each sentence was structured, deliberate, meant to communicate intention without revealing desperation. The access number, once a haunting symbol in his dreams, had become a key, opening a door to the answers he sought. The anticipation of what John might say next was a living thing, tugging at Harold's thoughts, pulling him into a rhythm of cautious hope. And beneath it all, a persistent tension remained, a reminder that the journey had only just begun. The interface had become a battlefield, silent yet charged, as Harold navigated the delicate terrain between fear and action. Minutes, or perhaps an hour, passed as the dialogue unfolded, each exchange revealing glimpses of understanding, hints of possibility. Harold felt the pulse of the unknown, the thrill of engagement tempered by a constant undercurrent of dread. The headaches that had plagued him all week lingered, but their sharp edge was dulled by the focus required for this interaction. Every keystroke, every carefully considered word, carried significance, a testament to the delicate balance between insight and misstep. He could feel the weight of his obsession settling into a strange equilibrium. He was acting, but he was still cautious, still acutely aware of the precariousness of the path he had chosen. Finally, as the first conversation drew to a close, a meeting was tentatively arranged. Harold exhaled sharply, the tension in his shoulders loosening fractionally, yet the anxiety remained, coiled and ready to spring. He had succeeded in establishing contact, but the challenges ahead loomed like shadows at the edge of his consciousness. The dreams, the numbers, John himself, all had been acknowledged, yet none of the answers were complete. Harold sat back in his chair, feeling a mixture of relief, anticipation, and the persistent, gnawing unease that had become his constant companion. The interface went dark and the apartment's silence returned, heavy and almost accusing, as if testing the limits of his resolve. In that moment, Harold understood that the act of reaching out had changed everything. The nightmares had forced his hand, the headaches had reminded him of his fragility, and the access number had guided him toward a connection that could unravel mysteries or plunge him deeper into uncertainty. He was no longer a passive observer in the unfolding events. He had taken the first step into a world of unknown rules, unseen consequences, and relentless tension. The night's shadows seemed closer now, the apartment smaller, the hum of the computer, a lingering echo of a challenge that had only just begun. And as Harold sat there, waiting for the next move, he realized that there was no turning back. Harold stared at the blinking cursor for a long moment, his fingers poised above the keyboard. The soft hum of the computer filled the apartment, but it felt heavier now, as if the silence itself was watching him. He had managed to establish the connection, but the true challenge lay ahead. It wasn't just about numbers, access codes, or secure systems. It was about trust, about threading the needle between what he needed to say and what he dared to reveal. Every instinct screamed caution, yet beneath that, there was an urgency he could not ignore. He thought of John, the man who haunted his dreams and drove his waking hours into a restless rhythm. Harold's mind flickered to those recurring visions, the cold precision in John's eyes, the way the man seemed to understand things beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. It was terrifying, yes, but also compelling. He wanted to understand, to reach through the veil of uncertainty and make sense of the mysteries that had infiltrated his life. And he wanted, desperately, to be taken seriously. Not as a man lost in hallucinations or stress-induced illusions, but as someone with purpose, someone who could act with clarity and resolve. Finally, he began to type. Each word was chosen with care, deliberate and measured. "I'm reaching out because there's a matter of funding I need to discuss," he wrote, keeping the explanation simple, professional. He avoided the details that would mark him as unstable, leaving the dreams and the access numbers unmentioned for now. It was a delicate balance. He had to provide enough context to earn John's attention without tipping into irrationality. Every keystroke carried the weight of weeks of anxiety, sleepless nights and headaches that throbbed with a persistence almost physical in their insistence. As he hit enter, Harold felt his stomach knot with tension. The waiting began, the stretch of moments that seemed simultaneously instantaneous and eternal. Every creak of the apartment, every distant car passing outside, felt magnified. He remembered the third headache of the week, the sharp, punishing pain that had clawed at the base of his skull just this morning. And yet, it didn't matter. Right now, there was a higher priority, this connection, this chance to act, to be heard. It was an opportunity he could not waste, even if it pushed him to the edge of his limits. The response came quicker than Harold expected. John's words were precise, measured and careful, deliberately neutral, but carrying an unmistakable undertone of awareness. "I see. Explain the specifics of your proposal," the message read. Harold's hands shook slightly as he read the text, a mixture of relief and renewed tension flooding through him. He had been acknowledged. He had been taken seriously. But the recognition carried a weight heavier than any applause could provide. It was the start of a negotiation with forces he only partially understood. Harold typed again, this time with more confidence, structuring his sentences to reflect clarity and capability. "There are resources available," he wrote, "that could be directed toward a project of significant consequence. I believe the right approach could yield both immediate and long-term benefits, but it requires careful management and discretion." He paused before sending, rereading the message, ensuring that each word conveyed intent without oversharing. The words felt inadequate, small in comparison to the urgency that had driven him to this point, but they were the best he could manage. As the dialogue progressed, Harold's thoughts drifted inward, reflecting on the strain he had endured to reach this point. The headaches, the sleepless nights, the obsessive analysis of patterns in his dreams, they were all part of a narrative that had built him up, layer by layer, into someone willing to take calculated risks. He could feel the vulnerability of exposing himself, even partially, to a man who, in his imagination, held limitless knowledge and power. Yet beneath the anxiety was a quiet determination, a spark of something that felt like hope but was tempered with caution. Harold wasn't merely acting out of fear or obsession. He was acting out of necessity. John's responses remained steady, formal, occasionally probing with subtle inquiries that tested Harold's understanding without revealing the man's full intentions. Harold found himself leaning forward in his chair, caught in a rhythm of anticipation and measured responses. Every line of text was an exchange of energy, a test of comprehension and readiness. He could feel his pulse thumping in his ears, each beat a reminder of the stakes involved. The access number, once a haunting cipher in his dreams, had become a bridge, and crossing it demanded not only courage but precision. There was something profoundly human in the interaction, Harold realized, a tension that wasn't captured by the cold interface of the secure system. Behind the professional language, the coded phrases and the careful phrasing, there was the unspoken acknowledgement of risk, of trust, of shared focus on something larger than either of them individually. Harold's anxiety began to mix with a sense of purpose, a faint but persistent recognition that this moment mattered, that his actions were not meaningless, and that the nightmares that had haunted him were not without reason. Even as he composed each reply, Harold was aware of his own frailties. His headaches had not abated, and his body ached with fatigue that seemed almost impossible to overcome. The apartment felt increasingly oppressive, the walls closed and shadowed, as if responding to the intensity of the interaction. And yet he pressed on. Each keystroke, each carefully considered phrase, was a small victory against the inertia of fear and exhaustion. Harold was participating in something larger than himself, something that demanded every ounce of his focus, even as it exposed him to new forms of anxiety. By the end of the exchange, a meeting had been tentatively arranged. Harold exhaled, a breath that carried relief, tension, and the lingering thrum of adrenaline. The immediate goal had been achieved. He had reached John, communicated effectively, and set the stage for further action. And yet, the relief was incomplete, tempered by the realization that the conversation had only begun to scratch the surface of the unknown. The headaches persisted, the tension lingered, and the shadows of his dreams seemed to press closer, as if reminding him that the path forward would not be easy. Sitting back in his chair, Harold allowed himself a brief reflection on the journey that had brought him here. He thought of the restless nights, the cryptic visions, the obsessive analysis of patterns that had led to the access number, and now, finally, to dialogue. There was fear, certainly, but also pride, a recognition of his own perseverance in the face of mental and physical strain. Harold's character, shaped by relentless curiosity and cautious bravery, had carried him through the first critical steps of a journey whose ultimate outcome remained uncertain. And as the interface went quiet, leaving only the faint hum of the computer and the distant sounds of the city outside, Harold understood something vital. This was only the beginning. The nightmares would not relent, the headaches would return, and the mysteries surrounding John and the access number would deepen. But for the first time in weeks, perhaps months, Harold felt a sense of agency. He had acted. He had reached out. And in that action, there was a fragile, flickering sense of hope, balanced precariously against the anxiety that would never fully leave him. Harold's car rolled to a slow stop outside the lab, a sleek, angular structure that seemed almost alive under the soft morning light. Its glass panels reflected the faint shimmer of the city beyond, while the humming of hidden machinery created a subtle undercurrent of energy. He stepped out, feeling the familiar knot of anticipation tighten in his chest, his posture immediately imposing even without conscious effort. This was a man accustomed to command, to taking initiative, yet there was a layer of calculation beneath his confident exterior, a precise awareness of how others perceived him. John and Joan were waiting inside, near the entrance to the main laboratory floor, their eyes tracking the approaching figure. John's brow furrowed in cautious curiosity, his hands clasped loosely behind his back. He had the air of someone who had seen brilliant ideas crumble under flawed execution, and wasn't eager to repeat the pattern. Joan, on the other hand, carried herself with pragmatic focus. Her stance was alert, analytical, every gesture purposeful. Yet even as she scrutinized Harold, there was a hint of restrained excitement in her eyes, a recognition that his arrival could bring opportunity and risk in equal measure. The moment Harold stepped through the doorway, the dynamics of the room shifted subtly. His presence filled the space, not aggressively, but with the kind of assuredness that demanded attention. The lab, normally a sanctuary of quiet concentration, seemed to respond to him, the soft whir of machines and flickering displays forming a backdrop to the unspoken tension. Harold's gaze swept across the organized chaos before him. Workstations crowded with scattered schematics, screens flashing with real-time simulations, and half-finished experiments waiting patiently for the touch of an attentive hand. Each element suggested intense intellectual activity, evidence of minds that had dedicated themselves fully to discovery. John took a measured step forward, extending his hand with cautious formality. "Harold," he said, voice steady but tinged with curiosity. "It's good to finally meet you in person." The handshake was firm, deliberate, a subtle test of composure and confidence. Harold returned it with matching strength, letting his eyes meet John's directly, communicating unspoken assurance. The interaction, brief as it was, established a foundation of mutual recognition. This was not a casual encounter, and both parties understood the stakes. Joan followed, her approach brisk and precise. "Harold," she greeted, her tone polite but unreadable. She shook his hand with controlled firmness, her fingers lingering just long enough to convey assessment without revealing judgment. Harold nodded slightly, acknowledging her scrutiny without faltering. There was an instant awareness between the three, a silent negotiation of perception, a layering of impressions that would inform every word and gesture in the hours to come. The lab itself was a character in this unfolding scene. Metallic surfaces gleamed under bright overhead lights, punctuated by clusters of delicate instruments and monitors, displaying complex datasets. Holographic projections hovered in midair, charts and schematics rotating slowly, as though testing the observer's attention. There was an art to the apparent disorder. Every item had its purpose, every surface its function. It was clear that this space was alive with thought, and Harold's presence seemed to amplify the energy, drawing focus and sharpening the ambient tension. As he moved further into the lab, Harold allowed himself a moment to observe the two scientists more closely. John's careful analysis was evident in the way he shifted his weight slightly, his eyes darting between Harold and the instruments, calculating not only intent but potential outcomes. Joan's pragmatism was visible in the subtle adjustments she made to the positioning of a display, the precise alignment of documents on a counter, as though physical order could help her maintain mental clarity in a room charged with anticipation. Together, they created a balance of intellect and practicality, each reinforcing the other, and Harold recognized the value in their dynamic immediately. "Impressive setup," Harold remarked casually, his voice calm but resonant, carrying authority without arrogance. "It's clear a lot of effort has gone into this space." His words were simple, yet they acknowledged the labor and dedication evident in every corner. Both John and Joan responded with small, measured nods. Harold had the skill to communicate respect without overstatement, to note observation without intrusion. His presence was commanding, yes, but it was grounded in recognition of what others had achieved, a rare quality that made him both formidable and approachable. There was a subtle pause in the room, a moment in which all three measured one another. Harold sensed the curiosity, the skepticism, and the flicker of cautious optimism. He could see John debating internally, weighing whether this was an opportunity or a distraction, while Joan's mind worked at a different rhythm, aligning priorities and risks. Harold understood both perspectives, his own awareness sharpening the atmosphere. He wasn't there merely to observe or assess. He was there to act, to integrate himself into a complex equation of intellect, trust, and potential collaboration. The ambient noise of the lab, soft clicks, whirs, and low hums, seemed to underscore the unspoken questions hanging in the air. Harold felt a quiet thrill at the recognition that he was now part of this environment, a participant in a narrative that demanded intelligence, courage, and careful maneuvering. Yet beneath his composed exterior, the tension of the past weeks, the headaches, and the sleepless nights were still present, a reminder that this was not a journey to be taken lightly. Every detail mattered, every impression carried weight, and Harold understood the stakes in a way that sharpened his focus rather than diminishing his resolve. Joan finally broke the silence with a pragmatic query, her tone measured. "Shall we discuss the purpose of your visit, Harold?" Her words were straightforward, but the underlying curiosity was unmistakable. John's posture shifted slightly, signaling both caution and readiness. Harold nodded, acknowledging the invitation. It was time to move beyond formalities and begin the exchange that had brought him to this space. His mind raced briefly, reviewing the strategy he had prepared, ensuring that his first words would convey confidence, intent, and the right balance of openness and discretion. As Harold began to speak, outlining his purpose and hinting at the potential for significant funding, the subtle tension in the room began to evolve. Curiosity became active engagement, skepticism mingled with intrigue, and the lab itself seemed to hum with renewed energy. John's eyes narrowed slightly as he listened, analyzing every word, every inflection. Joan shifted her weight, arms crossed, considering the implications, the practicality, the risks. Harold maintained a calm, measured tone, letting his words land carefully, emphasizing opportunity without revealing too much. The three of them held a delicate balance, each testing the other, each weighing possibilities, while the lab's soft whirs and blinking monitors provided a steady, tangible backdrop to the encounter. Harold leaned back slightly, letting his presence settle into the room, eyes steady on John and Joan. "The funding arrangement I'm proposing," he began, "is structured around a royalty agreement. The terms are flexible, but the intent is to provide enough capital to accelerate your work without compromising control over your intellectual property." John's brow furrowed, fingers tapping against the edge of a workstation. He regarded Harold with measured suspicion, as though every word might carry hidden implications. "Capital is certainly welcome," he said slowly, "but the structure, we need to understand the risks, not just the benefits." Joan shifted, tilting her head slightly, studying Harold with pragmatic scrutiny. "Royalty terms can be tricky. We've seen agreements that sound generous but lock you into obligations that eventually outweigh the reward," she said. Her voice was firm, layered with experience, each syllable chosen deliberately. "How do you intend to ensure fairness while securing your investment?" Harold's lips curved into a faint, controlled smile. "The system I propose allows you to retain full operational control," he said, his tone confident but not domineering. "My interest is in results, not micromanagement. The royalty is based purely on the output of your work, successes you produce, not potential distractions or setbacks." John exchanged a brief glance with Joan. Her eyes mirrored his own skepticism, though there was a spark of cautious optimism. "Output-based royalties," John murmured, considering. "It's straightforward in theory. The challenge is predicting the trajectory of our work. If unforeseen complications arise, could this structure penalize us?" Harold shook his head slightly. "Only if the work stalls due to avoidable mismanagement, which you won't experience under this plan. Anything intrinsic to experimentation or discovery will be accounted for. You will not be penalized for the unpredictable nature of innovation." Joan leaned forward, resting her elbows on the edge of a console, her gaze intent. "You make it sound simple. And yet simplicity is often the trap. Legal language, unexpected clauses, obligations buried in fine print. We need clarity, not just assurances." Harold nodded, acknowledging her concern. "Agreed. Transparency is essential. I've prepared a draft agreement that outlines all the terms clearly, in language that leaves no ambiguity. Each point is itemized to protect both sides." John's hands intertwined in front of him as he absorbed the information. "And you expect us to sign without hesitation?" he asked, a dry edge to his voice. "That's not going to happen. We will scrutinize every clause. Our work is too important to risk on anything less than absolute certainty." "That's exactly what I want," Harold replied. His tone carried no impatience, only measured confidence. "Scrutiny is a necessary step. I expect questions. I expect debate. What I don't expect is obstruction for the sake of obstruction. We are here to establish a partnership, not a trial of endurance." Joan's eyes softened slightly at the phrasing, though her posture remained precise. "Partnership implies mutual trust," she said. "How do we gauge that trust before committing to a structure we cannot yet test?" Harold considered her question, letting a brief silence fill the room. Then he said, "Trust is built incrementally. We start with clarity in this agreement, proceed with mutual accountability, and allow results to verify intentions. If you find the terms misaligned at any point, adjustments are possible. The goal is not to bind you unfairly, but to enable progress without compromise." John leaned back, exhaling slowly. His mind was already calculating possibilities, risks, and contingencies. "So, essentially, you want us to believe that you will act in good faith while you monitor our success, and that any benefits to you are contingent purely on what we produce." "Exactly," Harold replied. "The only metric that matters is output. You produce results, and the royalty compensates the investment. Nothing else influences it." Joan's gaze flicked to John, a subtle acknowledgement passing between them. They had anticipated negotiation tactics, salesmanship and persuasive language, yet Harold's delivery carried an unusual blend of confidence and restraint. There was no rush, no pressure, only clarity of purpose. "Let's move to specifics," Joan said, producing a tablet from her bag. She swiped to display charts and projections. "We need a breakdown, percentages, timelines, triggers. If we agree in principle, the execution plan must be airtight." Harold leaned forward, studying the tablet, his fingers brushing lightly over the surface. "The agreement I propose divides royalties into clear categories: initial research, development, and commercialization. Each stage has defined thresholds and corresponding percentages. Payments are triggered only by measurable results, verified independently." John frowned slightly, rubbing his chin. "Independent verification is key. Without that, disagreements could derail everything." Harold nodded. "Agreed. A third-party auditor will confirm results before any royalties are distributed. This eliminates ambiguity and ensures fairness for all parties." Joan's fingers tapped thoughtfully on the tablet. "We'll also need contingency clauses. Experiments fail, projects stall, equipment breaks, intellectual property disputes arise. All of these factors must be accounted for in a way that doesn't penalize us unfairly." Harold's expression was calm but attentive. "Every foreseeable contingency has been considered. Clauses protect you against the unavoidable pitfalls of scientific work. The aim is a partnership, built on predictability within the unpredictable world of research." John and Joan exchanged another look, longer this time, their silent conversation a blend of calculation and intuition. They were both meticulous by nature, attuned to risks and opportunities alike. Harold's confidence, paired with the precision of his proposal, challenged their instincts while engaging their curiosity. "I can see the logic," John said finally, "and I appreciate the transparency. But the final decision won't be made lightly. We will review every line of the draft, assess all contingencies, and then respond." Harold inclined his head slightly, satisfied. "That's all I ask. Deliberation and careful consideration. I respect both of you and the work you've accomplished. My intention is not to rush or intimidate, only to enable the continuation and expansion of what you have started." Joan leaned back, her hands folded neatly on the edge of the console. "Then we have the framework to proceed. We'll study the details, prepare questions, and reconvene with a response. That's the proper approach." Harold's gaze moved between them, noting the slight relaxation in their posture, the faint recognition that the discussion had moved from abstract possibilities to actionable structure. He allowed himself a small, measured smile. "Excellent. That is all I ask for now: clarity, scrutiny, and deliberate action. We will move forward carefully but decisively." The room's tension eased slightly, though the undercurrent of anticipation remained. The conversation had opened a door, an exchange of authority, intellect, and intention, and all three participants understood that what came next would require precision, judgment, and trust in equal measure. The small break area of the lab was deceptively calm compared to the hum of activity just beyond the sliding glass partitions. A long counter held a sleek espresso machine, its brushed metal surface reflecting the morning light, and a modest assortment of cups, saucers, and utensils neatly arranged. A few holographic displays hovered above the countertop, offering schedules, research logs, and security alerts. Harold poured himself a cup of coffee, the aroma rich and grounding, and allowed the warmth to settle his senses. This brief interlude was a pause between negotiation and decision-making, a moment in which trust would be weighed alongside legal precision. John and Joan each followed Harold's lead, taking their own cups. John's was plain black, reflecting his no-nonsense personality, while Joan's was white with a subtle geometric design, a balance of practicality and understated style. They settled at the small round table in the center of the area. Harold across from them, the draft contract laid flat between them like a battleground of careful language and conditional obligations. The first line was read aloud by Harold. "The agreement establishes royalty payments based on measurable outputs, defined in 3 distinct phases: initial research, development milestones, and commercialization." He glanced at Joan and John, allowing the weight of each word to settle before continuing. "Payments are contingent only on successfully verified results, confirmed by independent auditing, ensuring transparency and fairness." John's eyes scanned the document, noting each phrase, each qualifier. "Independent verification is essential," he said, tapping his finger against a highlighted section. "But the language here must specify timing, frequency, and acceptable standards for auditors. Otherwise, disputes become inevitable." Joan nodded, setting her cup down deliberately. "And each phase must have clearly defined objectives. Ambiguity at any point will give cause for renegotiation, which we need to minimize. We can't afford delays due to interpretational disputes." Harold met their concerns with calm and measured responses. "All criteria are explicitly defined. Milestones are quantifiable. Timelines are outlined in detail. Any potential for dispute has been preemptively addressed with clause specificity." His tone carried authority without condescension, an acknowledgement of the gravity of their scrutiny. The discussion moved from broad strokes to fine detail. Percentages for royalties were examined, adjusted, and debated. Harold explained the reasoning behind allocations, the anticipated returns, and contingencies for underperformance, or delays. John questioned the allocation for early-stage experimentation, concerned that unpredictable setbacks could create undue liability. Harold reassured him, emphasizing the role of risk mitigation clauses and the allowance for inevitable experimental failure. Joan's focus shifted to intellectual property language, scanning paragraphs describing ownership, licensing rights, and restrictions on dissemination. "We need explicit control over any derivative work," she said. "Nothing can leave this lab without joint approval. That includes partial results, prototypes, and all documentation." Harold nodded, agreeing without hesitation. "The intent is to protect your creative and scientific autonomy, while ensuring that investment capital is leveraged effectively. Ownership remains with you. Distribution or commercialization cannot occur without explicit mutual consent." John exhaled, leaning back slightly, rubbing his temples. "We've seen investors who promise freedom but later constrain work through subtle contractual pressure. How do we prevent that?" Harold's expression remained neutral, a faint firmness in his gaze. "By clarity in the language and the enforceable authority of the clauses. Each term is backed by legal review and framed to prevent exploitation or undue influence. You retain operational authority. I retain an interest tied only to measurable outputs." Joan's attention returned to the payment schedule, her meticulous approach uncompromising. "We need clear triggers. Milestones must be unequivocal. What defines success, what defines completion, and what recourse exists if objectives are unmet due to external factors." Harold tapped lightly on the document, pointing to the relevant paragraphs. "Each phase has conditions explicitly stated. Success is measurable, completion is defined, and contingencies for external variables are built into the clauses. You will not be penalized for outcomes beyond reasonable control." The conversation stretched over hours, punctuated by pauses to sip coffee, moments of reflection, and careful note-taking. Joan made annotations directly on a tablet, flagging areas requiring clarification, while John occasionally crossed lines in the printed copy, circling points for renegotiation or detailed explanation. Harold remained patient and attentive, responding to each query, explaining the logic and demonstrating flexibility where reasonable adjustments could maintain fairness without compromising the overall structure. At one point, John leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "What about intellectual property disputes that might arise outside our immediate control? For example, collaborators, contractors, or third-party inventors?" Harold considered the question before responding. "The agreement contains binding clauses requiring notification of any external claims. You are protected against infringement or unauthorized use. Any dispute involving outside parties is addressed by predefined legal pathways, minimizing risk to your operations." Joan added, "And equipment or resource failure? If an instrument breaks or a system crashes, how are milestones adjusted?" "Flexibility is built into each stage," Harold replied. "Timelines account for reasonable setbacks. Milestones are not penalized for unavoidable technical failures. The objective is to measure output, not misfortune." The coffee cups grew cold, yet the discussion remained intense. Each line of the draft contract was parsed, debated, and revised in real time. Harold's calm authority provided a counterbalance to Joan and John's meticulous rigor, allowing the conversation to progress efficiently despite the potential for friction. He acknowledged their concerns without defensiveness, creating an environment where questions were answered thoroughly and respectfully. John paused after a long review of the development phase clauses. "If we proceed with this, we must establish reporting protocols. Transparency is essential. I will not agree to vague progress reports or arbitrary check-ins." Harold's fingers traced the top edge of the document. "Reports are standardized. Frequency, format, and content are explicitly defined. Your autonomy in research is preserved, and accountability to the funding framework is structured and predictable." Joan tapped the tablet thoughtfully, then looked up. "We also need an exit strategy. If unforeseen circumstances render this partnership unviable, we must have the ability to disengage cleanly without jeopardizing either side." Harold nodded. "Agreed. Clauses for termination, dispute resolution, and continuation under independent conditions are included. Your work, resources, and IP are protected under all defined circumstances." As the discussion wound through contingencies, percentages, intellectual property rights, and legal safeguards, an unspoken respect grew between the three participants. John recognized Harold's strategic acumen and fairness. Joan appreciated his pragmatism and ability to articulate complex arrangements clearly. The shared goal, the protection and advancement of the work, provided a common ground that allowed rigorous negotiation without antagonism. By the time Harold leaned back again, the contract had been thoroughly reviewed. Modifications were noted, questions clarified, and areas of adjustment agreed upon in principle. Joan sipped the last of her coffee, her expression composed yet satisfied. John exhaled, setting down his cup deliberately. The first phase of formal agreement had been navigated successfully. Harold allowed a faint smile, a gesture subtle but deliberate. The foundation is solid. Adjustments are noted, and clarity is established. When we reconvene, the final draft will incorporate all points discussed today. Joan's lips curved slightly, acknowledging the assurance without lowering her analytical guard. We will review once more, but this is a promising start. John inclined his head, voice steady. Promising, yes, but no commitments beyond what is documented. Everything is in writing, and that writing is what matters. Harold nodded once, a measured acknowledgement of their rigor. Agreed entirely. Written word is binding, discussion is guiding, execution is everything. The conversation lingered a few moments more, with the three of them exchanging quiet observations, sipping now cool coffee, and allowing the mental weight of the contract review to settle. Outside, the hum of the lab continued, a subtle reminder that the world beyond this room waited, full of both opportunity and unknown variables. Finally, Joan broke the silence. We should return to the lab floor. The document will be finalized once the adjustments are integrated, and then we can proceed with the next steps. Harold rose, his movements fluid and deliberate. Agreed, let's move forward. The three walked back toward the lab's central area, each aware of the significance of what had transpired in the break room. Contracts were more than papers. They were instruments of authority, trust, and ambition. And for Harold, John, and Joan, this was only the beginning of a complex calculated path forward. The atmosphere shifted subtly as Harold returned the finalized contract to his briefcase. The coffee cups had been cleared, and the quiet hum of the lab's machinery seemed sharper, more insistent. John and Joan had resumed their positions near the main workstations, but the lightness of the earlier discussion had faded. Harold's eyes scanned the lab once more, noting the subtle signs of dedication and meticulous organization, then fixed on the two scientists with a serious, measured gaze. Before we finalize all operational steps, Harold began, his voice calm but carrying an unmistakable weight, there is one aspect we must consider. Your research, it has garnered attention. His words were careful, precise, the kind of statement that could either intrigue or alarm depending on delivery. John's fingers paused mid-adjustment of a monitor. Attention? From whom? His tone was cautious, layered with curiosity and a hint of concern. Joan's brow furrowed slightly. The pragmatic skepticism she always carried to every new piece of information surfacing immediately. Harold leaned slightly forward, resting his forearms lightly on the table. There are parties outside this lab who would benefit from your work, who might attempt to claim it, disrupt it, or exploit it for their own purposes. I cannot disclose specifics, but the possibility of targeted interference is real. Joan's lips pressed into a thin line. Targeted interference? Are we talking competitors, government agencies, or... She did not finish the sentence, unwilling to name entities that might provoke fear or premature conclusions. Harold's gaze was steady. Potentially all of the above. The objective is not to alarm but to prepare. You must operate with caution, maintain security protocols, and remain aware that information leakage, however small, could be dangerous. John exhaled sharply, shifting his weight as he processed the implications. We've always prioritized security, he said, but this implies an immediate, ongoing risk. His hands flexed slightly on the table, a subtle display of tension. Yes, Harold replied. Which is why I'm recommending a temporary relocation of critical experiments, sensitive data, and prototypes. For a period you work from a secured facility with limited external access. He let the words hang, measuring their impact. Joan's analytical mind raced. That would disrupt ongoing projects. Some experiments require uninterrupted observation. Her voice, even in its concern, remained measured. Are the risks that imminent? Harold's expression remained unchanged, calm but resolute. The risks are significant enough to warrant precaution. There are forces you cannot monitor or anticipate from within this lab. Temporary relocation ensures continuity and safety without exposing you to unnecessary hazards. John rubbed the back of his neck, pacing a few steps across the room. We've spent years developing this environment. Equipment, systems, everything is tailored to our workflow. Relocation could mean lost time, calibration issues, mistakes. His voice carried frustration mixed with apprehension. Understood, Harold said, standing and beginning to walk toward the holographic displays, fingers tracing projected charts lightly. But consider the alternative. Interruption by external interference could result in permanent loss, or worse. The relocation is temporary, carefully monitored, and designed to protect not just the work, but your careers and autonomy. Joan approached the displays, eyes scanning the projections, fingers hovering over key schematics. How secure is this facility you're suggesting, and what kind of monitoring will we face? Her tone remained sharp, practical. She needed assurance that the environment would protect without constraining. Harold nodded, acknowledging the question. Fully secured, monitored for safety, not oversight. Your work remains under your control. The measures are protective, not intrusive. Data is encrypted, access is strictly limited, and all movements are logged for security only, not evaluation of your scientific judgment. John folded his arms, considering, his gaze flicking between Harold and the displays. And the threats? How do we identify them? How do we know what we're protecting against if we can't see the source? Harold paused, weighing how much to reveal. Some threats are intangible. Some are observed only in the disruption they cause. Your role is to maintain vigilance, follow protocols, and report anomalies immediately. My role is to provide the means to secure the lab and the work until these risks are neutralized or understood. Joan exhaled slowly, the tension in her posture easing slightly as she processed the balance between caution and operational continuity. So we relocate some of the sensitive experiments, maintain oversight of data access, and continue as usual within controlled parameters? Yes, Harold confirmed, returning to his seat at the table. And I will remain involved to facilitate the process, ensure security, and maintain communication. The objective is continuity, not disruption. John leaned back, his gaze dropping to the table as if weighing the cost against the potential benefits. It's unsettling, he admitted. We've never operated under these kinds of threats before. Everything has always been contained here. Control. Harold nodded once. Control is relative. Threats evolve. You cannot ignore external pressures simply because the lab has been insulated until now. Recognizing risk is not a sign of weakness, it is preparation for continuity and survival. Joan's hand moved across a tablet, marking points on a diagram of sensitive equipment and research stations. We'll need a detailed relocation plan, specifying what moves, in what order, and under what conditions. I want no ambiguity, no improvisation. Harold's voice was firm, reinforcing without constraining. Agreed. Every movement will be mapped, every step accounted for. You maintain authority over execution. I provide security and coordination. Nothing proceeds without your approval. The three continued to outline preliminary steps, categorizing experiments by sensitivity, prioritizing data for transport, and scheduling phased relocation. The discussion was intense, meticulous, and layered with the awareness of unseen stakes. Every decision had weight. Every suggestion required scrutiny. Yet there was a shared sense of purpose, an understanding that this was not only precautionary, but necessary. As the morning light shifted across the lab, shadows stretching across polished surfaces and floating holograms, a quiet understanding settled. The discussion had moved from hypothetical threats to actionable plans. The gravity of the situation was real, palpable, and yet manageable with careful planning. Harold's guidance, calm yet firm, had established a path forward, one that preserved agency, enforced security, and prepared John and Joan for challenges that might arrive suddenly. Finally, Joan straightened, her posture rigid with renewed focus. We'll begin drafting the relocation schedule. I want checkpoints, contingency plans, and verification of every critical component. John nodded, less hesitant now, though tension still marked his expression. Agreed. Let's prioritize experiments and sensitive data. The rest can remain for now, but nothing moves without precision. Harold gathered his briefcase, the contracts now fully reviewed, the coffee long forgotten. Excellent. This ensures continuity while mitigating exposure. Your research is secure, your authority maintained, and external threats neutralized as much as possible. The three scientists stood in quiet alignment, the lab filled with the soft hum of machinery, blinking monitors, and the subtle vibrations of high-energy equipment. The conversation had ended, but the weight of what had been discussed lingered. Steps were clear, responsibilities defined, and yet the unknown outside the lab remained, a shadowed presence waiting beyond the glass walls, unseen yet undeniably there. As Harold moved toward the exit, Joan's eyes followed him for a moment, thoughtful, calculating. John's hands rested briefly on the edge of a workbench, his gaze focused on a cluster of instruments as if seeing both the familiar and the potential dangers ahead. Each understood the balance. Opportunity interlaced with risk, authority paired with vigilance, and the work they had devoted years to preserved only by deliberate caution. The lab had returned to its usual rhythm, but the tension, subtle, insistent, remained. It was a reminder that even in spaces designed for discovery and innovation, the world outside could intrude at any moment. Harold's intervention had established preparation, and the first steps of protection were clear. The narrative momentum, now infused with suspense and urgency, would carry them into action as plans transitioned from words to execution. Harold stood in the center of the lab, the device before him humming softly, a low vibration that seemed to echo through the floor beneath their feet. Its metallic surface reflected the overhead lights, polished but intricate, with conduits and panels that suggested both precision engineering and restrained power. John leaned slightly forward, eyebrows raised, his analytical mind already dissecting the construction. Joan's arms were crossed, a posture that spoke both skepticism and the need to maintain control over the situation. "This is the Shudder," Harold began, his voice calm but carrying authority. "It allows for instantaneous relocation of matter within strict parameters. The process is safe, but it requires complete trust in the system and the operator." He gestured to the device's interface, a panel of glowing controls and displays that blinked with subtle rhythm. The light played across his face. John tilted his head. "Instantaneous relocation, you mean transport?" His voice carried a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. He could see the potential applications immediately, but couldn't ignore the risks. "Are we talking about moving physical matter through space, or some kind of projection?" Harold shook his head slightly, correcting the assumption with deliberate care. "Physical matter. You, me, the equipment, everything within the chamber. The Shudder rearranges matter at the atomic level, preserves integrity, and reconstructs precisely at the destination. Nothing is lost. Nothing is duplicated. There are safeguards to ensure stability." Joan's skepticism was clear in the slight narrowing of her eyes. "And the effects? On the body? On perception? I'm not willing to be guinea pigs for something that could." She stopped abruptly, catching herself. Her rational mind fought to contain worry while fascination sparked in equal measure. She stepped closer, her gaze scanning the device, noting the patterns of energy conduits and the subtle pulse beneath the surface. Harold nodded, acknowledging her concern. "The effects are perceptible, yes, but temporary. Some describe it as a brief sensation of pressure, a distortion of spatial awareness, a shudder through the core of your being. It passes within seconds. No one has reported long-term effects when the protocol is followed precisely." John frowned slightly, pacing a short loop around the device. "And failures? Malfunctions? What contingencies exist?" His voice was careful but urgent, the scientist in him needing assurance that every possible outcome had been considered. Harold's expression remained calm, almost clinical. "The system is redundantly protected. Multiple failsafes monitor molecular integrity, alignment of relocation coordinates, and energy stability. In the unlikely event of error, the device locks and reverses any initiated process. There is no scenario in which relocation is attempted without verification." Joan's gaze softened slightly, her curiosity piqued despite lingering doubt. "It's incredible," she said, almost whispering as if the words themselves were too extraordinary for casual utterance. "To think this kind of technology exists, and it's functioning right here in front of us." Her hands hovered near the interface, but she did not touch it. Reverence mingled with apprehension, a reflection of both wonder and rational caution. Harold continued, moving smoothly to demonstrate the device's basic operation. He traced the holographic controls, highlighting indicators and calibration markers, explaining the sequence of engagement with careful precision. John and Joan followed closely, absorbing the terminology, noting the logical flow, and weighing the procedural steps in their minds. Each explanation seemed to amplify the complexity of the mechanism while simultaneously grounding it in methodical reason. "The Shudder is controlled by three primary factors," Harold said. "Location coordinates, temporal synchronization, and environmental stabilization. Any deviation in these areas is immediately flagged, halting the sequence. The system is designed for precision above all else." He allowed a pause, letting the information settle. "I want you to understand the full scope before activation. You will be aware of every step, every precaution, and the sensations you might feel. Transparency is essential." John rubbed his chin, processing. "So what exactly will we experience? What should we prepare for?" His analytical mind sought a framework, something to contextualize what was essentially impossible in conventional terms. Harold's lips curved into the faintest of reassurances. "Expect a brief internal vibration, a perceptible shift in gravity, a momentary distortion of space around you. Some describe it as a shiver that moves from the base of the spine outward, a pressure that eases once the process completes. There may be a sensation of displacement, a fleeting vertigo, but no harm comes to the body if protocols are followed. Mentally, you may feel disoriented for a second or two, but cognition resumes." Joan exchanged a glance with John, their silent communication conveying both apprehension and intrigue. The theoretical implications were staggering, but the practical application was immediate. They could feel the tension of possibility, the danger and promise coiled together in one compact device. Harold's eyes swept over the pair, gauging readiness. "This is not merely demonstration. Today you will witness the process in action. Observation only, no direct involvement yet, but I need you both to understand how the Shudder operates before you participate. The sensations are subtle, the effect instantaneous, but The implications. Profound. John inhaled sharply. Observation first, then participation, he murmured, as though speaking aloud made it more tangible, less abstract. The scientist in him could not ignore the magnetic pull of discovery, the chance to experience firsthand what previously existed only in theory. Joan nodded slightly, her arms uncrossing as curiosity overcame skepticism, if only partially. I want to see it functioning. I need to understand the mechanics before we subject ourselves, she said. Her voice was firm but laced with excitement, a clear acknowledgement that caution and wonder were intertwined. Harold gestured to a small test chamber attached to the main device. A demonstration of inert matter first. Observe the sequence, the shudder, and the relocation. Watch for the subtle cues, the hum, the vibration, the alignment indicators. These are the signatures you will feel personally when the time comes. As the test began, the room was filled with a low hum that built gradually, accompanied by a faint shimmer in the air above the chamber. Light danced across the metallic surface of the device, bending subtly as if the atmosphere itself responded to the energy flow. John's eyes widened, scanning the interface and monitoring the sequence intently. Joan leaned slightly forward, her hands resting lightly on the edge of the console, watching every movement with precise attention. A small object inside the chamber began to shimmer, its edges flickering, dissolving briefly into faint distortions, before coalescing at a new location a few meters away. The process was swift, flawless, and mesmerizing. Harold's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the sense of awe and disbelief in John and Joan's expressions. Note the continuity, Harold said quietly. No loss of integrity, no duplication, no fragmentation. Observe the alignment markers. They remain consistent throughout the transition. This is the signature of a correctly executed shudder. John stepped closer, voice tight with excitement. It's perfect. No observable errors. The precision is unbelievable. Joan's brow remained furrowed, but her lips curved in a slight smile. I can see it now. I can imagine what it will feel like personally. The system is stable, predictable, and remarkable. Harold nodded. It is both safe and precise. When you are ready, the next step will involve personal relocation, and your experience will mirror what you have just observed, with the added physical sensation of the shudder. I will guide you through every stage. Confidence in the system is essential, but understanding it is equally important. The three stood in the lab, the hum of the device lingering as a subtle vibration through the floor. Curiosity, skepticism, and anticipation coexisted in an intricate balance. Each understood that the moment of observation was only the prelude to direct experience, and that the shudder would mark the first step into a realm both wondrous and disorienting. The shudder's activation was subtle, a pulse that resonated through the air and beneath their feet, yet it carried a weight that seemed almost tangible. Harold, John, and Joan blinked against a sudden flare of light, and then the world shifted. The sensation was unlike any motion they had ever known. Pressure, distortion, and a brief, disorienting emptiness rolled through their senses, and in the next instant, they were no longer in the lab. Before them stretched a facility unlike anything John and Joan had imagined. The walls gleamed with polished metal and soft panels that absorbed and reflected light in a way that was almost surreal. The corridors were wide and meticulously organized, a balance of futuristic efficiency and subtle comfort. Every surface suggested deliberate design, from the low hum of concealed ventilation to the faint pulse of energy conduits running along ceilings and walls. The air smelled faintly of ozone and clean electronics, a subtle reminder that this place existed at the intersection of science and something almost beyond understanding. Joan's hand hovered near the edge of a console embedded in the wall, her fingers tracing the contours of the interface, without pressing any buttons. This is incredible, she murmured, voice low with a mix of awe and disbelief. It's not just secure, it's designed to anticipate every possible need. Her eyes moved along the corridor, noting the subtle differences between functional design and aesthetic intention. It's like someone thought of everything before we even arrived. John, meanwhile, was already taking in the layout with methodical precision. He measured the scale with his eyes, noting the spacing of doors and alcoves, the location of control panels, and the integration of the lighting system. His mind cataloged patterns, calculated energy flows, and noted potential access points. Skepticism lingered beneath his amazement, the natural caution of a scientist assessing a situation that defied ordinary explanation. It's well protected, he said finally, his tone quiet but edged with approval. Every corridor, every junction, it's built for both efficiency and defense. Harold moved with ease through the facility, his steps confident but measured. He had been here before, but he allowed his guests to set the pace, sensing that their initial impressions were critical to their understanding and trust. Take your time, he said, gesturing to a console that displayed a three-dimensional map of the facility. Notice the integration of both security and comfort. The design is intentional. Everything you see is functional, but nothing is overtly intimidating. Joan raised an eyebrow, her analytical mind dissecting the phrase. Comfort and security. That's a rare combination in a facility like this. She glanced at Harold, a subtle question in her eyes. Are there others here? Staff security teams. Harold shook his head. You won't see them immediately. The environment is monitored continuously. Remote operations handle most day-to-day tasks. Physical presence is minimal, and when necessary discreet. This ensures safety while maintaining the illusion of ordinary operation. The walls themselves seemed to pulse faintly as they walked, embedded circuits and sensors glowing in patterns that hinted at constant monitoring. Light responded to their movement, brightening as they passed and dimming behind them, a rhythm that was almost imperceptible yet calming in its consistency. Joan paused to examine one of the displays, noting a readout that tracked environmental stability, energy consumption, and security protocols. The precision was meticulous, suggesting the mind behind the design had accounted for every variable. John finally spoke again, his voice low but edged with wonder. It's not just secure, it's almost alive in its responsiveness. Every system is integrated seamlessly. Whoever designed this didn't just want safety, they wanted adaptability. Harold nodded. Exactly. This facility must anticipate needs, threats, and changes without overburdening those who occupy it. It is a place for research, yes, but also for protection. The Shudder brought you here safely, but the facility ensures that you remain secure while conducting work that would be impossible elsewhere. They entered a central chamber, a broad room filled with workstations, monitors, and holographic displays. The walls were lined with storage units, each one meticulously organized and labeled, while the floor beneath was a smooth, dark material that absorbed sound. Joan's eyes widened as she surveyed the space, the same mixture of disbelief and professional assessment evident on her face. I can see why Harold recommended this. It's perfect for both research and privacy. John moved closer to a holographic display, his fingers tracing patterns in the air as he activated layered schematics of the facility. Everything is networked, he said, noting each interactive panel and sensor. From environmental controls to security access points, everything is visible and adjustable in real time. The level of integration is staggering. Harold allowed a small smile, recognizing the mixture of curiosity and cautious respect. You will have access to everything you need. Systems are designed for intuitive use, with safeguards built in to prevent misuse. The Shudder is only one element of your protection. The facility itself ensures continuity, redundancy, and concealment. As they moved deeper into the facility, Joan paused at a wall panel and examined a small biometric scanner. Impressive, she said softly, almost to herself. Every point of entry, every controlled area, it's precise and secure. The amount of planning that went into this, it's beyond what I expected. John, too, had stopped to inspect a terminal projecting an interactive map of the facility, noting hidden compartments, energy nodes, and emergency systems. And all of it is hidden from casual observation. It's as though the building anticipates what an intruder might attempt before they even think it. His tone carried both admiration and a trace of apprehension. Harold led them to a viewing area overlooking the central research floor, where advanced equipment hummed quietly under dimmed lighting. They could see lab stations prepared for experiments, containment units sealed for safety, and monitors tracking simulations and real-time data. Joan stepped closer, almost whispering, "It's beautiful. Functional, but beautiful." John, standing beside her, nodded. "And safe. That's the most remarkable part. We're surrounded by layers of protection, but it doesn't feel oppressive. It feels deliberate, like the space itself is aware of its purpose." Harold's eyes swept the room once more, noting the reactions of his companions. "You will work here, protected, but never isolated. Systems provide everything you need to advance research while remaining shielded from external threats. The Shudder brought you here, and the facility sustains that safety, allowing you to focus solely on your work." The three of them stood quietly for a moment, absorbing the atmosphere, the hum of machinery, and the subtle rhythm of the facility's operation. Joan finally broke the silence with a small, almost awed laugh. "I don't think either of us has ever seen anything like this." John's gaze remained fixed on the holographic display. "No, it's extraordinary. The scale, the security, the thoughtfulness. It's unlike anything we could have imagined outside of theory." Harold nodded, satisfied that they were beginning to understand the magnitude of what they had entered. "Tomorrow, you will begin familiarization with the equipment. Today was arrival, observation, orientation. The Shudder brought you here safely, and now you see what protection and opportunity look like in practice." The three of them moved deeper into the facility, the corridors stretching ahead with soft lighting, polished surfaces, and the faint hum of continuous operation. The wonder remained, tempered by the subtle understanding that this was a place of both possibility and vigilance, a safe harbor designed with intent, precision, and a deep understanding of risk. The corridor they followed twisted subtly, guiding them past banks of softly glowing panels, and through a series of doors that opened seamlessly at Harold's approach. The soft hum of the facility's systems provided a constant backdrop, a low vibration that seemed to pulse in time with their steps. Despite the calm efficiency of the environment, there was an unmistakable tension underlying each movement. John and Joan were alert, their professional curiosity tempered by the knowledge that every corner of this facility existed for safety as much as convenience. Harold approached a large, unmarked door at the far end of the hallway. He paused, his hand hovering over the touch-sensitive surface, and turned to his companions. "Beyond this door is Steve," he said quietly. "He'll be overseeing your integration here. Listen closely, and remember that his role is both guide and guardian." Joan exchanged a quick glance with John, both registering subtle concern. "Guide and guardian," she repeated softly, her tone tinged with skepticism. "That's a lot of responsibility for one person." Harold's eyes were calm. "He's capable, you'll see." With a gentle press of his hand, the door slid open. Inside, the room was smaller, warmer than the corridors, with soft lighting and understated furniture arranged to suggest comfort without extravagance. A figure stood near the center, watching them with quiet attention. His posture was relaxed, unassuming, yet there was an undeniable authority in the way he held himself. He was of average height, dressed in simple, well-tailored clothing, and yet every line of his stance radiated confidence. "Harold," he said smoothly, his voice even and measured. "Good to see you've brought guests." His gaze shifted to John and Joan, scanning them briefly, then settling on a level of scrutiny that made them feel observed without intimidation. "And you must be John and Joan. Welcome." John straightened instinctively, extending a hand. "Thank you," he said, voice formal but steady. The handshake was firm, professional, and Steve returned it with subtle strength, a demonstration of presence rather than dominance. Joan followed suit, noting in the gesture the careful balance of authority and reassurance. Steve smiled faintly, releasing their hands. "I understand you've just arrived. I imagine you have questions. I'll do my best to answer them, though some explanations will come in time." He gestured toward a seating area. "Please, sit. It will help to talk without the constant hum of machinery filling your heads." The three of them sat, the room's atmosphere warm and deceptively simple. Joan's gaze flicked around, noting panels embedded discreetly in the walls and soft indicators that suggested monitoring systems were active but unobtrusive. John, meanwhile, was already assessing lines of sight, emergency exits, and potential egress points, habits that refused to be ignored even in the face of novelty. Harold's presence beside them was steadying, a buffer that allowed them to lower their immediate guard just enough to process the room and the person who occupied it. Steve spoke again, his tone calm and controlled. "I understand this environment can feel overwhelming at first. It is unlike conventional labs or research centers, but it is designed with a single purpose: to protect, to enable, and to maintain discretion." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "Your work here will be observed, yes, but in ways that do not intrude. Safety is not just a matter of barriers or protocols, it is an ongoing process of anticipation and preparation." Joan leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing in both curiosity and careful appraisal. "You mean to say that the facility itself anticipates potential threats?" she asked. "Not just in terms of equipment failure, but external factors." Steve nodded once. "Exactly. Every element here is interconnected. Sensors, energy flow, environmental controls, and even personnel movements are all accounted for. You will feel secure, not because of walls, but because the environment itself has been constructed to adapt and respond." John, quiet until now, finally spoke, his voice measured. "And your role?" He fixed Steve with a look that was equal parts inquiry and caution. "You oversee all this." Steve's lips curved faintly into a smile, neither indulgent nor condescending. "I oversee, yes, but I also guide. My responsibility is to ensure that you can focus on your research without distraction, to protect you when necessary, to intervene subtly if risk arises, and to provide context when the environment itself might not communicate fully. Think of me as both observer and shield." Harold, who had been silent, leaned back slightly. "Steve has done this before," he said. "He has managed integration for other teams. His judgment is sound, his discretion unmatched. I trust you will find him both reassuring and authoritative in ways that matter here." Joan studied Steve with a critical eye. "And the risks? You speak of protection and guidance, but what exactly are we being shielded from?" Her voice was calm, but her mind raced through possibilities. Physical threats, industrial espionage, perhaps even more abstract dangers tied to the nature of their work. Steve's gaze met hers, unflinching. "You are entering a domain where ordinary assumptions do not apply. There are forces that would see your research exploited, misused, or suppressed. You are shielded from those forces by more than walls or protocols. By design, the facility itself, along with oversight, ensures that exposure is minimal. But vigilance is always required. John's hands flexed in his lap. Exposure to whom? Corporations? Governments? Competitors? All of the above, Steve replied, calm, unhesitating. It is not paranoia to recognize that value attracts attention. It is reality. Here your work is insulated. Outside it would not be. A soft pause filled the room, the faint hum of hidden machinery audible but secondary to the intensity of the exchange. Joan and John absorbed the magnitude of the situation, the protective measures, the dedication behind every detail, and the unassuming man who was both guide and sentinel. Their initial wonder and skepticism were slowly transforming into a cautious understanding of the extraordinary. Steve continued, his voice almost conversational now, though still weighted with authority. You will find your routines adjusted here. Your workstations, equipment, and even daily schedules are designed to maximize both output and safety. This is not a conventional space, and it is not conventional protection. Adaptation is required, but you will find it intuitive once you understand the systems. Harold added, you're not just here to observe, you're here to participate. Steve will ensure your safety, but the choices, the actions, the integration into this environment, that rests with you. The facility is a partner, not a crutch. Joan glanced at John, her skepticism tempered by curiosity and the undeniable reality of their surroundings. It's unlike anything we've encountered, she said quietly. And yet it feels right. Controlled, yes, but right. John nodded slowly, his gaze still focused on Steve. I don't fully understand it yet. But I recognize the necessity, the scale, the preparation. It's unprecedented. Steve inclined his head slightly, a small acknowledgement of their assessment. Understanding will come. Observation first, engagement second. The environment, the systems and I are here to ensure you have the foundation to operate safely and effectively. You will adjust, and in time, you will function within this space as naturally as you did in the lab. The three of them remained seated, the quiet hum of the facility providing a steady rhythm, a constant reminder of both the power and the subtlety of their surroundings. In Steve, they saw a guide who balanced authority with reassurance, an unassuming presence whose competence was undeniable. Through his explanations, they began to perceive the delicate interplay between human oversight and technological design, a balance that would define the days ahead. The door closed behind them with a soft, almost inaudible click, sealing Harold, John, and Joan into the next layer of the facility. The room they entered was larger than any they had yet seen, open and airy, yet precise in its design. Light filtered through smart glass panels that could darken at a moment's notice, and the surfaces were clean, sleek, and uncluttered. Despite the calm appearance, there was an underlying sense of intense security, an invisible structure that hummed beneath the surface. Steve led them toward a central console, its interface glowing softly in anticipation of their presence. This is where you will begin to understand the measures in place, he said. His tone was steady, almost conversational, yet every word carried weight. What you see here is only a fraction of the system. Behind these walls are layers of safeguards designed not only to protect you physically but to obscure your existence from those who would wish you harm. Joan leaned closer to the console, her fingers hovering over the holographic controls. Obscure our existence, she repeated, her voice a mixture of skepticism and awe. Do you mean, like hiding from the government? Steve nodded. In essence. There are elements outside this facility that monitor scientific activity closely, especially work with the potential for significant impact. You are now shielded in ways that go far beyond conventional security. Your research, your presence, even your identities are layered under protections that create the illusion you no longer exist in the eyes of external authority. John exchanged a glance with Joan, his expression tight. The illusion of our demise, he said, almost as a whisper, the words carrying a weight that made the concept tangible. That is, extreme. Steve's gaze was calm and unwavering. Extreme, yes. Necessary, absolutely. Without this, you would be vulnerable in ways you cannot yet predict. Here, every step you take, every experiment you conduct, is insulated from external interference. It is a rare opportunity, but it comes with the understanding that exposure carries risk, and risk is mitigated by concealment. Harold stood slightly behind them, watching the exchange. His posture was composed, but his mind catalogued every detail, every subtle reaction. He knew both John and Joan were struggling to grasp the scale of what they were hearing. He could see it in their tension, the way Joan's hands tightened on the console, the brief narrowing of John's eyes. Harold did not need to speak. The moment was theirs to process, and he allowed it. Steve gestured to the room itself, his hands sweeping over the polished surfaces and panels. These layers of protection are interconnected. Sensors detect not only motion but intent. Communications are filtered and encrypted. The environment adapts to threats automatically, ensuring both safety and operational continuity. Should a breach occur, internal or external, the facility will respond immediately, preserving both your well-being and the integrity of your work. Joan swallowed, absorbing the enormity of it. And all of this, the systems, the concealment, the responses, how do we know it works? You will witness it, Steve replied simply. Practical experience will reinforce understanding. Every measure is tested regularly, simulations run constantly. Your presence here is monitored for both safety and efficiency, and the system itself is adaptive. It learns, adjusts, and reacts without compromise. John's brow furrowed as he processed the information. So essentially, the outside world thinks we're gone, and we operate here, unseen, untouchable. Yes, Steve said. The perception of absence is as important as the reality of protection. It ensures that curiosity, competition, and interference are deflected before they can threaten your work or your safety. Think of it as a dual layer. What is unseen and what is secure operate simultaneously to maintain absolute control over exposure. Joan's hands hovered over the console again, a mix of fascination and apprehension on her face. It's hard to imagine. I mean, our lives, our work, everything, erased from the outside world, while we continue as if nothing happened. Steve inclined his head, acknowledging both the weight and the necessity of her observation. It is disorienting at first, yes, but it is essential. You are protected not by isolation alone, but by the illusion of removal. Those who would intervene see nothing, and therefore they cannot act. Within this framework, you are free to advance your work without fear of intrusion. Harold stepped forward slightly, his voice calm but resonant. The protective measures are absolute, but vigilance is still your responsibility. Systems can manage threats, yes, but understanding the scope of what is occurring around you and within the facility is crucial. Your work is important, and safety is paramount. John's eyes met Harold's, a mixture of respect and lingering doubt. We're talking about a level of secrecy I've never imagined. It feels almost unreal. Joan added, and yet I can see the reasoning. The environment itself, the measures, even the people we interact with, everything is designed to maintain this. I suppose the question is, can we trust it completely? Can we trust it completely? Steve's expression remained calm, reassuring without being comforting in a false sense. Trust will develop as you engage with the systems, as you experience their reliability firsthand. The facility is designed to function autonomously when necessary, but human judgment remains essential. You will become attuned to the interplay between automation and oversight, and through that understanding, confidence will grow. The room fell into a measured silence, each person absorbing the significance of what had been explained. The soft glow of the consoles reflected on Joan's face as she processed the extraordinary reality. John's fingers flexed in his lap, tension coiled beneath his calm exterior. Harold remained steady, observing both the environment and the reactions of his companions, aware that comprehension was a gradual process. Steve moved to a display panel that projected a three-dimensional map of the facility. Here you can see the physical layout, but understand that what you see is only part of the system. Hidden chambers, redundancies, and secure passages exist beyond perception. Even routine movement is designed to minimize exposure. You will navigate these systems naturally, but never forget that every path is controlled, monitored, and protected. Joan leaned closer, studying the map. The scale is enormous, and the level of coordination, staggering. Well, it is necessary, Steve said. Your work cannot function in an ordinary environment without compromise. Here, the balance between freedom and safety is maintained precisely. You are not confined, but your presence is contained within parameters that ensure both protection and operational efficacy. John exhaled slowly, his mind racing through scenarios, possibilities, and contingencies. I don't know if I can fully process this yet, but I understand the intent. Absolute concealment, controlled exposure, and layered security. It's unprecedented. Steve inclined his head once more. You will understand more as you engage. Today is orientation, introduction, and comprehension. Tomorrow you begin active participation. By the time you are fully acclimated, you will operate here with the confidence that comes from understanding both the scale and purpose of the protection around you. Harold watched as the two scientists processed the magnitude of their new reality, the weight of their temporary erasure from the outside world, and the assurance of protection within the facility. It was a delicate balance of awe, relief, and lingering tension, and it filled the room with a quiet gravity. For the first time since their arrival, Joan allowed herself a small, measured smile. It's overwhelming, she admitted, voice low. But I can see why it's necessary. John nodded, still thoughtful, but a hint of relief visible in his posture. We're safe, at least in this space, and we can continue our work. That that's what matters most. Steve observed them both quietly, his expression unreadable, yet a subtle approval crossed his features. Then we proceed, he said simply. Safety and progress go hand in hand here. The environment, the measures, and the guidance are all designed to allow you to work, create, and advance without fear. That is your next reality. The automatic door slid open with a quiet hum, revealing the apartment that would serve as John and Joan's new home within the facility. Sunlight filtered through floor-to-ceiling windows, glinting off polished surfaces and casting long geometric shadows across the room. Every element seemed meticulously designed, combining sleek modernity with comfort that suggested more than mere function. This was a space intended for living well, for thinking clearly, and for finding balance between professional intensity and personal ease. Joan stepped inside first, her eyes widening as she took in the expanse. The apartment was open plan, with subtle partitions separating living, dining, and work areas without breaking the sense of space. The walls were adorned with minimalist art, and integrated lighting shifted softly, responding to motion and ambient light. Every appliance and fixture seemed chosen for both aesthetic appeal and efficiency. Joan walked slowly, deliberately, touching the smooth countertop surfaces, running her fingers along the polished handles of cupboards and drawers, each movement revealing a mixture of delight and awe. This is incredible, she whispered, turning toward John. Her voice carried a mixture of disbelief and excitement, a rare moment of unguarded joy. It's like stepping into a completely new world. Everything is here, and it's effortless. John followed behind, his own steps measured as he absorbed the scale of the space. The living area was spacious but intimate, the furniture low profile yet luxurious. He paused at the edge of the dining section, inspecting a table whose surface seemed to shimmer subtly under the ambient light. The chairs were ergonomically designed, each curve suggesting long hours of thought without fatigue. John allowed himself a small smile. The apartment, for all its perfection, felt like an extension of the mind, orderly, responsive, and inviting exploration. Joan moved toward the kitchen, which immediately drew her attention. The space was expansive yet welcoming, fully stocked with appliances that merged classic functionality with cutting-edge technology. A smart fridge displayed nutritional information for every item inside, automatically adjusting temperatures for optimal preservation. The counters were seamless, with embedded induction cooktops and automated cleaning surfaces. Cabinets opened smoothly, revealing organized shelves with utensils, cookware, and even fresh ingredients for any meal imaginable. Joan's fingers lingered on the handles, marveling at the effortless integration of convenience and sophistication. John, look at this, she said, gesturing toward the fridge. Everything we could ever need is already here. Even fresh herbs, pre-portioned ingredients. It's like it knows exactly what we might want. John joined her at the counter, leaning against the polished surface and surveying the room with a scientist's eye. He noticed more than just the appliances. The lighting was adjustable for both work and relaxation, the air filtration system subtly humming in the background, and hidden sensors tracking ambient conditions for comfort optimization. He allowed himself a rare moment to breathe, feeling the weight of weeks of tension begin to ease slightly. Here, in this environment, both the physical and mental space seemed to encourage clarity and focus. Joan began exploring further, opening cupboards, inspecting drawers, and discovering a pantry stocked with fresh and non-perishable items alike. Every detail suggested anticipation of long-term habitation, thoughtful design, and attention to human needs. She paused before a small espresso machine built into the counter, her eyes lighting up at the prospect of freshly brewed coffee at any hour. This is perfect, she murmured again, more to herself than to John. We could live here for years and never want for anything. John moved to the windows, pushing aside a light curtain to examine the view beyond. The city stretched out in the distance, filtered through the facility's protective perimeter, yet even from this vantage, it felt distant, almost unreal. He took a deep breath, the sense of separation both comforting and strange. The apartment, he realized, was more than shelter. It was a threshold between the ordinary world they had left behind and the extraordinary life now opening before them. The couple continued to explore, moving into the bedroom areas, each decorated with the same combination of minimalism and luxury. Joan ran her hand over a bed that seemed perfectly balanced between firmness and softness, while John tested the lighting and environmental controls, noting how the room adjusted to their presence. Storage was abundant yet discreet, each space thoughtfully hidden but instantly accessible. There were even subtle soundproofing measures, ensuring both privacy and the ability to focus without distraction. Joan paused in the master suite, a small smile playing at her lips. I can't believe how much thought went into this, she said. It's as if someone designed this specifically for us to make living here seamless. John nodded, a quiet pride evident in his posture. It's remarkable, he agreed. Every detail seems intended to reduce friction, to let us concentrate on what matters, and it's comfortable. That balance is rare. Joan moved back toward the kitchen, drawn to the appliances she had yet to test. She opened a drawer to find an array of utensils, each carefully placed, with built-in smart sensors that could track usage and suggest recipes. The oven, she discovered, had pre-programmed functions for multiple cuisines and could sync with the smart fridge to adjust cooking times based on ingredient freshness. She laughed softly, a sound of pure delight as she began imagining meals, late-night experiments in flavor and technique. John lingered in the living area, observing the subtle interplay of technology and human habit embedded in the space. The room encouraged movement, exploration, and focus, without overwhelming the senses. He realized that the apartment, much like the lab, was not merely functional. It was an extension of the mind, a tool for clarity, creativity, and collaboration. Joan called out from the kitchen. "John, come see this. There's a workstation integrated right here. I could work from the kitchen if I wanted, and it adjusts automatically to my posture and screen preferences." She laughed again, the sound echoing slightly in the open space. "Even mundane tasks feel extraordinary here." John joined her, leaning against the counter. "It's remarkable," he said again. "The design anticipates our needs before we even realize them. Efficiency, comfort, and adaptability, all in one place." The couple moved together through the remaining rooms, discovering storage spaces, climate controls, and even a small private exercise area. Each discovery reinforced a sense of careful thought, both for convenience and for the well-being of those who lived here. The apartment, for all its futuristic appeal, retained a human touch, blending utility and warmth in a way that made them feel both cared for and empowered. By the time they returned to the central living area, both John and Joan were quietly smiling, a shared understanding passing between them. This was not just a temporary residence, it was a space where they could thrive personally and professionally. Their exploration had revealed luxury, sophistication, and the kind of seamless integration of technology and comfort that few places in the world could offer. Joan finally leaned against the counter, her eyes soft with appreciation. "We're going to be safe here, and we're going to be comfortable. For the first time in a long while, I feel like we can think, work, and even live without constant worry." John nodded, turning his gaze back to the windows, to the city beyond, and then inward to the apartment around them. "It's the start of something extraordinary," he said quietly. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of recognition, hope, and cautious excitement. The apartment had set the stage. The couple's new life had begun, and within its walls, personal and professional discovery would intertwine, forming the foundation for challenges, triumphs, and the quiet moments of everyday human experience that often prove just as important as scientific achievement. John's footsteps echoed lightly across the polished floors as he entered the laboratory, a space that now felt as much his own as the apartment upstairs. The lab was vast, a structured expanse of glass, metal, and softly glowing screens, filled with the quiet hum of machines in constant motion. Every corner held a workstation or an experiment in progress, a testament to the speed and intensity of the team now under his guidance. John's chest tightened with a mix of pride and anticipation as he took in the scene. The energy here was palpable, though contained, methodical, precise, and purposeful. His eyes moved across the room, noting the various stations where his new colleagues were already working. Researchers adjusted monitors, carefully calibrating experiments, while small robots and automated devices carried out measurements and delicate manipulations with mechanical precision. The team moved in a rhythm that spoke of discipline and intelligence, each member aware of the other's focus, yet all part of a cohesive whole. John felt a rush of validation. This was the environment he had always envisioned, a laboratory where ideas could flourish without limitation or delay. He stopped near the central workstation, where holographic displays rotated complex data sets, their layers shifting with a fluidity that seemed almost alive. John leaned closer, studying the figures and formulas, absorbing the progress that had been made in his absence. The algorithms he had left unfinished were being refined, adjusted, and tested with meticulous care. He could see the early results, the sparks of innovation, and his excitement began to mount. This was more than productivity, it was discovery in motion. John's attention shifted to the team members themselves. Their focus was intense but not frantic, each action purposeful, guided by a shared understanding of the research significance. He watched a young researcher adjust a simulation, then turned to a colleague for a quick consultation, their exchange brief but loaded with insight. The efficiency of collaboration impressed him, yet he noted that creativity was not sacrificed. Ideas were discussed freely, tested, discarded, and reimagined with careful reasoning. Here, intellect and intuition coexisted. As he walked down one of the central aisles, John's gaze lingered on a partially completed experiment, involving complex energy modulation. The subtle adjustments his team had made suggested a thorough understanding of both theoretical principles and practical constraints. He felt a thrill of recognition, a sense that his absence had not slowed progress, but had allowed independent minds to flourish. The lab, vibrant with activity, was alive with thought, calculation, and measured risk-taking. A monitor flickered to life with a message from Joan. He moved toward her workstation, finding her immersed in a series of tests involving algorithmic outputs. Her focus was intense, fingers flying across the holographic keyboard, eyes scanning the shifting numbers and patterns. John watched her for a moment, struck by the familiar blend of precision and intuition that had always defined her work. Joan noticed him and offered a brief, satisfied smile, one that conveyed both reassurance and shared excitement. "Everything's progressing faster than I expected," John said, his voice low but audible enough for her to hear. "The algorithms are stabilizing, and the simulations are aligning with our projections." He leaned over a side console, reviewing data streams that confirmed his observation. Each piece of the puzzle was falling into place, and the speed of it all left him simultaneously exhilarated and cautious. Joan nodded, her fingers pausing momentarily. "It's impressive," she said. "They've taken your designs and refined them in ways I wouldn't have imagined. The system is responsive, adaptable. It's performing beautifully." Her gaze swept across the lab, noting the smooth coordination of researchers and machines alike. There was a quiet pride in her tone, a satisfaction that came from recognizing both human skill and technological accomplishment. John moved toward another section of the lab, observing a complex network of experimental arrays connected to a central data hub. Each device pulsed with energy and synchronization with its counterparts, the entire system a delicate choreography of power, calculation, and feedback. He ran a hand across the console, feeling the subtle vibrations of machinery and the underlying hum of controlled energy. The magnitude of what was being achieved here in such a short time struck him with renewed awe. The lab team noticed his inspection and adjusted their work with subtle deference. John's presence was commanding yet not overbearing. It reminded them of the purpose behind their efforts without interrupting their rhythm. He appreciated the balance of autonomy and respect, seeing in each researcher a dedication that went beyond obligation. They were invested not only in the project but in the intellectual challenge it represented. John paused at a table where a particularly intricate experiment was unfolding. Tiny sensors tracked fluctuations in energy patterns, feeding data to monitors and holographic displays that updated in real time. The experiment seemed almost alive, responding to small calibrations with immediate feedback. John crouched slightly, scanning the readings, feeling a surge of pride. These were the first tangible signs of breakthrough, the visible proof that his designs were functioning beyond theoretical expectations. He turned to observe the lab from a wider perspective, taking in the coordinated effort, the hum of energy, and the subtle interactions between researchers. Each person had a role, yet creativity was allowed to flourish. Mistakes were corrected, not hidden, fostering an environment of learning and growth. John felt a renewed sense of confidence, a feeling that the challenges of the past were being met with tangible results. As he moved through the lab, John's mind raced with possibilities. Adjustments to the workflow could further enhance output. Slight modifications in the calibration of experiments might yield exponential improvements. The facility's resources were vast, and his team's intellect was formidable. He allowed himself a brief, satisfied smile. Here, in this controlled yet flexible environment, progress was inevitable. John paused once more near the central console, looking at a holographic overview of the lab's current projects. Streams of data, simulations, and results flowed seamlessly across the displays. He could see the integration of multiple disciplines, the collaboration of specialized minds, and the precision of execution. The scene was exhilarating. What had once been a concept on paper was now a living, dynamic system, evolving before his eyes. "John," Joan called from across the room, her voice steady but carrying excitement. "I think we're ready to push the next phase. The team is prepared, and the adjustments we discussed are integrated." She gestured to a series of monitors displaying simulations that awaited his review. He nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle comfortably on his shoulders. "Excellent," he replied. "Let's proceed. It's time to see how these systems perform under full operational parameters." As he began coordinating with his team, issuing instructions and reviewing experimental setups, John felt a rare combination of anticipation and reassurance. The lab was functioning as a single organism, responsive, intelligent, and capable. For the first time in months, he felt the pulse of certainty and the thrill of controlled risk, a reminder of why he had devoted his life to this work. Hours passed in a seamless rhythm of observation, adjustment, and verification. John moved between stations, offering guidance, noting progress, and quietly celebrating incremental successes. The lab's energy remained intense but controlled, a living reflection of his own focus and the collective skill of those around him. By the end of the day, he stood in the center of the room surveying the results with satisfaction. "This is remarkable," he murmured to himself, his eyes sweeping the lab. "We're operating at a level I didn't think possible in so short a time." The team's progress, the synchronization of machines and minds, and the clarity of the work completed left him confident, energized, and ready for the challenges that lay ahead. Joan leaned over her workstation, eyes scanning the cascading lines of code and shifting graphs that danced across the holographic displays. The lab was quiet now, the rhythm of the team steady, almost meditative, as each researcher pursued their assigned task. Yet for Joan, the quiet was deceptive. Her mind raced, looping over the problematic algorithm she had discovered earlier. It was subtle but consequential, an inefficiency that could cascade through their system if left uncorrected. She traced the logic again, her fingers moving over the virtual keys with precision, isolating each segment of code. Joan's analytical mind dissected the structure like a surgeon, teasing apart dependencies, evaluating conditional loops, and noting patterns that had eluded her the first time. Each discovery was a minor revelation, a small victory in the war against complexity. Her pulse quickened, not from frustration, but from the thrill of potential solutions, the intoxicating surge of intellect applied under pressure. John noticed her intensity from across the room. He approached quietly, careful not to disturb the flow of her work. "Anything?" he asked, voice low, carrying both curiosity and encouragement. Joan glanced up briefly, offering a small, tense smile. "I think I've pinpointed the bottleneck," she replied. "It's subtle, hidden in the data parsing routine. If I adjust the index references and realign the sequence, the system should stabilize. Or you whirl." John's eyes brightened. He leaned in, reviewing her adjustments on the holographic screen. The code, when visualized, formed a complex lattice of interdependent functions, but Joan's solution simplified the pathways without sacrificing functionality. "That's brilliant," he said. "It should cut down the processing time by nearly half while maintaining accuracy." Joan's fingers moved with renewed confidence, inputting the changes and initiating a test sequence. The monitors flickered, graphs adjusting in real time as the algorithm processed the same dataset. Results began to stabilize faster than anticipated. Joan's lips pressed into a determined line as she watched, a mixture of satisfaction and professional tension visible in her expression. The test concluded and the readings were as she had hoped, smooth, efficient, and consistent. John's voice broke the silence, a mix of pride and relief. "It works, perfectly, you've done it." Joan allowed herself a moment of triumph, leaning back slightly, taking in the room and the quiet hum of machinery that now seemed to echo her own exhilaration. For a brief moment, the weight of the earlier obstacles lifted, replaced by the satisfaction of problem-solving and the promise of progress. The couple shared a glance that conveyed more than words. It was a quiet acknowledgement of partnership, of complementary skills, mutual trust, and shared ambition. Each had brought their own strengths to the table, and together, they had overcome a critical hurdle. The room itself seemed to hum with recognition, the automated systems now processing with seamless efficiency, each calculation reflecting their combined intellect. Joan adjusted the parameters for a second run, verifying stability across multiple iterations. The system responded fluidly, adapting to minor variations without error. She allowed herself a brief laugh, low and breathy, an expression of relief and excitement. John mirrored her smile, feeling a surge of renewed energy. The lab had been a challenge, a test of both human and machine, and now, with this algorithm corrected, the possibilities opened wide. "Let's integrate this across the main systems," John said, his tone steady but eager. "The team can begin implementing adjustments on their respective projects." Joan nodded, already opening the control interface to broadcast the updated algorithm across the network. Researchers at adjacent stations glanced at the updates, acknowledging the change with nods and murmurs of approval. The ripple effect of Joan's correction moved through the lab like a carefully timed cascade, improving efficiency, reducing errors, and enhancing the responsiveness of every automated process. Joan took a moment to step back, stretching slightly, her gaze moving over the bustling lab. She could see the subtle improvements in workflow, simulations processed more quickly, data streams stabilized, and the team moved with renewed focus. Her adjustment had not only corrected the algorithm but had subtly elevated the entire operation. The satisfaction of seeing a complex problem resolved, of knowing her work had tangible impact, filled her with quiet pride. John moved to her side, observing the results with a mixture of professional admiration and personal pride. "You've done more than fix the algorithm," he said. "You've increased the lab's overall capacity. This changes the trajectory of our work." Joan looked up, meeting his gaze, feeling the weight of his words and the truth behind them. The lab was no longer just functional. It was thriving under their combined efforts. She returned to her workstation to fine-tune the integration, checking for edge cases and potential anomalies. Each adjustment was deliberate, precise, and measured. The algorithm responded predictably, demonstrating flexibility and reliability. Joan allowed herself a moment to breathe, the tension of problem-solving giving way to a steady rhythm of accomplishment. In this space, among machines and data, she felt a rare sense of clarity and control, a testament to both her skill and her partnership with John. John's attention shifted as he reviewed the broader implications of the corrected algorithm. He made notes, adjusted some experimental parameters, and began drafting a new series of tests to push the system further. The lab, now humming efficiently, became a stage for innovation and experimentation. Each step was guided by careful thought, yet the pace was exhilarating, each result feeding into the next with seamless continuity. Joan stepped back once more, observing the flow of activity. The researchers responded to the updated algorithm intuitively, their work becoming smoother, more precise. The synergy between human and machine was palpable, a dance of intellect and technology that reflected both the skill of the operators and the design of the systems they controlled. Joan felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the environment she and John had envisioned, one where their combined expertise could thrive. Hours passed in a seamless rhythm of testing, adjustments, and validation. Joan remained at the heart of the process, coordinating with John and the team to ensure that every element was optimized. Each success, no matter how small, reinforced confidence and momentum. The lab's environment, once filled with tentative exploration, now pulsed with quiet, controlled intensity. Finally, Joan leaned back, eyes resting on the sequence of stabilized outputs. She allowed herself a smile, one of private triumph and public satisfaction. John approached, placing a hand lightly on her shoulder. "We did it," he said softly. "This sets everything in motion." She nodded, letting the weight of the accomplishment settle. "Yes. And it's just the beginning," she replied, her tone steady, full of both excitement and resolve. The lab around them continued its hum of activity, but within that space, Joan and John shared a moment of quiet recognition. They had overcome a critical obstacle, strengthened their partnership, and set the stage for the work to come. Joan stood in the kitchen, the soft hum of the apartment's automated systems filling the background. She ran her hands lightly over the polished countertop, savoring the quiet after the day's work in the lab. John entered the room, a small smile tugging at his lips as he watched her move, the ease of her gestures reflecting a rare moment of calm. He carried a folder of data, his professional focus momentarily softened by the domestic setting. "Busy evening?" he asked casually, though his eyes betrayed a spark of curiosity. Joan looked up, her smile widening subtly. "Always busy," she replied, her voice warm and even. Yet beneath that calm surface, her heart thumped with a secret anticipation, one that had been growing quietly over the past few weeks. She had been waiting for the right moment, a time when the chaos of work and the demands of their lab would pause long enough for them to share something deeply personal. John set the folder down, sensing the shift in her demeanor. He approached, standing close enough for her to feel the warmth of his presence without intrusion. "Joan?" His tone carried gentle inquiry, a recognition that something significant was about to be revealed. She met his gaze, the familiar intensity of their shared focus mirrored in his eyes. "I have something to tell you," Joan began, her voice soft but steady. She took a deep breath, letting it anchor her. "I'm pregnant." The words hung in the air, simple, yet monumental, filled with layers of emotion that stretched beyond expression. John's brow furrowed slightly, his mind racing to comprehend both the scientific improbability they had navigated and the personal reality now unfolding before him. "Pregnant?" he echoed, the syllables tasting foreign and extraordinary. His initial shock gave way to a slow-building joy as the reality settled into the quiet of the apartment. "Joan, really?" His hand reached for hers, fingers intertwining in a gesture that spoke of shared wonder and support. Joan nodded, her eyes bright, lips curved in an expression of relief and elation. "And there's more," she continued, a spark of playful excitement coloring her tone. "Twins." She let the words sink in, her hand instinctively resting over her stomach. The revelation seemed to transform the room, the ambient hum of the apartment now carrying the weight of anticipation and possibility. John's eyes widened further, a mixture of awe, disbelief, and pure joy washing over his features. "Twins," he repeated, almost reverently, as if saying the word aloud would solidify the reality. He moved closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, drawing her into a quiet embrace. The moment was intimate, protected from the pressures of the lab and the outside world, a cocoon of warmth and shared happiness. Joan leaned into him, resting her head lightly against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, a grounding force against the whirlwind of emotion that now enveloped her. For a few moments, they simply stood together, absorbing the magnitude of the announcement. The technical achievements, the late nights, the complex negotiations, all of it faded into the background. Here, in this space of personal revelation, the human stakes of their lives came sharply into focus. The twins represented more than life. They symbolized continuity, hope, and a deepening of the bond that had carried them through challenges, both professional and personal. John gently lifted her chin with one hand, ensuring her gaze met his. "This changes everything," he murmured, his voice low and full of conviction. "Not just for us, but for everything we're working on. It's a new beginning." Joan's lips curved into a smile, the kind that radiated both confidence and serenity. "It's a beginning," she agreed. "And I want us to face it together." The conversation drifted naturally, moving from cautious speculation about timing to practical considerations of their lives in the facility. They discussed the adjustments needed for living arrangements, how to maintain privacy, and how the lab's schedule might accommodate Joan's pregnancy. Even in the midst of professional responsibility, there was room for personal care, a balancing act that underscored the depth of their partnership. John's eyes lingered on her, the mix of scientific curiosity and human emotion evident in his gaze. "We need to ensure the environment is safe, comfortable," he said, tone both protective and methodical. "Not just for you, but for them. And for us, in a way we've never had to consider before." Joan nodded, appreciating both the practicality and the tenderness behind his words. They moved through the apartment together, adjusting minor settings, lighting, temperature, and ambient sound, to create a space conducive to both professional focus and personal tranquility. Joan marveled at how the facility seamlessly blended cutting-edge technology with domestic comfort, how every automated system responded intuitively to their needs. The apartment, once a backdrop to work and strategy, now felt like a home, infused with the promise of life and the quiet anticipation of family. Even as they attended to practicalities, their minds lingered on the emotional significance of the moment. Joan felt a rush of protective instinct and excitement, imagining the future with her children, considering the legacy she and John could cultivate within the lab and beyond. John's thoughts mirrored hers, weaving together plans for safety, education, and the nurturing of curiosity and intelligence in their future offspring. Each step was measured, deliberate, yet suffused with the spontaneity of wonder that comes with life-altering news. Later, they settled into the living area, sitting side by side on a sleek couch, hands still intertwined. Joan allowed herself to relax fully, letting the day's lab work fade into the background. She glanced at John, who mirrored her gaze, both of them enveloped in a shared sense of possibility. In that moment the room felt alive, a space where ambition and personal joy could coexist. "This is going to be a challenge," John said quietly, voice tinged with awe. "Balancing work, the lab, and now this." Joan nodded, squeezing his hand gently. "Challenges are what we do best," she replied, her tone confident, yet soft with the weight of anticipation. "And now we have something even more important to guide us, our family." The apartment settled into a gentle rhythm, the soft lighting accentuating the contours of their surroundings. Outside, the facility hummed with continuous activity, researchers moving through their routines, systems operating with quiet precision. Inside, however, the atmosphere was intimate, personal, and full of the promise of new beginnings. Joan's hand rested lightly on her stomach, John's arm around her shoulders, and for the first time in weeks, they allowed themselves to simply exist in the moment, absorbing both the joy of life and the deep satisfaction of personal achievement. As the evening progressed, they spoke of plans, dreams, and possibilities. Discussions ranged from immediate concerns, health, diet, and adjustments to daily life, to broader visions of the future, the lab, and the children who would one day grow within this extraordinary environment. Each conversation layered reality with imagination, the practical with the hopeful, creating a tapestry of intimacy and ambition. By nightfall, Joan and John had moved to the bedroom preparing for rest. The apartment was quiet now, a contrast to the dynamic energy of the lab and the early excitement of discovery. They lay side by side, hands intertwined, minds quietly cataloging the events of the day, the solved algorithm, the smooth operations of the lab, and the extraordinary revelation of life growing within Joan. For a moment, the world outside could wait. Here, in the stillness, there was wonder, anticipation, and an unspoken promise of devotion. The morning light filtered through the high windows of the facility, casting long, angled beams across the polished floor. John moved quietly through the corridors, the hum of automated systems punctuating his thoughts. His mind traced the trajectory of his career, from the earliest experiments in cramped labs to the breakthroughs that had only recently begun to ripple outward. Every step he took felt measured, a physical echo of the mental preparation taking place. The meeting with Steve loomed, and though it was scheduled to be cordial, John felt a subtle tension threading through his nerves. He recalled the relentless hours spent refining calculations, testing variables, and attempting to reconcile theoretical principles with practical outcomes. The acceleration of progress had been staggering, yet he knew that success was fragile, a product of discipline, foresight, and the occasional stroke of luck. The resources Steve provided had transformed the possibilities before him, turning ambitious ideas into attainable realities, but they had also raised the stakes. A small workstation displayed the latest data streams, projections moving in patterns that hinted at both promise and potential pitfalls. John paused to review them, tapping a sequence of keys and watching the simulations respond instantly. He marveled at the efficiency of the systems, at the clarity they brought to concepts that had once been purely abstract. There was a thrill in observing how far his theories had been taken, extended, and refined under the auspices of Steve's backing. Each screen reflected not only numbers and graphs but a tangible manifestation of intellect pushed to its limits. Despite the excitement, doubt lingered at the edges of his consciousness. Could he adequately convey the full scope of the work? Would Steve appreciate the subtleties that mattered most, the nuances in approach, the foresight applied to prevent missteps, the philosophical underpinnings guiding each experiment? John straightened slightly, shoulders squared, reminding himself that preparation had always been his ally. The technical mastery was his responsibility. The presentation of intent and discovery was his next challenge. In a corner of the room, a digital assistant projected a subtle holographic overlay, detailing the agenda for the meeting. John's eyes scanned the points, noting the emphasis on applications and practical results. He paused at each line, envisioning how he might articulate the scientific principles behind the outcomes, translating dense mathematics into comprehensible insights. The task demanded both precision and clarity, a balance he had cultivated over decades of research. A gentle vibration in his pocket reminded him of his communication feed. Messages from Joan appeared in brief bursts, reminders of minor tasks, queries about the apartment systems, and encouragements wrapped in concise phrases. He allowed himself a brief smile, comforted by the human connection amid the technical intensity. The personal stakes were subtle but ever-present, grounding him even as the world of high-consequence science pressed forward. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, pulling his attention. He caught a glimpse of a fellow researcher passing, engrossed in their own trajectory of discovery, oblivious to his inner preparation. The contrast underscored the unique position John occupied, singular responsibility paired with unprecedented opportunity. Each experiment carried weight, each observation a potential pivot in the understanding of their field. The meeting with Steve would crystallize some of that responsibility, demanding articulation of achievements and plans without diluting the complexity of the work. John paused before the meeting room, the sliding door shimmering slightly as it recognized his presence. He exhaled slowly, a methodical release of tension built over the previous hours. Thoughts of prior consultations, late-night problem-solving, and incremental breakthroughs swirled in his mind. All of it had led to this moment, the opportunity to discuss not only the current state of research, but the broader implications and potential applications that stretched far beyond the immediate lab. The room beyond the doorway was minimalist in design, yet sophisticated, a reflection of the controlled, strategic mindset Steve was known for. John adjusted his jacket, a subtle act of composure, and entered. Light shifted as he moved deeper, highlighting surfaces polished to perfection and walls displaying abstract representations of data. The atmosphere was simultaneously calm and charged, a deliberate balance intended to focus attention and encourage clarity of thought. Memories of past conferences and presentations surfaced, moments where he had stood before panels of skeptical peers, explaining intricate theories to audiences with limited patience for nuance. Those experiences had honed his ability to distill complexity without oversimplifying, to assert ideas without arrogance, and to navigate uncertainty with steady reasoning. This meeting would demand a similar combination of confidence and humility, a mental agility that allowed him to guide the conversation toward productive outcomes. John allowed himself a quiet internal survey. The key breakthroughs, the experiments that had achieved measurable success, the unexpected results that had opened new avenues. He rehearsed, in fragments and impressions, the sequence in which he might introduce each point. The narrative of discovery needed coherence, but also flexibility. Questions would arise, and he had to be prepared to pivot without losing the thread of insight. The rehearsal was subtle, a dance of thought and anticipation played out in silence, yet it grounded him, sharpening focus and readiness. A soft chime indicated the impending start of the session. John took a final breath, smoothing the tension in his shoulders and straightening his stance. He reflected briefly on the purpose behind the work, the principles guiding the experiments, the intellectual curiosity that had driven him from the beginning, and the vision that had grown clearer with each breakthrough. The stakes were tangible, yet the underlying motivation remained a pursuit of understanding, of discovery, of creating tools that could reshape the way systems and society interacted. He stepped fully into the room, aware of the subtle shift in environment. The air seemed lighter, more deliberate, as though the space itself anticipated the conversation about to unfold. A figure seated at the central console turned slightly, acknowledging him with a quiet, precise nod. John offered a small, respectful inclination of his head in return, a recognition of authority, experience, and the potential mentorship that lay ahead. The first words were not yet spoken, but the alignment of purpose was established, a mutual acknowledgement that this meeting would shape both immediate work and long-term vision. Time seemed to stretch in the moments before the conversation began, the quiet hum of machinery and subtle ambient tones providing an almost meditative backdrop. John's mind cycled through last-minute reminders of points to address, technical nuances to clarify, and ways to present complex applications with clarity. The balance between anticipation and calm focus was delicate, yet he felt the familiar confidence that came from preparation and a deep understanding of his own work. Finally, he took a seat across from the central console, posture attentive yet relaxed, hands folded lightly. The initial exchange would be brief, a bridge into the deeper discussion of progress, applications, and emerging discoveries. John allowed a moment to appreciate the convergence of opportunity, intellect, and responsibility. The morning? The journey through preparation, and the countless experiments all led to this pivotal instance, a meeting that would crystallize understanding and guide the trajectory of his research into the next phase. Steve leaned back in his chair, his posture casual but deliberate, a subtle signal that authority and confidence coexisted effortlessly. The room was quiet, save for the low hum of the environmental systems and the faint tapping of keys from a nearby workstation. He regarded John with an appraising calm, a smile teasing the corner of his mouth as he prepared to speak. "You've done remarkable work," Steve began, his voice steady and measured. "The principles you've established have expanded far beyond initial expectations." There was no embellishment, no empty praise. Each word conveyed an understanding of the precision and significance underlying John's efforts. The weight of acknowledgement was immediate, yet tempered by the gravity of what lay ahead. John listened, carefully absorbing the tone, the nuances, the subtext between approval and guidance. He knew Steve's praise was not lightly given, that it carried both recognition and expectation. Each accomplishment had been scrutinized, tested, and verified, and now it was being contextualized within a broader vision. The balance of appreciation and challenge created a tension that both inspired and cautioned, reminding John that progress was as much about foresight as discovery. "Consider the transport applications," Steve continued, gesturing subtly to a holographic projection that shifted to illustrate spatial pathways and logistical route. Cargo, movement of critical supplies, even experimental materials that were once too delicate to relocate efficiently. Your systems have made these not only feasible, but reliable. The patents generated from your models extend far beyond the laboratory. They have implications across industries, logistics, even emergency response. John felt a pulse of excitement. He had always envisioned the utility of his work in abstract terms, but seeing the practical breadth laid out so clearly emphasized the scale of achievement. Yet alongside the thrill was an undercurrent of responsibility. Each application carried consequences, the potential to shape infrastructure, influence policy, and affect countless lives. Steve's words underscored both the reward and the weight of innovation. The projection shifted again, displaying models of transport nodes and multidimensional algorithms. "These concepts," Steve said, tapping lightly on the console, "were once theoretical. Now they're operational. And this is just the beginning." The phrasing implied both progress and expectation, a reminder that the work was not complete, that the horizon extended beyond even John's imagination. He glanced up at John, noting the mix of pride and humility in the researcher's expression. "Few scientists combine rigorous analysis with the practical adaptability your team has shown," Steve remarked. "The work you've accomplished represents an expansion of intellectual territory. We've seen ideas that were once confined to theoretical constructs move into tangible implementation." John allowed himself a modest nod, aware of the significance of Steve's observation. The praise was not flattery, it was recognition, a reflection of meticulous attention to detail, and the result of countless iterative refinements. He had spent years building foundational models, grappling with simulations that often defied expectation. Steve's acknowledgement validated the countless hours of trial, error, and adjustment, a rare convergence of effort and impact. The conversation shifted naturally to patents, licensing, and broader applications. Steve outlined how each innovation could integrate with existing systems and the commercial, societal, and academic value of their discoveries. John followed closely, occasionally interjecting with clarifying questions, exploring the nuances of implementation. Though the discussion was technical, Steve maintained a balance of accessibility, framing the outcomes in terms of potential, not mere abstraction. "Your initial work focused on theoretical models," Steve said, tapping another console panel to highlight a series of simulations. "The expansion into transport logistics was expected, but the efficiency your algorithms demonstrate is exceptional. We've modeled distribution chains and contingency networks using your methods, and the results are consistently robust." A subtle sense of pride warmed John. He understood the significance of operational reliability. Theoretical elegance was one measure, but real-world consistency was the test that separated insight from utility. Steve's comments affirmed that the systems were not just innovative, they were viable. "Beyond cargo," Steve continued, "there are applications in research facilitation, emergency response, even interfacility transport of sensitive materials. We're only beginning to map the full spectrum of possibilities, but your work has created a foundation from which rapid expansion is feasible." He leaned forward slightly, emphasizing the importance of careful stewardship. "The breadth of applications is unprecedented, and it will require continued diligence to maintain integrity across domains." John absorbed the information, appreciating both the depth and the clarity. The room felt charged with intellectual energy, a quiet acknowledgement of the scale of potential. Yet he remained grounded, mindful of the technical limitations still present, of the subtle variables that could destabilize even well-planned systems. Steve's guidance highlighted opportunity, but also the necessity of careful oversight. Steve shifted focus to operational integration, explaining how John's algorithms could be deployed, scaled, and monitored. Visualizations traced pathways, nodes, and control points, highlighting the practical impact of the theoretical constructs John had labored over for years. The discussion bridged the gap between abstract principles and concrete application, emphasizing that innovation required both vision and execution. "Your team has also uncovered efficiencies that we hadn't anticipated," Steve said, noting particular segments of the simulation that demonstrated faster processing times and reduced resource expenditure. "These improvements aren't just incremental, they redefine expectations. The pace of advancement you've..." John felt a quiet, steady pride, tempered by humility. He knew the work was far from complete, that each refinement opened new questions and challenges. Yet there was satisfaction in seeing the tangible manifestation of effort, the transition from concept to operational utility. Steve's acknowledgement framed the work within a context of achievement that was rare, yet earned. Steve leaned back again, a small smile tracing the corners of his expression. "You're driven by understanding, not material gain, which is rare. Most would focus on profit or recognition. Your motivations, curiosity, rigor, and the pursuit of solutions set a tone for the entire team and for the trajectory of this research." John reflected on the statement, understanding that it was both praise and gentle reinforcement of values. It underscored the importance of maintaining perspective, of prioritizing insight and integrity over external rewards. The conversation had moved from specific achievements to principles, emphasizing the holistic nature of scientific work. As the meeting progressed, Steve elaborated on additional applications, potential collaborations, and emerging challenges. Visual aids highlighted transport networks, system redundancies, and projected outcomes, creating a comprehensive view of both current capabilities and future possibilities. John followed each point, asking questions, offering clarification, and mentally cataloging the areas requiring further exploration. Finally, Steve concluded this portion of the discussion, summarizing the intellectual landscape and emphasizing the significance of John's contributions. "The work you've produced isn't just impressive, it's foundational. It allows expansion in ways that weren't previously achievable, and it sets the stage for further discovery." His tone was measured, precise, and commanding, leaving no doubt that the responsibilities accompanying such recognition were real and substantial. John absorbed the praise quietly, a mixture of relief, pride, and renewed determination coursing through him. The meeting had reinforced both the significance of the work and the responsibilities it entailed. He understood that each decision, each refinement, and each innovation carried weight beyond the laboratory, extending into broader societal, logistical, and theoretical domains. The moment was both affirming and sobering, a reminder that advancement demanded both intellect and careful stewardship. The conversation shifted to practicalities, reporting, documentation, and coordination. Steve outlined expectations clearly, noting that while the work was advancing rapidly, diligence and precision remained paramount. John listened attentively, mentally organizing tasks and anticipating the next stages of implementation. By the end of the session, John felt a sense of expanded perspective. The praise was not mere acknowledgement. It was an invitation to take ownership of the broader vision, to engage not only as a researcher, but as a steward of innovation. The interplay of guidance, validation, and responsibility created a charged atmosphere, fostering focus and a subtle exhilaration that energized him for the work ahead. The room hummed with the low energy of concentrated thought. Discussion flowed naturally from logistics to theory, yet beneath the technical details was a subtler conversation, one about purpose, priorities, and personal motivation. There was an unspoken acknowledgement that achievement alone was not enough. The driving force behind the work defined its ultimate impact. The focus shifted to intent. While the breadth of research and applications was extraordinary, it was the underlying philosophy that shaped how decisions were made, and which directions were pursued. The dialogue emphasized intellectual curiosity over material reward, problem-solving over prestige. This distinction, though subtle, carried weight in every observation, every decision point, and every calculation reviewed in that space. The discussion explored past projects, highlighting the tension between theoretical elegance and operational practicality. Each successful application had been tested rigorously, evaluated for efficiency, and considered for potential broader influence. Attention to detail, meticulous refinement, and adherence to principles were reinforced repeatedly. It became clear that the mindset behind the work was as important as the work itself. The foundation rested not only on knowledge, but on values guiding action. Consideration turned to motivations. While most would seek recognition or financial gain, the driving force in this environment was understanding and proof of concept. Each step of advancement was framed as an opportunity to verify hypotheses, expand comprehension, and refine methodology. There was a deliberate avoidance of distractions, a conscious filtering of extraneous incentives, to focus on measurable outcomes and empirical validation. Analysis of the research extended to its societal implications. Questions were raised about scalability, adaptability, and the responsibility inherent in moving discoveries from lab to application. Each innovation had consequences, and the alignment of personal motivation with ethical responsibility became a recurring theme. Decisions were not merely about what could be done, but about what should be done, maintaining integrity as the guiding principle. Attention to methodology emphasized collaboration and transparency. Contributions from team members, oversight from senior guidance, and peer review created a culture where ideas were rigorously challenged and carefully integrated. Even minor adjustments were scrutinized for effect, accuracy, and potential downstream impact. The environment cultivated both confidence and caution, ensuring that humility and diligence operated in tandem. Recognition of intrinsic motivation became a key point of discussion. The pursuit of knowledge for its own sake, the drive to understand underlying principles, and the commitment to seeing theories tested in practice were repeatedly highlighted. This focus created an atmosphere where curiosity was celebrated, analytical rigor was expected, and personal pride was tempered by the collective goal of advancing capability responsibly. The dialogue also addressed setbacks and failures. Each challenge faced by the research had been an opportunity to refine approach, test assumptions, and strengthen outcomes. The perspective emphasized resilience and adaptability, the ability to learn from mistakes without being consumed by them. Every misstep was integrated into broader strategy, reinforcing both confidence and caution. Practical examples illustrated how motivations shape decision-making. Discussions about project priorities, deployment schedules, and evaluation criteria revealed the emphasis on meaningful outcomes over expedient results. Trade-offs were considered carefully, balancing efficiency with thoroughness, innovation with safety, and ambition with oversight. The cumulative effect reinforced the principle that the value of the research was inseparable from the intention guiding it. The conversation remained technical, yet human. Intellectual engagement intertwined with reflection on personal ethics, professional responsibility, and the meaning of achievement. Recognition of intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation highlighted the uniqueness of the research environment, where rewards were measured not in accolades but in verified results and practical impact. Concluding the discussion, the alignment between purpose and action was clarified. The overarching goal was clear: advance understanding, validate concepts, and ensure that applications serve both practical and ethical standards. The dynamic reinforced humility as a companion to capability, curiosity as a driver of progress, and integrity as a measure of success. A quiet moment followed, where observation replaced dialogue. The implications of motivation, recognition, and purpose hung in the room without the need for elaboration. Decisions made in this context were deliberate, informed, and guided by principle rather than impulse. The atmosphere was charged with reflection and anticipation, a shared acknowledgement that the direction taken now would influence both immediate outcomes and long-term consequences. With the discussion complete, the focus returned to operational matters. Technical issues, procedural details, and next steps were addressed, but always within the framework of purpose-driven inquiry. Planning for adjustments, evaluating methods, and setting priorities flowed naturally from the philosophical alignment established earlier. Each step reinforced the understanding that humility, rigor, and motivation were inseparable components of effective scientific progress. The discussion shifted immediately to the remaining obstacles, subtle but crucial details that could determine the success of the entire project. The 5 light-year limitation had been known, but its implications were still being measured. Variables were considered, projections adjusted, and every contingency analyzed with care. The room seemed charged with the quiet intensity of focused minds working in tandem. Adjustments to the device were debated at length. Calculations were written, erased, and rewritten across several holographic panels that floated in midair, each set of numbers reflecting iterations of possible solutions. Sensors and monitoring devices blinked with intermittent alerts, tracking microfluctuations in the experimental field. Every readout was absorbed, questioned, and weighed against the broader framework of the research. The limitations sparked dialogue about potential workarounds. Small recalibrations here, timing adjustments there, each considered with precision. The stakes were immediate. Success meant a functioning system capable of extraordinary distance. Misstep could jeopardize months of effort. Discussions were meticulous, rooted in scientific logic, yet there was an undercurrent of urgency. Failure was not catastrophic in immediate terms, but it carried the risk of setting the project back, eroding confidence, and delaying the proof-of-concept progress that had energized everyone. Experiments were simulated before actual testing. Virtual models of the device projected outcomes based on countless variable combinations. Each test was reviewed critically, sometimes discarding hours of data in favor of refinement. The room became a symphony of intellect, fingers tracing equations on panels, heads bent over schematics, quiet murmurs of analysis punctuating the soft hum of machinery. Every observation was logged, every anomaly flagged, and every insight captured for further evaluation. The subtle interplay between theory and application was apparent in every conversation. Adjustments to the prototype were discussed in terms of both measurable physics and the practical realities of deployment. Concepts were debated, advantages weighed against risks, and compromises considered for efficiency, without sacrificing safety. Even the smallest changes carried significance, the room alive with the tension of anticipation and the thrill of discovery. Amid the technical scrutiny, reflection on broader implications occurred naturally. The potential applications extended beyond the immediate project: cargo transport, rapid communication, research into new frontiers, but all discussions returned to the present challenge, the 5 light-year limitation. It was a boundary that tested not only the technology but the ingenuity and perseverance of those who worked with it. Each solution proposed demanded rigorous testing, precise timing, and careful calibration, reinforcing both the difficulty and the excitement of the endeavor. Ideas were exchanged rapidly, yet with clarity and focus. Proposals were critiqued, alternatives explored, and modifications debated with careful attention to detail. The combination of intellectual rigor and practical awareness created a pace that was exhausting yet exhilarating. Patterns emerged, and tentative conclusions were drawn, only to be reassessed moments later as new data appeared. Time passed unnoticed. Attention to detail, meticulous observation, and constant cross-referencing of results defined the work. Fatigue threatened, but it was countered by the exhilaration of breakthroughs, however small. Each step forward, each corrected calculation, and each minor adjustment brought tangible progress, a reminder that the effort, though grueling, was moving the project closer to a functional solution. Discussions occasionally paused for reassessment. Notes were made, holographic displays adjusted, and mental models reconfigured. Every assumption was challenged, every premise questioned, and every conclusion weighed against the evidence. The combination of analytical thinking and practical intuition became a dynamic rhythm, a pulse driving the work forward. By the time attention turned to the final simulations, the team had compiled a comprehensive set of adjustments designed to address the 5 light-year limitation. Data suggested a viable path forward, balancing the need for stability with the potential for extension beyond previously tested boundaries. Calculations were verified, redundancies added, and contingencies built into every protocol. Confidence grew, though caution remained, tempered by experience and awareness of the precision required. The meeting closed with preparations for practical implementation. Devices were readied for the next series of tests, all measurements double-checked, and operational protocols reviewed meticulously. The excitement of potential success was present but controlled, layered over the persistent awareness of the challenges that still remained. Every action, every choice, and every adjustment reflected the rigor and dedication of the team, leaving the experiment poised for the next stage of its critical journey. The lab had grown since Harold's initial involvement, its spaces now brimming with an array of researchers, each absorbed in intricate tasks that spanned the spectrum of the project's ambitions. John moved carefully through the central work area, eyes sweeping over the individuals clustered around holographic projections and experimental apparatuses. Each person carried an air of intense focus, but their enthusiasm was palpable, buzzing quietly beneath the hum of machines and blinking lights. The diversity of talent was immediately evident. Technicians from different scientific disciplines, engineers fluent in complex coding languages, and theorists whose minds danced with abstraction, all worked side by side. As John approached a workstation displaying a simulation of multidimensional transport, he observed a young physicist adjusting parameters with deft precision. Her fingers hovered over a touch interface, inputting data while analyzing real-time feedback. The calculations were intricate, but her expression revealed excitement at the opportunity to manipulate theory into tangible results. Nearby, a mathematician with a tangle of curly hair reviewed algorithmic outputs, muttering figures under his breath, pausing occasionally to confer with a programmer who nodded thoughtfully before typing corrections into the central system. The interplay between minds of differing expertise created a rhythm in the lab, a constant flow of ideas that seemed to multiply the speed of progress. John's attention shifted to a corner of the room where a small team had gathered around a prototype device. They spoke in quick technical bursts, hands gesturing toward the components as though the words alone were insufficient to communicate the nuance of their design. A young engineer with a keen eye for structural detail held a tablet displaying layered schematics, pointing out a potential flaw, while a senior designer proposed a modification that might reinforce stability without compromising efficiency. John watched, noting how questions were met with reasoning rather than hesitation, suggestions refined collaboratively rather than dismissed outright. It was a dance of intellect and creativity, a microcosm of the larger endeavor. Joan appeared at his side, smiling slightly as she observed his survey of the room. "They've been productive," she said, her voice calm but carrying the satisfaction of someone recognizing immediate results. She gestured toward a cluster of researchers balancing simulations with tangible experiments. "Look at how quickly they're iterating on the models. Some of these improvements weren't on our agenda last week. They've taken initiative." John nodded, impressed not just with the pace, but with the thoughtfulness each individual contributed. It was clear that the lab was no longer a two-person operation, but a true collaborative environment where human intellect, curiosity, and ambition coalesced into a shared purpose. As he moved toward a central console, John paused near a small team of chemists experimenting with materials for the Shudder device. The scent of reactive compounds was faint but noticeable, and the careful precautions taken by the team reinforced the seriousness of their work. One researcher adjusted a high-precision scale, her gloved hands moving with practiced care, while another monitored environmental variables displayed across a holographic panel. Data streamed rapidly, numbers and graphs updating in near real time. The interplay of discipline, safety, and creativity created a palpable tension, a recognition that even small errors could disrupt hours of progress. Yet the team's energy suggested confidence rather than fear, an assurance born of expertise and careful planning. In another corner, a linguist and a cognitive scientist debated the optimal method for encoding instructions to interface with the Shudder's artificial intelligence. Their discussion was punctuated by rapid calculations and gestures, blending intuition with methodical reasoning. John noted how every individual seemed aware not just of their own tasks, but of how their work affected the broader objectives. There was a sense of interconnectedness, an invisible thread linking disparate disciplines into a coherent framework. The synergy was impressive, and John realized that this environment was amplifying his original concepts far beyond what he had imagined. A young intern approached, slightly nervous but determined, holding a tablet displaying results from a recent subroutine test. "Dr. Keller," he began hesitantly, "the stability parameters we adjusted yesterday are holding under extended cycles. It's consistent across 3 test runs, but there is a slight fluctuation at the final threshold." John leaned in, scanning the data quickly, and the intern's attention sharpened as he nodded thoughtfully. "Good work. Track the fluctuation and prepare a detailed report. This is exactly the level of precision we need," he said. The intern exhaled quietly, relief mingling with pride, and returned to his station. The interaction was brief, but it spoke volumes about the culture. Competence recognized, encouragement paired with accountability, and trust in the abilities of those willing to contribute fully. John then paused near a workstation where a trio of engineers were experimenting with modular components for transport devices. Each adjustment sparked a flurry of tests and recalibrations, screens lighting up with graphs, diagrams, and predictive simulations. The engineers spoke in measured tones, occasionally glancing toward one another to ensure alignment, yet the energy in their voices betrayed excitement. Joan approached, pointing out a potential shortcut that could improve efficiency without compromising safety. A brief discussion ensued, technical arguments exchanged, and a new approach was quickly implemented. John observed quietly, impressed with the speed at which ideas were tested, evaluated, and incorporated, a living demonstration of the lab's operational ethos. The diversity of the team extended beyond discipline and skill. John noticed different temperaments and working styles coexisting with remarkable harmony. Some were meticulous and deliberate, focusing on exactitude and stability. Others were intuitive, willing to test ideas rapidly and accept temporary setbacks. The balance created a dynamic environment where creativity could flourish without sacrificing rigor. Small disagreements sparked constructive debate rather than tension, and collaboration felt organic, as though each person's contribution was an integral part of a larger machine, one powered by intellect, curiosity, and shared commitment. Moving through the lab, John could see that the team's enthusiasm was not blind optimism. Every experiment, every simulation, was backed by critical thinking and careful methodology. Even the youngest or newest members were encouraged to question, explore, and suggest, creating a continuous feedback loop that kept the entire operation responsive and resilient. He realized that what they were accomplishing was not simply replication of theory. It was the evolution of it, a process accelerated by collaboration yet grounded in disciplined science. By the time John paused near the central workstation, absorbing the hum of focused activity around him, he felt a profound sense of gratitude and responsibility. Each individual was contributing to a complex high-stakes enterprise, and the success of the research relied not just on brilliant ideas, but on the dedication and skill of a cohesive team. The lab's energy was almost tangible, a living testament to human ingenuity, and John recognized that his own theories were only now beginning to reach their full potential. He moved to join Joan, taking a moment to discuss the workflow and strategies for integrating ongoing experiments with the larger objectives. Their shared glance conveyed unspoken acknowledgement. This was the environment in which their work could thrive, and the stakes had never been higher. Joan stepped into the lab's central analysis area, her eyes immediately scanning the digital readouts cascading across the translucent displays. The hum of equipment and soft clicks of keyboards created a familiar rhythm, yet she moved with a sense of purpose that cut through the ambient noise. The algorithms she had been developing were crucial to optimizing the Shudder device's efficiency, and she was determined to identify weak points, streamline processing, and reduce latency. Every modification she proposed had to balance precision with practicality, and she knew the entire team was counting on her to maintain momentum without compromising integrity. She settled at a workstation bristling with holographic interfaces, sliding data streams into focus with a fluid motion of her hands. Lines of code shifted, expanded, and rearranged themselves under her careful input. Patterns began to emerge in the streams, subtle inconsistencies that had gone unnoticed in earlier iterations. Joan leaned closer, her fingers hovering over the controls, evaluating the computational models from multiple angles. A subtle smile touched her lips as she recognized the connections between previously disparate variables, an insight that promised to enhance both stability and speed. Nearby, a junior programmer noticed her movement and spoke softly. "Do you want me to run the simulations on the new sequence?" His tone was respectful, aware of her expertise but confident enough to offer assistance. Joan nodded briefly. "Yes, and make sure we track all deviations from the baseline. We need a clear comparison." The programmer's hands danced over the console, executing commands while she continued her meticulous examination. The air around her seemed charged with quiet intensity. Each keystroke, each adjustment, carried implications for the device's next phase. As the simulations began to process, Joan's attention shifted to a separate module, handling the algorithm's predictive functions. The system was designed to anticipate fluctuations in multidimensional transport and compensate in real time, a task that required intricate logic and precise calibration. She manipulated variables, tested scenarios, and observed the virtual responses as if conducting a delicate experiment in a laboratory of pure thought. Every anomaly she detected was catalogued, assessed, and corrected, and her mind moved rapidly between micro-level details and the broader operational framework. The dual perspective allowed her to refine the algorithms without sacrificing coherence. John moved past her workstation, pausing to observe. "Your approach is faster than I expected," he said, his voice low but carrying genuine appreciation. "The adjustments you're making could shave minutes off processing time while improving accuracy." Joan glanced at him, nodding slightly. "It's not just about speed," she replied, her tone calm but firm. "It's about stability and reliability. If the predictions aren't precise, the device could misfire, and we can't afford that." John returned to his own work, a subtle acknowledgement of her critical role in ensuring that theoretical breakthroughs translated into practical reliability. Joan's focus deepened as she noticed a recurring anomaly in one of the subroutines. The sequence would occasionally produce a variance in output under certain simulated stress conditions, a deviation too small to be immediately obvious but potentially catastrophic in the long run. She paused, analyzing the pattern. It wasn't random. There was a logical cause buried within the algorithm's interaction with multiple data layers. She began isolating each variable, systematically testing potential solutions while cross-referencing with previous simulation results. Hours passed, measured not in minutes but in careful manipulation, adjustment, and verification. The lab around her remained alive with activity. Researchers continued testing devices, analyzing outputs, and discussing potential optimizations. Yet Joan felt a focused clarity, an almost meditative absorption in the algorithms before her. She communicated with the team intermittently, delegating specific tests, sharing observations, and integrating feedback seamlessly into her adjustments. The collaboration was quiet but intense, a network of minds operating toward a singular goal. Even those whose expertise differed from hers understood the stakes, and their willingness to adapt their work around her refinements demonstrated both respect and commitment. A breakthrough came subtly, a barely perceptible alignment of results across multiple simulations. Joan leaned back slightly, studying the output. The variance that had plagued the subroutine for weeks was resolved, its correction elegantly integrated into the larger algorithmic framework. She allowed herself a brief exhale, satisfaction mingling with a renewed sense of urgency. There was still more to do, optimizing ancillary functions, ensuring consistency under every potential stress scenario. But this milestone represented a tangible improvement, a step closer to fully operational reliability. John returned, moving toward her workstation again. "You've done more than I expected today," he said, gesturing toward the displays. "The predictive module is tighter than it's ever been." Joan smiled faintly. "It's a team effort," she replied, though she knew that her focus and persistence had been the catalyst for the improvement. She quickly documented the changes, logging each adjustment, every test run, and corresponding result. The meticulous record-keeping ensured that the team could reproduce outcomes, track progress, and identify any lingering issues. It was laborious, precise work, but essential. Across the room, several researchers monitored the outputs of connected devices, running physical tests alongside the refined algorithms. Data streamed in real time, confirming stability, efficiency, and improved predictability. Joan watched the numbers with a combination of professional scrutiny and quiet satisfaction. It was one thing to theorize, it was another to see the concepts validated in practice. Each successful test reinforced the team's confidence, building momentum that would drive the next stages of research. The afternoon passed in a measured rhythm. Joan continued refining, testing, and integrating feedback, moving seamlessly between abstract calculations and practical implementation. Her collaboration with John was fluid. They discussed implications, considered potential refinements, and debated minor adjustments with intensity, yet without friction. The lab functioned as a single organism, each researcher a vital organ, and Joan's contributions were central to its health and efficiency. As evening approached, Joan finally leaned back, taking a moment to stretch and review the progress of the day. The algorithms were more stable than ever, the predictive subroutines more accurate, and the workflow optimized for rapid iteration. She felt the familiar thrill of discovery, tempered by the awareness that the most significant challenges were still ahead. Yet, in this moment, the fusion of intellect, persistence, and collaborative effort had produced tangible results, proof that careful analysis and human ingenuity could bend complex systems toward reliability. John joined her at the console, his expression a mix of admiration and satisfaction. "We're moving faster than I thought possible," he said. "The team is responding to your refinements, and the results are immediate." Joan nodded, her mind already turning toward the next set of tests. "It's not just speed," she replied. "It's control. Every adjustment we make now compounds in the next phase. If we're precise, the downstream results will be even stronger." The shared understanding between them reinforced their partnership, blending intellectual respect with a quiet determination that had carried them through years of research. By the time the lab's lighting shifted to a softer evening hue, Joan had integrated a series of algorithmic improvements across the operational systems. The predictive modules, stabilization routines, and error correction protocols were all refined and synchronized. The researchers around her continued testing, inputting data, and adjusting physical components in alignment with the updated software. The lab was alive with quiet energy, a testament to the fusion of human insight and technological precision, and Joan stood at its center, aware of her role in shaping the trajectory of this accelerated research. The lab was alive with activity, every workstation occupied, every instrument humming with purpose. Displays flickered with streams of data, and holographic schematics rotated slowly in midair, tracing intricate designs and highlighting patterns as the researchers worked in a synchronized rhythm. The room had the energy of controlled chaos, where precision and creativity collided in an ongoing symphony of progress. At one workstation, a set of transport prototypes underwent repeated testing. A series of sensors measured energy output, temperature, and spatial stability, all feeding data directly into simulations projected across a nearby display. "Increase the calibration threshold by 3%, called a software engineer, her voice sharp but steady. "The simulation predicts instability otherwise." A physicist glanced over, adjusting parameters on a touch-sensitive console. "Got it, adjusting now. That should keep the resonance within safe limits." The team moved fluidly between code and hardware, their actions precise, almost instinctual. Each correction and tweak sent ripples through the network of experiments, and results appeared almost immediately. Meanwhile, a chemist monitored a series of reactions in small containment units. "The compounds are stabilizing faster than expected," he noted, pointing to the display. "It's consistent with the revised algorithm Joan implemented." Joan's presence at the lab center was a quiet anchor. She leaned over a terminal, eyes scanning lines of code, fingers tapping adjustments with practiced efficiency. "Good," she said. "Let's track the interaction over the next cycle. We can't afford any unpredictable variance at this stage." John observed the progress with a mixture of awe and focus. "The simulations are converging much faster than our previous iterations," he said, speaking to no one in particular, though several team members glanced at him. "If this trend continues, we'll reach full operational stability ahead of schedule." A young researcher smiled, nodding. "It's incredible how the new algorithms are interacting with the hardware. We're seeing patterns we didn't anticipate, solutions that would have taken weeks to appear previously." A prototype transport pod whirred to life as the team prepared for another test run. The lights inside pulsed in rhythm with the energy output, and the room held its collective breath. "Initializing cycle 3, a technician announced. Sensors tracked every motion, every fluctuation, and the live simulation displayed results almost instantaneously. Energy containment stable, spatial coherence holding. Preparing phase adjustment." Joan crossed the room, reviewing the latest data feed. "Phase adjustment within safe parameters. Begin next iteration." Her voice carried authority without hesitation, a quiet command that kept the momentum moving. A soft murmur of acknowledgement passed among the team. As the cycle progressed, John leaned closer to one of the monitors. "We need to adjust the field modulation slightly. If we do, it should reduce the variance by at least half." A mechanical engineer moved to the console. "On it, inputting the new coefficients now." The pod responded immediately, and the projected simulation reflected the adjustment. Variance down 52%. Stable cycle achieved. A brief cheer passed through the lab, subdued but genuine. Triumphs like this, small as they were individually, compounded into a sense of achievement that fueled the team's energy. In a corner of the lab, another group worked on auxiliary systems, communication arrays and control modules that allowed the prototypes to interface seamlessly with the central command. "Signal latency has improved with the updated protocols," said an engineer, adjusting a connection. "We're seeing near instantaneous feedback now." "That will be critical for long-range operations," John noted. "Every millisecond counts in maintaining control and stability." Joan leaned over a terminal, reviewing simulations from multiple iterations. "I've integrated a predictive algorithm to anticipate minor fluctuations," she explained. "It should prevent phase decay before it becomes a problem." A researcher beside her nodded. "That's brilliant. It should save us weeks of troubleshooting." Despite the high-paced activity, there was constant collaboration. Ideas were exchanged freely, disagreements resolved quickly, and every solution was tested in real time. "I don't think we accounted for the energy dispersion under high load," said a physicist, pausing mid-calculation. "Then let's test that," Joan responded without missing a beat. "Adjust the parameters, run a controlled cycle, and feed it to the simulation." Within minutes, data flowed across multiple screens, analyzed and interpreted by the team in a coordinated effort. "Interesting," John murmured. "The predictive adjustments are compensating exactly as expected. Even under increased load, the variance remains negligible." He turned to the team. "This is a breakthrough. Keep monitoring, but we may be ready to scale up." The lab buzzed with renewed energy. Laptops pinged with updates, prototypes vibrated with control power, and researchers moved between stations with careful purpose. Small moments of levity occurred, an amused glance at an unexpected result, a quiet chuckle at a minor mishap, but they were immediate. By late afternoon, the cumulative progress was visible in every display. Simulations were consistently stable, prototypes performed reliably under stringent conditions, and algorithms had been refined to an unprecedented degree of precision. The interplay between human intellect and technology had produced a rhythm of discovery, each breakthrough feeding the next, accelerating progress far beyond what had seemed possible at the start of the week. Finally, Joan addressed the group. "Document all results from this cycle. The adjustments are significant, and we need a complete record for the next round." She paused, glancing at Joan. "We've made tangible progress today. Keep the momentum, but ensure that every step is verified." John nodded. "Agreed. Tomorrow we push the boundaries even further. Every iteration brings us closer to resolving the remaining challenges." The lab lights dimmed slightly, signaling a pause, but the sense of achievement lingered. Researchers leaned back, reviewing data feeds, cross-checking results, and noting adjustments for the following day. While the work was far from complete, the rapid progress had instilled confidence and anticipation. Every breakthrough had brought them closer to solving the critical problems, and the lab, once just a room of machines and instruments, now felt like a living, breathing entity, powered by human intellect and relentless ambition. The morning light filtered through the high angular windows of the lab, casting sharp lines across the polished floors and the array of workstations humming with activity. Despite the brightness, there was a palpable tension in the air, a subtle weight that underlined the relentless pace of progress. Every screen flickered with simulations, every holographic projection rotated and pulsed with data, and the hum of machines created a constant, almost oppressive soundtrack to the team's efforts. Even as researchers moved with practiced efficiency, a quiet murmur of unease threaded through conversations. A dispute over resource allocation had begun to surface, small at first, barely noticeable over the overall clamor, but persistent enough to draw attention. One technician, hovering over a display of energy containment vectors, raised her voice. "If we prioritize the transport protocol today, the auxiliary simulations will lag behind. We'll be compromising downstream experiments." A physicist adjusted his glasses, leaning over the console. "The auxiliary work can't wait. Those simulations underpin the entire framework for field stabilization. Delaying them even a few hours could set us back days." Joan, walking briskly between stations, caught fragments of the exchange. "We're not here to argue about order of operations," she said firmly. "We need a coherent strategy. Split the teams. Parallel processing. Focus on both, but with clearly defined priorities. Otherwise, progress stalls." Her voice carried over the lab, calm but commanding, the authority in her tone curbing further debate. John stood nearby, observing the adjustments with quiet intensity. He could feel the undercurrent of frustration, but his role as leader required more than just direction. It demanded balance, reassurance, and the subtle reinforcement of trust. Moving toward the engineers, he placed a hand lightly on a terminal. "Listen," he said, voice steady and deliberate, "every project here has merit. No one's work is less important, but right now, containment stability takes precedence. Auxiliary simulations are critical, yes, but they can be sequenced efficiently if we coordinate correctly. Let's align, execute, and reassess every cycle." "Agreed." Murmurs of assent circulated as the group absorbed his words. The tension didn't vanish entirely, but it eased just enough for work to continue with renewed purpose. Nearby, a young researcher typed rapidly at a console, pulling up a series of transport test results. "We've got a discrepancy in the phase coherence measurements from yesterday," she said, glancing at a colleague. "It's minor but recurring. Could be the new algorithm tweak interacting unpredictably with high-load cycles." John leaned over, scanning the holographic display. "Show me the raw data," he said. Every number and projection told a story of incremental adjustments and delicate calibrations. "Here," he pointed at the cluster of anomalies. "See this pattern? It correlates directly with the energy peaks during phase alignment. If we modify the modulation sequence slightly, we can eliminate the variance." Joan, moving between workstations, added, "We can implement predictive stabilization for those peaks. It should smooth the cycles and prevent recurrence. I'll integrate it into the next iteration before we run the transport tests." A physicist raised an eyebrow. "That's ambitious. If it works, it could reduce error margin substantially, but it's untested at full scale." "We have to test it," John said firmly. "We've come too far to stop now." By late morning, the lab had settled into a rhythm of calculated urgency. Workstations hummed, holograms rotated, and fingers flew across keyboards. Prototypes powered up, adjusting phase angles, field stabilization, and energy containment in real time. Every measurement, every adjustment, carried the weight of expectation. At one central station, Joan and a team of engineers worked on optimizing the algorithm's predictive layers. "If we refine the feedback loop here," Joan said, pointing to a cluster of code, "the system can anticipate deviations before they occur. It will reduce error accumulation by nearly 20%. A programmer nodded. "We'll need to run multiple test cycles to validate, but it's feasible. Integrating it with the transport pod sensor arrays should give us precise results." John moved toward another team, reviewing structural integrity simulations of the transport pods. "Energy containment is holding under standard cycles," he noted. "But if we increase the throughput, we need to monitor stress tolerances closely. Any minor misalignment could amplify instability." A mechanical engineer interjected, "We can reinforce the containment field with additional modulators, but we'll need to recalibrate phase timing across all units. It's doable, but we'll need coordination." "Do it," John said, his tone decisive. "Assign responsibilities, synchronize the cycles, document everything. I want updates every 15 minutes. Hours passed in a blur of intense focus. Teams coordinated, reran simulations, adjusted parameters, and verified results. Every breakthrough was meticulously logged, every setback quickly addressed. The pace was relentless, but the combined intellect of the expanded team produced astonishing results. At midday, a prototype transport pod completed a full cycle with near-perfect phase alignment. Sensors indicated stable energy containment, and holographic projections displayed minimal variance. The team gathered around the monitors, a mixture of exhilaration and relief on their faces. "Cycle complete," an engineer announced. "All readings within expected parameters. Stability maintained throughout." Joan leaned forward, eyes scanning the data. "Excellent. Let's run a second iteration to confirm reproducibility. I want consistency, not just a one-off result." John nodded, pride evident but tempered by caution. "Agreed. If we can reproduce this reliably, it will validate the predictive enhancements. Every subsequent cycle must meet this standard." As the second iteration began, a quiet murmur of excitement spread through the lab. Researchers whispered observations, cross-referenced data, and adjusted minor parameters on the fly. The pods hummed, lights pulsed, and the projections rotated with precise grace. Suddenly, a sensor indicator blinked red. A minor fluctuation in containment energy appeared, isolated but noticeable. A technician pointed it out immediately. "Small variance detected. Not critical, but it needs attention." John moved quickly, reviewing the data with practiced speed. "It's a phase drift tied to micro instabilities in the modulators. Adjust the feedback coefficient by 0.05. That should stabilize it." Joan interfaced with the console. Applying adjustment. Rerunning simulation. Within seconds, the holographic projections realigned, the energy readings smoothed, and the variance disappeared. Relief rippled through the team. A junior researcher exhaled audibly. "That was close. Glad we caught it before full-scale testing." "Every fluctuation matters," John replied. his tone calm but firm. "We can't afford oversight. This is the level of precision required for the work ahead." As the afternoon waned, focus shifted from troubleshooting to planning. John gathered the team, outlining next steps for multi-cycle testing and algorithm refinement. Joan added her notes, emphasizing collaboration and documentation. "Every result feeds the next iteration," she said. "Communication and precision will get us across the final threshold." By evening, the lab settled into a quieter rhythm. Holograms rotated more slowly, displays dimmed slightly, and the hum of machinery softened. Despite the long hours and moments of tension, the team's dedication had transformed pressure into progress. John paused, observing the team at work. "Today showed what we can accomplish together. We've resolved immediate challenges, validated key algorithms, and maintained focus despite the tension. Tomorrow, we push further." Joan glanced up from her terminal, her expression calm but determined. "The algorithms are ready for integration with the remaining prototypes. If cycles continue as today, we'll be poised to address the 5-light-year limitation next." A physicist nearby smiled. "It feels like every problem we encounter has a solution within reach. It's exhausting, but thrilling." "Exhaustion is temporary," John replied, a trace of humor in his tone. "Progress is permanent." As the last team members packed up for the evening, energy readings stabilized, logs were finalized, and workstations powered down into low-energy standby. The lab, a room that had been alive with tension, now radiated quiet achievement. Every breakthrough, every adjustment, every collaborative decision had moved the research forward. The unresolved challenges remained, but for the first time, a clear path toward resolution was visible. John and Joan shared a brief moment alone, reviewing the day's accomplishments. "The team is exceptional," Joan said quietly. "Even with disagreements, they pull together when it counts." "They've learned to trust one another," John replied. "And we've learned to trust them. Tomorrow, the real tests begin." The morning news crackled over the speakers in the lab, a steady drone of urgency and concern. Bright graphics flashed across the screen, detailing political maneuvering that John and Joan had only half suspected. Reports of new legislation hinted at strict regulation of experimental technologies, with language pointed enough to suggest interference in research deemed potentially hazardous to national interest. Joan's brow furrowed as she scanned the scrolling text, noting the names of officials who had previously dismissed similar projects, now appearing as vocal critics. Outside, the city continued in oblivious rhythm, but inside the lab, the atmosphere shifted. Each headline, each carefully chosen word, weighed heavily on their thoughts. The risks were no longer theoretical. Government attention had moved from curiosity to intervention. John leaned against a workstation, arms crossed, watching the lines of data flow across the monitors as if seeking some reassurance in the familiar patterns. Even the lab's steady hum seemed to carry a new tension, a reminder that their sanctuary was no longer fully safe from external forces. Joan reached for her tablet, bringing up intelligence feeds Steve had arranged to supplement public information. There, buried beneath layers of encrypted channels and private sources, the story became clearer. Meetings had occurred in secret offices. Directives had been quietly circulated, and there were indications of imminent audits and inspections targeting advanced research facilities. "They're moving faster than we expected," Joan murmured, her voice tight but steady. Her fingers traced a map of agencies and contacts, highlighting a network that suddenly felt predatory rather than collaborative. John's hands flexed in thought. He had always measured risk as part of scientific planning, but political risk was a different calculus entirely. This wasn't a matter of lab errors or untested algorithms. It was human strategy, bureaucracy, and power. Every step they had taken to ensure the success of their work now needed a second evaluation, not just for technical feasibility, but for survivability against external intervention. The realization settled in quietly but firmly. Secrecy was no longer optional. It was a requirement for the continuation of their research. The room remained silent except for the occasional blip of a notification or the soft whir of the lab's environmental controls. Both John and Joan worked in parallel, simultaneously consuming information and trying to contextualize it. Joan's analytical mind parsed every report for actionable details. She noted patterns of repeated opposition, historical precedents for interference, and the likely chain of command behind the directives. John more instinctively considered how their current security protocols could withstand scrutiny, how they might fortify communications and ensure their personnel were insulated from prying eyes. Every message, every document, every project timeline, they could all be monitored if they wanted to, Joan said, eyes scanning a dossier of encrypted government memos she had decrypted with Steve's tools. Her tone was factual, but the underlying caution was evident. John nodded, absorbing the depth of the implications. The world outside their lab was no longer a distant concern. It was a force capable of collapsing months, even years, of meticulous planning if mismanaged. A sudden alert pinged on one of the monitors. a real-time intelligence update from Steve. It was a coded warning, subtle yet unmistakable. "They're sending observers," the message read. John swallowed, feeling the immediate weight of responsibility. This was no longer abstract interference. It was a tangible, immediate threat to the lab, to the team, and to the progress they had fought so hard to maintain. John moved deliberately to a console and began mapping out possible countermeasures, using simulations to anticipate surveillance patterns and potential intrusion points. Joan joined him, her hands flying over the controls to test encryption layers and access protocols. Together, they recreated scenarios, tracing potential weaknesses and establishing contingencies. The process was methodical, precise, and urgent, a fusion of intellect and instinct sharpened by necessity. Outside the lab, the hum of the city continued as if unaware. But inside, every flicker of a screen and every keystroke carried consequence. The political opposition to their research was no longer a distant shadow. It had become a strategic challenge that demanded planning, vigilance, and foresight. Each new piece of intelligence, each subtle shift in messaging, reinforced the realization that the pursuit of discovery could never be entirely divorced from the mechanisms of power. John paused, leaning back in his chair for a moment, considering the broader scope. Their work had always promised technological advancement, but now it was clear it also carried geopolitical weight. Every decision, every experiment, every communication had the potential to reverberate far beyond the walls of the lab. Joan looked at him, recognition passing silently between them. They understood each other's unspoken question. How far would they need to go to protect not just their work, but the very lives of those involved in it? The morning's revelations left a residue of tension that was almost tangible. The lab, a space usually dominated by curiosity, calculation, and discovery, now felt edged with apprehension. But in that tension, in the tight alignment of intellect and will between John and Joan, there was also a quiet resolve. The outside world could impose regulations, send observers, and create obstacles, but inside the lab, control, creativity, and vigilance remained in their hands. The first steps had been taken. Intelligence had been assessed, risks had been categorized, and initial strategies were forming. John and Joan moved with deliberate care, aware that every action might attract attention, yet determined to continue their work. The government's interest was undeniable, and the implications for their research were immediate, complex, and far-reaching. They understood the stakes, and while uncertainty lingered, the clarity of purpose gave their actions focus. By mid-afternoon, the lab had settled into a rhythm of heightened attention. Monitors displayed encrypted communications, simulations ran across multiple screens, and the team worked in synchrony under John and Joan's direction. Every movement, every protocol check, every calculation contributed to a defensive architecture designed to preserve both the integrity of the research and the safety of the personnel. When the first briefings concluded, John allowed himself a brief moment of reflection. The challenges had shifted from the purely scientific to the political and operational, and yet the same principles of careful analysis, structured experimentation, and precise execution applied. Joan stood beside him, equally focused, scanning the latest updates, her mind already calculating contingencies. Together, they embodied a balance of intellect and caution, creativity and discipline, a combination necessary not just for discovery, but for survival. Outside, the day moved on without pause, but within the lab, every element of the environment, screens, instruments, security protocols, and human attention, was aligned toward managing the new reality. Government interference was no longer hypothetical, it was present, immediate, and demanding of response. The next moves would be critical, but for the moment, the team concentrated on understanding the depth of the threat and positioning themselves to act effectively when required. The lab was quiet, but the air felt charged, heavy with the knowledge that their research was under intense scrutiny. Every hum of machinery, every flicker of the display panels seemed amplified as John and Joan worked through the implications of the intelligence they had uncovered. The government's interest was no longer abstract. It was a looming presence, shaping the decisions they had to make. Steve entered the room with his usual calm authority, carrying the weight of experience and the reassurance of careful planning. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes conveyed an acute awareness of the stakes. "We need to discuss measures that ensure both your safety and the continuation of your work," he said. The words were deliberate, measured, yet they carried the gravity of immediate action. He laid out the plan that had been in motion for weeks, the simulation of John and Joan's deaths, the relocation of the research, and the layered defenses designed to mislead and protect. John and Joan listened intently, their minds racing with the implications. The idea of feigning their own deaths was unsettling. It challenged every instinct about transparency, ethics, and trust. Yet beneath the initial shock, a pragmatic understanding took hold. The research was too valuable, the potential societal impact too profound, to allow the political opposition to halt progress. The strategy Steve outlined was extreme, but effective, a safeguard against forces that neither John nor Joan could fully control. The illusion must be complete, Steve continued, spreading diagrams and schematics across the table. Every trace of your previous existence must vanish. Surveillance data, lab access, personal identifiers, it all needs to align with the narrative we construct. Any inconsistency could compromise the plan. His hands moved over the documents with precision, emphasizing the meticulous nature of the operation. Each step had been calculated to minimize risk while maximizing the credibility of their disappearance. Joan's fingers tapped the table lightly as she absorbed the scope. This is comprehensive, she said. It's more than just relocation. We're talking about erasing history, at least as far as public records go. Her tone was a mixture of awe and unease. John nodded, silent for a moment, weighing the consequences. They were not merely hiding, they were creating a scenario that would convince authorities, colleagues, and potential adversaries that they no longer existed. Steve nodded, anticipating their reaction. It's a heavy solution but necessary. The government's attention is persistent, and the stakes are higher than ever. We're dealing with an entity that will exploit any gap in perception. If we leave even a trace, the research and your lives could be jeopardized. His voice held the quiet intensity of someone accustomed to thinking in probabilities and contingencies, rather than moral absolutes. John leaned forward, scanning the technical details laid out before him. And the timeline, he asked, eyes sharp. How quickly can this be implemented without alerting anyone? Steve's response was precise. We have a window of days, enough to secure your presence here, relocate the critical experiments, and execute the narrative of disappearance. Every movement must be coordinated, controlled, and confidential. Joan's analytical mind raced through potential complications. We'll need contingency plans for communications, she said. Any leaks, any misstep, could unravel the illusion. Steve nodded. Agreed. All communications will be encrypted, routed through multiple secure nodes. Only verified personnel will have access, and even then every interaction is logged and monitored to detect anomalies. As the discussion unfolded, the ethical implications became unavoidable. Simulating death was a profound act. It challenged their sense of morality, personal responsibility, and trust in themselves. Yet the reality of government interference forced a stark choice. Adhere to ethical purity and risk destruction, or adopt a controlled deception to safeguard progress. John and Joan both understood that the decision was not about desire but about necessity. Steve recognized the tension and offered a moment of perspective. This is not about deception for gain, it is protection of your research, your team, and ultimately the potential good that can come from your work. The world may never understand, but it is the responsible path given the circumstances. His words hung in the air, emphasizing the gravity and clarity of purpose required to act under such conditions. They spent hours going over details, from digital footprints to lab equipment relocation, from personal records to operational contingencies. Each aspect was meticulously examined, adjusted, and reevaluated. The conversation shifted seamlessly between technical specifics and strategic reasoning, highlighting the blend of intellect and foresight necessary to execute a plan of this magnitude. John paused to consider the human element. The simulation of their deaths meant not only isolating themselves but also managing the perceptions of colleagues and potential adversaries. We'll need to anticipate emotional reactions, he said. Friends, family, collaborators, they all need to believe it. Any discrepancy could raise questions. Steve nodded. We have assets dedicated to reinforcing the narrative. Every inquiry, every trace of curiosity is managed proactively. It's part of maintaining the illusion without alerting anyone to the truth. Joan added, and the lab? The experiments themselves? Can they continue without our immediate presence being obvious? Steve outlined a system of autonomous monitoring, remote operation, and staggered reporting that ensured research could proceed seamlessly. Every test, every measurement, every computational simulation would continue under supervision, with results fed securely to their relocated operations. Despite the complexity, a sense of controlled purpose emerged. The lab, normally a place of discovery and experimentation, transformed into a command center for survival and strategic foresight. Every team member understood the stakes, and the discussions reinforced the balance between protection, ethics, and progress. The decisions were profound, yet necessary, a calculated response to forces that threatened to compromise everything they had built. By late afternoon, the plans were largely in place. John and Joan had absorbed the scope, understood the mechanisms, and mentally prepared for the extraordinary measures ahead. They walked through the lab, checking systems, confirming security protocols, and reviewing every contingency Steve had outlined. The process was exhaustive, but reassuring. The illusion of their disappearance would be credible, their research would continue unimpeded, and the team would remain intact. Even as the sun dipped outside the lab's expansive windows, the tension did not fade, but it transformed into a quiet readiness. The plan was intricate, ethically challenging, and fraught with potential complications, but it was the only path forward. John and Joan exchanged a glance of mutual understanding, the weight of their decision reflected in their eyes. They were about to undertake a transformation that would sever ties with the world as they knew it, yet preserve the work that mattered most. Steve's final instructions emphasized timing, precision, and discretion. Every step is coordinated, every action deliberate. One misstep, one overlooked detail, and the illusion fails. But executed correctly, you and your research will be untouchable. The words, steady and unwavering, left no room for doubt. Preparation, execution, and vigilance were now their guiding principles. As night settled over the facility, John and Joan returned to their quarters, minds still active but focused. They reviewed notes, discussed scenarios, and committed final contingencies to memory. The day had clarified both the danger and the strategy required to navigate it. While the ethical weight of their actions lingered, the clarity of purpose and the need to safeguard the research made the path unmistakable. The facility was quiet, almost eerily so. But the stillness belied the constant motion behind its walls. Every surface, every hallway, every corner had been engineered with a purpose: to monitor, record, and respond. Michael moved through it like a shadow, his steps deliberate and silent, a man whose presence seemed natural yet carried the weight of authority. He paused at subtle points, checking readings on handheld devices, scanning digital feeds on portable monitors, adjusting sensors with quiet precision. His eyes were sharp, trained to catch the slightest irregularity, and nothing escaped his notice. The researchers had learned to work within his orbit. John and Joan moved confidently through their routines, but there was always a subtle awareness of observation, a slight tension that threaded through even the most mundane tasks. Experiments were meticulously documented, equipment double-checked, every step measured not only for accuracy, but for the integrity of the lab's security. While the team focused on calculations and algorithms, Michael focused on the environment itself, on the invisible pathways that might carry danger, on the patterns of people outside that could signal intrusion. A soft alarm on a monitor caused him to stop at the intersection of two labs. He lifted the device and scanned the readings, a line of numbers flickering across the screen. Nothing in the room had changed, no open doors, no unusual motion, but the sensors had detected a slight anomaly in the electromagnetic field near a far wall. Michael crouched, reading the sensors in close proximity, adjusting calibration with subtle movements. The anomaly resolved itself, likely a fluctuation in the building systems, but his instinct had driven him to check, and that vigilance was precisely why the lab remained secure. John watched from across the room, the sound of a terminal keyboard clicking under his fingers. Every fluctuation, he asked without looking up, knowing the answer but wanting the verbal confirmation. Michael straightened, eyes still on the display. Every fluctuation, he said. Nothing is too small. Patterns build into understanding. His voice was calm, unassuming, but there was an authority that made questions unnecessary. It was understood that he saw what others could not. Joan leaned over a terminal, adjusting code sequences for the simulations. How do we even know it's significant sometimes, she asked, frustration mixed with curiosity. Michael's gaze shifted toward her. Significance is determined by context, he replied. Anomalies alone aren't threats, but if they appear in a pattern or coincide with other signals, that's where intervention becomes necessary. Patterns aren't obvious unless you watch carefully over time. He moved on, continuing his sweep through the lab, yet his words lingered, underscoring the balance of observation and judgment. Outside the lab, beyond the visible walls, sensors and cameras created a lattice of oversight. Michael monitored everything remotely when not on the floor, cross-referencing data streams, integrating motion, thermal and infrared detection with digital traffic monitoring. Each feed contributed to a live model of the facility and its surrounding areas. A subtle irregularity in an email transmission, a delayed packet in network traffic, a vehicle parked too long near the perimeter, all were logged, analyzed, and, when necessary, addressed. The technology was sophisticated, but it was Michael's human judgment that gave it meaning. John and Joan moved through their day, fully aware that every experiment, every exchange of data, was observed not with intrusion, but with precision. Michael checked access points silently, verifying that only authorized personnel had entered, confirming that data transfers were secure, and ensuring that the lab's operations proceeded without compromise. He paused at one workstation, observing a new researcher's technique, offering minor corrections in protocol without disrupting the work, a subtle demonstration of oversight without interference. The balance was delicate. The team had freedom to innovate, but Michael's vigilance maintained a protective layer they couldn't see. Lunch was a quiet affair in the lab's kitchen area, but even there, security was seamless. Cameras were present but unobtrusive, integrated into the environment with almost artistic subtlety. Michael moved among the team, fetching reports, checking monitoring screens integrated into the walls, ensuring that communication channels were encrypted and unbroken. He didn't speak unnecessarily. His presence was enough to ensure discipline, awareness, and order. John and Joan had come to accept it as part of the rhythm of the facility, an invisible rhythm that governed everything outside their immediate line of sight. Afternoon experiments tested not only scientific theories but also the integrity of security systems. Michael monitored power fluctuations, thermal readings from equipment, and the flow of sensitive data. When Joan simulated an energy-intensive protocol that caused minor interference in the electromagnetic spectrum, Michael was already anticipating the readings. Adjust the field parameters slightly, he instructed, voice low but clear, or the monitors will flag a false positive. The adjustment was minor, but it prevented unnecessary alerts and maintained the continuity of observation. Communication with the outside world was strictly controlled. Emails were encrypted, all data routed through secure channels, and physical deliveries screened meticulously. Michael coordinated these operations seamlessly, ensuring that John and Joan could focus entirely on research without being burdened by the complexities of maintaining security. The team discussed theories, ran simulations, and tested models, but always with the implicit knowledge that every interaction might be scrutinized, not for micromanagement but for protection. Late in the afternoon, an unexpected digital alert prompted Michael to cross-check perimeter data with real-time network logs. A nearby drone had flown too close to the facility, likely for unrelated observation, but the systems registered it as a potential threat. Within moments, he isolated the signal, verified its origin, and adjusted the countermeasures, ensuring that there was no breach. The efficiency and speed of response left no margin for error. John looked up from his calculations and remarked, almost to himself, "Everything's so seamless it almost feels invisible." Michael only nodded, eyes scanning multiple monitors at once. "The best security isn't noticed," he said. "It's anticipated." His movement was fluid, almost imperceptible, as he returned to the main console, rechecking logs, reviewing video feeds, and verifying that every element remained within parameters. Evening brought a quiet pause in activity, but Michael remained vigilant, reviewing the day's anomalies, ensuring that any potential pattern of concern was addressed immediately. Data logs were reconciled, alerts reviewed, and physical inspections conducted to confirm that no variables had been overlooked. The team could rest in the knowledge that while they slept or stepped away, their work remained safe. Across the lab, John and Joan shared a quiet moment, reflecting on the intensity of the day's research. The hum of the equipment and the subtle sounds of Michael's ongoing checks created a backdrop that was both reassuring and humbling. The understanding that the facility was shielded from intrusion allowed them to plan further experiments, pushing boundaries in ways they could not have elsewhere. Michael, meanwhile, continued his rounds, checking redundancies in the system, recalibrating sensors, and reviewing protocols for emerging risks. Every minute of vigilance reinforced the safety of the lab, the continuity of the research, and the protection of the people within it. The rhythms of observation, intervention, and monitoring were unbroken, seamless, and necessary, allowing innovation to flourish without compromise. By nightfall, the lab settled into a quiet efficiency. Screens glowed softly in dimmed light, data streams flowed without interruption, and the team could focus entirely on the complex work of experimentation. Michael's presence, though unobtrusive, maintained a constant vigilance, ensuring that the environment, the information, and the researchers themselves remained secure. No detail was too small, no anomaly too insignificant. Every element was addressed with precision and care, a continuous orchestration of protection and oversight that allowed the work to continue unimpeded. The sun dipped low outside the facility, casting long shadows across the high-tech corridors. Inside, lights hummed softly, illuminating the lab in a steady, almost clinical glow. John and Joan moved among the workstations, their eyes scanning monitors and data readouts with renewed intensity. The news reports from earlier had shaken them, but the sense of urgency only sharpened their focus. Every project now carried an added weight, a recognition that beyond the thrill of discovery lay a complex web of scrutiny, surveillance, and political interference. A soft chime signaled the arrival of an encrypted message. Joan leaned over the terminal, fingers flying across the keyboard to access the content. The lines of code revealed updates on government inquiries, investigations into research patterns, and signals that certain agencies were paying closer attention than ever before. Each line carried implications that could not be ignored. John stood beside her, absorbing the data, his mind turning over countermeasures, contingencies, and the immediate adjustments necessary to maintain the integrity of their work. In the lab's planning room, a large digital map displayed the facility's surrounding areas. Dots, lines, and grids pulsed softly, representing real-time monitoring, sensor outputs, and the calculated trajectories of external surveillance. Michael moved beside the display, tracing potential approaches, noting blind spots, and overlaying predictive patterns of observation. "They're testing the perimeter," he said quietly, his voice calm but edged with vigilance. "Not aggressive yet, but probing for weaknesses. Any lapse could give them information they shouldn't have." John studied the projections, his brow furrowed. "So we assume every channel is compromised?" he asked. He wasn't asking for reassurance, he was weighing tactical responses. Joan's gaze shifted from the display to him, calculating priorities. Assume observation everywhere, she replied. Every email, every transfer, every movement. Until we know otherwise, we work as though the outside world is watching every step. The lab, normally a sanctuary of experimentation, transformed under this awareness. Researchers continued their work, but every action was now under dual scrutiny, the scientific rigor of experiments and the strategic assessment of security. Data storage became more segmented, communications routed through additional encryptions, and physical movement within the facility followed subtle patterns designed to avoid predictability. Even trivial actions, passing through a doorway, accessing a workstation, or picking up a sample, were considered in the context of operational security. Outside the immediate perimeter, Michael coordinated with remote observation teams. Surveillance feeds streamed in from multiple locations, integrating visual, thermal, and electromagnetic sensors. The algorithms processed anomalies, filtered false positives, and presented real threats with priority alerts. The systems were complex, but Michael's focus on human judgment ensured that no automated oversight replaced attentive evaluation. He made decisions in real time, redirecting attention, adjusting cameras, and reviewing digital footprints. Every step reinforced the security net that allowed John and Joan to concentrate on their research without interruption. In the laboratory itself, Joan moved to a console, her eyes scanning the real-time models of their algorithms. We'll need to reroute certain transmissions, she said, voice steady, to prevent any patterns from being predictable, randomize intervals, encrypt again, and implement secondary protocols. They're looking for behavior, not content. John nodded, already analyzing the implications for his simulations. That means recalibrating the timing for experiment logs, he said. Everything feeds into those streams. If patterns emerge, they'll infer too much. Michael's presence remained constant but unobtrusive. He moved from station to station, adjusting sensors, confirming alerts, and checking environmental data. A minor fluctuation in one sensor triggered an immediate response. He traced the anomaly to a nearby HVAC unit, confirming it was mechanical and not external interference. Yet the process underscored the team's reliance on precise monitoring. Every subtle irregularity had to be addressed, every potential breach considered, and every routine action verified. Evenings brought strategy discussions. John and Joan gathered in a small conference room, screens arrayed before them, detailing potential threats, countermeasures, and contingency plans. The team debated responses, weighing the ethics and implications of concealment versus transparency. We can't underestimate them, John said. Every calculation we make, every simulation, could be scrutinized. Our work isn't just science anymore, it's strategic. Joan agreed, noting minor adjustments to operational routines. We've built layers of security, but if they adapt, we'll need to adapt faster. Anticipation is the only advantage we have. Michael provided silent guidance, offering technical observations without dictating decisions. He had a way of emphasizing critical points with subtle cues, a pause before a line of code, a finger tracing an error margin, an eyebrow raised at anomalies on the monitor. His authority wasn't imposed by volume but by presence, experience, and the unspoken understanding that the team's safety, and the continuity of their research, depended on vigilance as much as innovation. Throughout the night, experiments continued under controlled observation. Data streamed from simulations, environmental readings were logged, and progress was maintained without interruption. Every workstation reflected meticulous attention to both research objectives and protective measures. Even in moments of discovery, when a breakthrough in algorithms or energy calculations occurred, the awareness of external pressure lingered. There was no recklessness, no casual optimism. Every success carried the responsibility of maintaining secrecy and anticipating interference. At a later hour, Joan reviewed the latest experiment logs. They might be watching even now, she murmured, scrolling through encrypted feeds, ensuring data integrity. John's gaze was steady, calculating how to accelerate progress without leaving discernible patterns. We assume observation until we confirm otherwise, he replied. No step is too small to consider, no transmission too routine. Michael adjusted a console, inputting updated coordinates for sensor recalibration. They're probing again, he said, eyes flicking over multiple screens. Nothing has breached the perimeter, but they're mapping response patterns. We can't assume patience or ignorance. The phrase hung in the air, a reminder that every advancement, every data point, was subject to scrutiny beyond the lab walls. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the facility's windows, the team settled briefly into rhythm. Equipment hummed in consistent cadence, data streams flowed seamlessly, and researchers rotated tasks with disciplined efficiency. Michael continued his rounds, observing both the people and the systems, his attention unwavering. Every decision he made, whether rerouting a feed, adjusting a sensor, or reviewing security logs, reinforced the environment of controlled productivity, enabling John and Joan to maintain their focus amid uncertainty. By mid-morning, small successes were logged, algorithms refined, and the team's workflow had adapted to the new reality of constant oversight. The integration of human diligence, technological monitoring, and strategic foresight created a balance. Research could continue at full pace, yet every potential threat was acknowledged and mitigated. Discussions of scientific progress were interwoven seamlessly with tactical considerations, ensuring that innovation was never divorced from protection. In one corner, a minor software discrepancy threatened to disrupt a simulation. Joan spotted it, paused, and began recalibrating the parameters. Michael approached silently, offering a small adjustment to prevent alerts from triggering. John monitored overall system responses, calculating timing to maintain continuity. Together, their movements created a synchronized effort, science advancing hand-in-hand with security measures. The interplay was subtle, complex, and essential, reflecting a team that had internalized both the thrill of hours passed without incident, yet the awareness of external threats never faded. Every new dataset, every line of code, every adjustment carried the implicit knowledge that observation might be constant. The facility itself, a marvel of technology and design, supported the research and the protective strategies, blending comfort and innovation with safety and vigilance. The integration of these elements ensured that progress could continue, even under the shadow of potential interference. Something restless moved through the quiet of the facility long after the lights had dimmed for the night. The hallways stood empty, the equipment idle, the displays asleep in an ambient glow. Outside, the wind carried sand across the barren perimeter, brushing lightly against the building with a sound that could be mistaken for breathing if someone stood close enough. But inside the sleeping quarters, where silence curled around the edges of the room, a presence slipped through the air without disturbing so much as a sheet of dust. Joan lay still beneath the thin blanket, curled on her side, her breathing heavy and uneven from the exhaustion of another long day wrestling with the same stubborn sequence of algorithms. She'd brought the problem home in her mind, turning it over endlessly, hoping that somewhere between fatigue and persistence she would find the crack in it. Instead, sleep had come abruptly, dropping her into a depth she rarely reached. That was when the temperature shifted. A faint shimmer rippled across the air above the floor, soft and nearly invisible, like the distortion of heat seen from the corner of the eye. The shimmer thickened, condensing into something that glowed faintly, pulsing with slow, controlled energy. The form hovered only inches off the ground, its outline indistinct at first, as though refusing to fully exist in the same plane as the room around it. Michael's presence settled into its shape, ghost-like, regal, and utterly silent. He didn't breathe. He didn't disturb the air. His illumination touched the walls without casting shadows, and the light surrounding him seemed to emanate more from intention than physics. He watched Joan's sleeping form with a stillness that no human could imitate. Though his eyes appeared calm, the faint flicker along his contours revealed strain. Maintaining this form took effort, more than he preferred to expend. The illusion of humanity he wore during the day as Steve had weight. This form, his imperial one, carried even more. But he could not risk delaying the next steps. Not now, not when Joan had pushed the problem as far as she could on her own. She had reached the threshold. She simply lacked one final set of connections that no human could generate without guidance. He moved closer in a glide rather than a step, stopping beside her bed. Her eyelids fluttered in response to a dream she didn't understand, caught between drifting thought and the faint disturbance his arrival caused. She rolled slightly, her hand brushing the edge of her pillow. A soft sound escaped her lips. Something unintelligible, something weary. Michael lifted a hand, not a hand in the human sense, not truly, but the shape of one. Luminous, translucent, and lined with threads of light that pulsed in slow waves. He brought it close to her forehead without touching her skin. The room shifted. The glow from his form dimmed, and a new radiance emerged between his hand and her head, complex patterns of symbols, waveforms and equations forming in midair, suspended like glowing dust motes. They spun slowly, rotating through sequences too intricate to follow with the naked eye. Each shape altered the next, evolving into a chain that pulsed with a rhythm that wasn't sound but thought. Michael concentrated. Her mind was human, flexible, creative, but fragile. Too much force would burn her neural pathway. Too little, and the fragments would scatter before morning, leaving her only with confusion and fatigue. He eased the patterns into alignment, matching the rotations with the cadence of her brainwaves as she slept. The moment her dream reached the ideal threshold of depth and stability, the equation slipped downward, weaving through her subconscious with precise, surgical accuracy. Her dream shifted instantly. One moment she stood in a vague, drifting landscape, none of the images clear, nothing stable. The next, the dream sharpened with startling clarity. She found herself inside a vast field of floating lights, each one humming with energy, each one part of a sequence she somehow knew she had been chasing for weeks. She didn't question it. She didn't even wonder where the sudden clarity came from. Dream logic didn't require explanations. The lights pulsed in front of her in patterns, forming rows and spirals, folding into each other, drifting apart, only to reconnect again. But now, unlike during waking hours, she understood them. She reached out, touching a cluster of symbols, and they unfolded into equations that matched themselves perfectly against the limits she'd fought for days. She whispered to the dream. So that's what was missing. The symbols brightened as she spoke. In the dreamscape, intuition accelerated past analysis. Concepts that would have taken hours of conscious work to decode now assembled themselves instantly. She shifted from one cluster to the next, watching them line up, match, and merge into a whole that no longer resisted cohesion. Her excitement built, even though she didn't consciously register it as excitement. In the dream, it expressed itself as brightness, her surroundings glowing with each piece she understood, each link she finalized. Every time she moved her hands, patterns responded. Every time she thought a question, the answer appeared in symbols of light. Michael observed silently. His presence did not enter the dream. He did not shape it. He only delivered the information and anchored her memory so it wouldn't fade with the morning sun. Humans often forgot dreams within minutes. Without reinforcement, even the most brilliant insight would evaporate. His energy threaded through her neural patterns, stabilizing the connections so they would survive the transition from dream state to waking cognition. She turned suddenly in her sleep, her hand twitching against the blanket. The dream flickered. Michael intensified his projection. The equations wove themselves tighter into her mind. She breathed more steadily again. The dream stabilized, returning her to the shifting patterns of light that represented everything she needed to solve the algorithm. For several minutes, or perhaps several hours, time meant nothing within the process. She drifted through the symbols, assembling them into the complete sequence with a calm confidence she had not felt in weeks. When the final component clicked into place, the entire field of symbols flashed, then collapsed inward into a single coherent expression that glowed like a star. She reached for it instinctively. Her fingers brushed the star of equations. The dream snapped dark. Michael withdrew instantly. The equations were embedded now, integrated into her subconscious in a way that would feel natural when she woke. She would think she found the insight herself, an overnight synthesis of data, intuition, and persistence. That was how it needed to be. She could not know where the information truly came from, not yet, not until circumstances forced the truth into the open. Michael's form dimmed further. Maintaining the projection had drained him. He hovered for another moment, examining the flow of neural patterns now stabilizing across her mind. The integration held. His work was complete. Without a sound, he dissolved into the faint shimmer that had preceded him, then vanished entirely. Hours later, morning crept in. A soft haze of sunlight touched the edge of Joan's pillow. She stirred, groggy but different. Her mind hummed with activity the moment consciousness returned, equations dancing behind her eyes with perfect clarity as if she had always known them. She sat up abruptly. The solution flashed fully formed in her mind, coherent, elegant, breathtakingly correct. Her breath caught. Oh my God, I've got it. She didn't remember dreaming. Not a single detail. But she felt the certainty down to her bones. She launched out of bed, grabbed her tablet, and began writing before the realization could fade, her hands moving faster than her thoughts, recording every equation exactly as it had appeared in her mind. The breakthrough had come. And she believed it was all her own. The lab hummed to life as Joan entered, her eyes still bright from the breakthrough that had come unbidden overnight. The screens reflected faint traces of dawn, casting pale rectangles of light across the walls, illuminating equipment that had sat idle during the long night. Every surface seemed more purposeful now, every instrument ready for the tasks she had planned. The algorithm, once a tangle of unresolved symbols and dead ends, now existed in her mind in a state of perfect coherence. She moved with an urgency that carried both excitement and precision. John was already at a workstation, his attention fixed on a simulation that had stalled days ago. The flicker of graphs and numbers in the corner of the screen mirrored the rhythm of his own heart, quickening as he noticed Joan's approach. "Morning," he said without looking up, his voice low, tempered by curiosity and hope. "You've been up early." Her fingers danced over the edge of the table as she turned toward him. I think I know how to fix it," she said, voice catching slightly as the weight of realization pressed against her chest. She couldn't yet articulate the full scope of what she had discovered. The mind still teetered between understanding and exhilaration. "I had an idea overnight, everything clicked, it's all consistent now." John finally looked up, his brow raising. "Overnight?" He frowned briefly, a mixture of amusement and skepticism, but it didn't hide the glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Okay. Show me." Joan moved to her workstation and pulled up the problematic algorithm. The display flickered, lines of code and formulas stretching across the screen. "Here," she said, pointing. This was the sequence that kept causing the conflict. "I realized the error wasn't in the steps themselves, but in the hidden variable integration. I adjusted the constraints and recalibrated the feedback loop. Now watch this." John leaned over her shoulder as she keyed in the new parameters, his hands hovering but not touching, a silent acknowledgement that this was her discovery. The simulation restarted, numbers cascading across the screen in real time. For the first time in weeks, every test passed. Each scenario, each iteration, each variable adjusted itself flawlessly. Graphs smoothed into predictable patterns. Logs confirmed stability. It was perfect. He exhaled slowly. That's it, he murmured. The relief in his voice was palpable, but tempered by the discipline that defined him. He immediately began probing the algorithm, running tests that would have once taken hours, now completed in minutes. You've solved it, and it holds under all conditions. It's exactly what we needed. Joan didn't respond immediately. Her eyes were fixed on the numbers, scanning for anomalies, second-guessing herself even in the wake of clear success. Each result reinforced the correctness. Each line of output validated the precision of her insight. Yet the human instinct to question, to double-check, persisted. I need to run a few more simulations, she said finally. Just to make sure the variables scale across every potential configuration. John nodded, almost imperceptibly. Do it. I'll set up parallel runs. If this works, we're finally free to move forward on the transport arrays. The lab shifted as if it sensed the renewed energy. Screens flickered with multiple simulations running in tandem. Holographic projections hovered in the periphery, and lights on the equipment blinked in synchronization. The hum of the machines became a chorus, reflecting the human excitement that now pulsed through the room. Each member of the team, drawn to the workstation by instinct and curiosity, gathered quietly, aware that the breakthrough was happening, yet unsure who would witness the final outcome first. One of the junior researchers, a woman with hair tied back in a tight knot, leaned closer to Joan's console. Are you serious? He whispered. I've been watching the logs for hours and this can't be right. All the errors are gone. Joan smiled, though the edge of disbelief remained. I thought it couldn't be right either, but it is. Everything balances now. Her hands hovered over the keyboard, ready to input further test cases, but a flicker of satisfaction ran through her. The tension of the past weeks, the frustration of hitting invisible walls, all dissolved in that moment. John's voice broke the quiet. If this holds, he said, pacing slowly along the side of the workstation, the implications are massive, not just for our initial project but for every theoretical model we've tried to test. The constraints we thought were limiting, they're all solvable. He paused, scanning the room as if realizing the magnitude of the achievement. Joan, you didn't just solve it, you've expanded the entire framework. She shook her head, both overwhelmed and amused by his reaction. I didn't expand it, I just saw the missing piece. It was there, buried in the feedback loops. I've never seen it so clearly before. A younger male researcher piped up, excitement breaking through his usual restraint. This changes everything. The simulations are running faster than we ever expected. Every set of conditions is being validated almost instantly. His voice rose, and for the first time in weeks, laughter echoed lightly around the lab, breaking the tension like sunlight through clouds. Joan's gaze wandered to a series of holographic displays above the workstation. Each projection represented the algorithm across different scenarios. The smooth curves, the uniform responses, the absence of anomalies, everything reflected her insight. But she still felt the faint, inexplicable sensation that the solution had arrived without a conscious step on her part. It was a peculiar clarity, a fleeting intuition that seemed to descend from somewhere just out of reach. She ignored the feeling for now, focusing on the task, though the mystery lingered at the edge of her mind. John leaned against a counter, arms crossed, watching her as she continued to verify the outcomes. How did you? His question trailed off, and he left it unfinished, understanding the magnitude of the result without needing a complete explanation. Words seemed inadequate. The breakthrough had surpassed months of painstaking effort in a single moment. The atmosphere in the lab shifted further. A sense of coordinated energy spread among the researchers. Screens were adjusted, simulations duplicated, and holograms overlaid with different variables. Everyone moved with precise urgency, each action deliberate, each input reinforcing the success. The collective intelligence of the team amplified the initial insight, ensuring that the algorithm was not only correct but robust. Joan paused briefly to stretch, feeling the fatigue of long hours of subconscious problem-solving. Her mind, though bright with the revelation, still needed calibration. She glanced at John. We'll need to document every adjustment, every step, not just for replication, but to verify the theoretical implications. Her tone was clinical, but excitement hummed underneath. John nodded. Agreed. Let's make sure it scales. Let's make sure it's foolproof. His gaze flickered toward the projections, scanning patterns, noting subtleties that even she hadn't observed consciously. The interplay of intuition and scrutiny created a dynamic tension that propelled the verification process forward. Time passed in a blur. Researchers moved from station to station, running simulations, checking results, cross-referencing output. Joan's initial adjustment proved flawless, and each iteration confirmed stability. The algorithm, once an obstacle, now seemed like a foundation, firm, elegant, and perfectly balanced. The energy in the room was palpable, a mixture of elation, relief, and anticipation. By mid-morning, every test case had run successfully. Joan stood back from the console, letting the lab absorb the weight of the accomplishment. John approached, placing a hand lightly on her shoulder. "You've done something remarkable," he said quietly, voice carrying the reverence he rarely expressed aloud. "This isn't just solving a problem, it's transforming the way we approach every challenge ahead." Joan allowed herself a small smile. "We're not finished yet, there's always more to validate. But yes, this changes everything." Her mind flickered briefly back to the strange sense of external guidance in her dreams, a faint imprint she couldn't yet name. It hovered at the edge of her memory, a sensation she could neither place nor fully understand. The team gathered around, sharing observations, comparing results, and planning next steps. Discussions ranged from scaling the algorithm to integrating it with transport protocols. Each conversation carried a mixture of technical precision and human exhilaration. The breakthrough had created a new rhythm in the lab, one that balanced excitement with careful scrutiny, ensuring that the discovery could be applied safely and efficiently. As the morning wore on, Joan returned to her desk, opening a blank document to record the final verified form of the algorithm. Her hands moved with purpose, translating mental clarity into written precision. John and the team continued testing, their focus unwavering, each action feeding back into the collective energy that defined the lab's renewed momentum. For Joan, the breakthrough carried both professional and personal weight. The intellectual triumph was immediate and tangible, but beneath it lay the quiet satisfaction of persistence rewarded. Every sleepless night, every hour spent wrestling with stubborn sequences, had led to this moment. The algorithm's validation was not only a professional victory, it was proof that the human mind, pushed to its limits, could achieve extraordinary insight when paired with persistence, intuition, and collaboration. The work continued throughout the day, uninterrupted, each experiment reinforcing the strength of the solution. By late afternoon, the lab's hum had reached a constant pitch, a celebration of focus, intellect, and shared accomplishment. Joan's initial discovery had spread across the team, each member contributing to verification, refinement, and expansion. The algorithm, once a barrier, now served as the cornerstone of a new era of experimentation, unlocking potential that had remained inaccessible for months. The lab vibrated with a rhythm born of both precision and excitement. Every workstation was alive with activity, monitors scrolling through simulations, holographic displays hovering above desks in slow rotations, each one reflecting hours of concentrated effort. The algorithm that had once caused endless frustration now ran flawlessly, feeding results back into the team with astonishing consistency. The breakthroughs of the morning had rippled outward, and the researchers moved with a mixture of exhilaration and careful discipline. Joan hovered near her workstation, a slight smile tugging at her lips as she observed the cascading data. The team had already begun applying the corrected algorithm across multiple projects. Arrays of numbers, previously chaotic, now aligned perfectly. She glanced up at the first projection, the hologram flickering slightly as it displayed a fully simulated transport sequence. It was elegant, precise, and entirely stable. "Look at this," one of the junior researchers said, pointing to a three-dimensional projection of a transport field. "Every variable is behaving exactly as predicted. No anomalies at all." His voice carried disbelief, tinged with excitement. This is perfect." The senior physicist, a man who usually maintained an air of detachment, leaned in closer, adjusting the scale of the projection with a wave of his hand. "It's more than perfect," he said, his voice low but rich with admiration. "It's comprehensive. The algorithm holds at every tested range. Joan, this is beyond what we imagine." She nodded, her attention shifting seamlessly from one projection to another. "We need to ensure the sequences integrate smoothly with the hardware," she said, her voice steady, betraying only a fraction of the thrill she felt. "The theoretical work is validated. Now we test it in physical simulations. That's where the real proof lies." John stepped into the lab, carrying a tablet filled with updated schematics and logs. "I've run the latest batch of simulations," he said, laying the tablet on a nearby console. "Everything aligns perfectly. The 5 light-year limitation we were concerned about is effectively neutralized." His eyes scanned the room, noting the shared energy of the team. "This changes the scope of what we can do." Joan glanced at him, her gaze steady but bright. "I've been running multiple arrays simultaneously. The feedback loops are stable, the variables consistent. We can scale now." One of the holographic displays suddenly shifted, highlighting an anomaly in one of the older simulations. A researcher called out, "Wait, there's a slight variance in the transport calibration when projected over longer distances." John approached, squinting at the readout. "It's negligible, but let's correct it now before moving on. Joan, Can you adjust the damping coefficient in that sector? Already done, she replied, her fingers flying across the interface. The hologram shifted in response, the anomaly disappearing almost instantly. All calibrated, every projection now matches the expected output. A ripple of murmurs ran through the lab. The team, who had spent weeks grappling with inconsistencies, now experienced the relief of seeing every model converge. One of the junior engineers let out a quiet laugh. I thought we'd never get here. This feels unreal. Joan allowed herself a brief smile, looking around at the team. Each person's face reflected the same combination of amazement and quiet pride. It's real, she said softly, almost to herself. We did this, together. John approached, placing a hand on her shoulder. And we're not done yet. The final integration tests are next. But this is what we've been waiting for. They moved from workstation to workstation, verifying results, ensuring every projection and simulation confirmed the algorithm's integrity. The team's excitement was tempered by focus. Every action, every adjustment was precise, deliberate, and intentional. The energy in the lab was electric, but disciplined. One of the senior researchers called the group together. Let's run a full-scale synchronized simulation, he said. All arrays, all variables, every scenario. This will give us complete verification before we consider operational deployment. Joan nodded. Initiate sequence, she instructed, her fingers pressing commands across multiple consoles simultaneously. The room shifted as holograms realigned, projections rotated, and streams of data fed across screens in complex patterns. The simulation was vast, encompassing every test case, every iteration, every contingency. Minutes passed in silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of machinery and the soft clicks of keyboards. Then one by one the results began to populate the displays. Each projection matched the predictions exactly. Graphs, previously jagged and uncertain, smoothed into perfect curves. Variables aligned seamlessly. There were no errors. No anomalies. The algorithm held. A cheer rose quietly, then louder, until the lab was filled with the sound of laughter, applause, and the occasional shouted exclamation of disbelief. Researchers high-fived, embraced, and exchanged congratulatory remarks, their relief tangible. Joan's eyes glimmered as she watched them, pride and satisfaction washing over her. The human joy of discovery was overwhelming in its intensity, a powerful counterpoint to the long hours and endless effort that had preceded it. John approached the center of the room, clapping his hands to gather attention. Team, he said, voice carrying over the celebration. We've confirmed stability. The algorithm works in every scenario we've tested. This is a milestone, not just for our research, but for the applications that will follow. Every one of you contributed to this success, and it shows. Well done. One of the junior researchers, still laughing, called out, I've never seen anything like this in my life. All the dead ends, all the errors gone in a single breakthrough. Joan, you did it. She shook her head, still smiling but keeping her composure. We all did it, she corrected. It wouldn't have been possible without every input, every test, every hand in this lab. John gestured toward the holographic displays. Let's take it a step further. Run the transport calibration tests now. This is the final confirmation. Joan and the team began the calibration sequences, their movements fluid and practiced. Variables adjusted in real time, each iteration more precise than the last. The transport arrays responded perfectly, feedback loops aligning with flawless efficiency. Hours passed, but the energy never waned. Each success built on the previous, reinforcing confidence and illuminating the potential of what they had accomplished. During a brief pause, Joan leaned back from the console, letting her eyes scan the lab. The team was fully immersed in their work, every face animated with focus and exhilaration. The mixture of intellect and human joy was palpable. She felt a deep satisfaction, the kind that came from solving a problem that had once seemed insurmountable. Yet beneath it all, there was a quiet, almost imperceptible curiosity, a sense that this breakthrough was only the beginning. John moved next to her, watching the displays with quiet pride. We've crossed a threshold today, he said. This isn't just a solution, it's proof that our approach works at scale. Every array, every variable, every test. Joan nodded. And it's sustainable. The algorithm adapts seamlessly across ranges we thought were impossible. The theoretical limitations no longer apply. The lab's atmosphere was electric. Researchers continued to move between consoles, testing, verifying, and celebrating quietly. Each successful calibration reinforced the shared sense of accomplishment, binding the team together not just as colleagues, but as collaborators in a singular, transformative achievement. As the final calibration sequence completed without error, Joan allowed herself a moment of reflection. The months of tension, frustration, and relentless effort had culminated in this achievement. The algorithm was validated, the simulation successful, and the human effort harmonized with technology in perfect balance. She felt a profound gratitude for the team, for John, and for the chance to witness the realization of their collective potential. John stepped back, letting the team celebrate while he observed Joan. "Take a moment," he said softly. "This is the result of every ounce of effort we've invested." She smiled, eyes glimmering with both relief and quiet triumph. "I will," she replied. "But only briefly. There's still more to explore, more applications to test. But yes, today, we celebrate this victory." The lab hummed on, a living testament to human curiosity, persistence, and collaboration. Each projection, each simulation, each aligned variable reflected the culmination of sustained effort. For Joan, the breakthrough was deeply personal, a validation of intellect, perseverance, and the subtle, invisible guidance that had led her to the solution. For John, it was confirmation that their combined vision had transformed possibility into reality. For the team, it was the shared joy of accomplishment, an affirmation that collaboration, focus, and determination could overcome even the most formidable of challenges. The lab had settled into a steady rhythm by mid-morning, though the air still buzzed with the afterglow of the breakthrough. The algorithm, once a source of endless frustration, now ran flawlessly across all arrays and simulations. Joan and John moved among the team, observing, assisting, and occasionally offering guidance, but the majority of the work now flowed effortlessly from the researchers' hands. The human energy of the lab, now fully aligned with the capabilities of the technology, was almost palpable. Joan paused at a central console, watching the team run a full system integration test. Every transport array, every data node, every feedback loop operated seamlessly. "The algorithm is holding perfectly," she remarked, a soft note of awe in her voice. "We've removed every limitation. Every test case passes exactly as expected." A junior engineer scanning the projections looked up. "It's incredible. Every calculation, every simulated transport, it's all consistent, even over the longest projected distances." John leaned against a nearby workstation, crossing his arms as he surveyed the room. "This is more than just validation," he said quietly. "It's proof that our approach scales, that our theoretical work can operate at any range we care to test. And it does so reliably." Joan moved toward a cluster of holographic displays, overlaying the final calibration data on the projections. "We're ready for the operational simulations now," she said. "We can test full sequences without concern for breakdowns or anomalies." A senior physicist adjusted a display, the projection stabilizing to show a complex three-dimensional grid of potential transport points. "We should begin with multiple simultaneous transfers," he suggested. "It will confirm the system's performance under maximum load." "Agreed," Joan said. "Run the sequence." As the simulation began, the lab collectively held its attention, each researcher monitoring the arrays closely. Streams of data poured in from every node, the displays updating in real time. Every transport completed without error, every calculation aligning perfectly with the expected outcomes. The lab hummed with precision, a fusion of intellect and technology moving in perfect harmony. A ripple of excitement moved through the team as the sequence concluded flawlessly. One researcher, unable to contain their enthusiasm, called out, "We did it! Every projection, every test, every sequence. Perfect!" John allowed a small, satisfied smile. "This is the culmination of months of work, everyone," he said. "Every test, every calculation, every late night, it's all come together, and it's exactly what we envisioned." Joan walked to his side, her expression reflecting the same blend of pride and quiet exhilaration. "It's more than what we envisioned," she replied. "It's the proof of what we've been capable of all along. The algorithm isn't just functional. It's transformative." A junior engineer approached her, a hint of awe in their voice. "Joan, the sequences are stable across every permutation. I've never seen a system integrate this smoothly. How did you even begin to solve it?" She shook her head with a modest smile. "It wasn't just me. Every one of you contributed. The solution was about seeing patterns, understanding relationships, and refining them iteratively." John interjected, emphasizing the shared achievement. "Every step, every adjustment, every validation. This is proof that what we accomplished together exceeds what we could do individually." The team exchanged smiles and nods, the sense of achievement shared broadly across the lab. They moved seamlessly between simulations, double-checking calculations and verifying transport sequences, but the atmosphere had changed. The tension and uncertainty that had dominated the previous weeks had been replaced by a mixture of joy, focus, and quiet amazement. Joan moved back to the main console, pausing to reflect for a moment. The room was full of motion and sound, but for a few seconds everything seemed suspended. The breakthrough had created a profound shift, not just in the project, but in the people driving it. The algorithm, which had once been a source of frustration, was now a testament to human ingenuity, discipline, and resilience. John walked to her side, gesturing toward the displays. "It's ready," he said simply. "Everything is operational, every system, every sequence, every projection verified. We can begin full deployment when the time comes." Joan nodded. "And we will. But right now, it's important to appreciate this. What we've done here, what this team has accomplished, is extraordinary. It's not just a scientific milestone. It's proof of what dedication, collaboration, and focus can achieve." One of the researchers, unable to resist the excitement, leaned over a console. "We should run the full operational sequence again, just to see it all together. Every array, every transfer, every simulation simultaneously." Joan raised an eyebrow but smiled. "Go ahead," she said. "Let's watch what we've built in its entirety." The team initiated the sequence. The lab's displays shifted, flowing with streams of data and intricate projections. Every transport array, every node, every variable operated perfectly in concert. Streams of simulated matter transferred across the grids, energy feedback loops aligned flawlessly, and the projections remained stable under full load. The lab seemed to vibrate with controlled energy, a living representation of the team's collective effort. A low cheer erupted from the team as the final sequence completed. Joan allowed herself a breath, her hands resting lightly on the console. "It's perfect," she said, her voice soft but certain. "Every variable, every array, every projection, it all works as we hoped, and more. This is beyond what we imagined possible." John's eyes scanned the lab, noting the pride and satisfaction evident on every face. "It's a rare moment," he said, "when months of work come together seamlessly. Every calculation, every adjustment, every test validated. Today, we've proven what we set out to do." The team spent the next several hours performing additional verification tests, confirming every aspect of the algorithm's performance under multiple simulated conditions. Each success reinforced the shared sense of accomplishment, and each observation further strengthened confidence in the system's stability. Joan allowed herself a moment to reflect quietly, glancing around at the people she had come to rely on, the colleagues who had become collaborators in the truest sense. "We've come so far," she murmured to John. "It's incredible what this team can accomplish together." John nodded, resting a hand briefly on her shoulder. "And it's only the beginning. The applications, the impact, we're finally ready to explore what this technology can truly do. But today we celebrate the achievement itself." As the lab continued its controlled hum of activity, the team took a collective pause, savoring the culmination of their efforts. Each display, each projection, and each data stream was a testament not only to scientific precision, but to human dedication, persistence, and the subtle interweaving of intellect and effort. For Joan and John, the victory was both professional and personal, a profound sense of fulfillment that reflected months of sleepless nights, iterative refinements, and collaborative problem-solving. The lab remained alive with motion, but the underlying tone had shifted. Where once uncertainty and frustration had dominated, now there was confidence, pride, and the quiet exhilaration of accomplishment. The algorithm's validation had transformed not just the work, but the people behind it, weaving together professional triumph, intellectual satisfaction, and the human joy of shared discovery. As the day drew to a close, Joan and John stepped back from the consoles, allowing the team to finalize the final sequences for the day. The results were flawless, and the operational readiness of the research was undeniable. They moved together through the lab, observing, guiding, and acknowledging contributions with quiet appreciation. The shared sense of achievement lingered as the lab slowly emptied of those who had completed their shifts, leaving Joan and John standing amidst the softly glowing displays, and the now quiet hum of perfectly functioning arrays. Every simulation, every transport, and every calculation validated not only their research but the commitment of every person who had contributed. Joan allowed herself a deep breath, feeling the culmination of effort, focus, and collaboration settle into a quiet contentment. "We did it," she said almost to herself. John's gaze swept the lab one final time. "Yes," he replied. "And this is just the beginning. Everything from here flows from what we've accomplished today. We're ready for the next stage, whatever that may be." They lingered for a moment longer, letting the weight of the accomplishment sink in, a shared recognition of what had been achieved, and the unspoken promise of what was still to come. The lab, alive with the echoes of effort, triumph, and collaboration, seemed to hum in quiet acknowledgement. A sanctuary. Joan's hands trembled as she held the sleek digital test in front of her, the tiny screen glowing with a clarity that made her heart skip. The words scrolled across it almost too quickly to process. "Pregnant. Twins. One male, one female." She blinked, her breath catching in her throat, her fingers gripping the edges as though holding onto the physical paper might somehow stabilize the storm of disbelief raging inside her. John, stepping into the kitchen carrying 2 steaming mugs of tea, stopped mid-step. His eyes were drawn to her frozen posture, to the wide-eyed expression that seemed to drink in every detail on the glowing screen. "Joan," he said softly, setting the mugs down. What is it? What's happened? Joan's voice cracked, faltering under the weight of impossibility. It says I'm pregnant, twins, one boy, one girl, it's impossible. She lowered the test slightly, showing him the screen. John leaned in, reading the words himself, the glow reflecting in his wide eyes. His mouth curved into a slow, incredulous smile. Twins, he repeated, astonishment breaking into awe. It's right here. This says exactly what you just told me. One male, one female. You're carrying both of them. Joan pressed the device to her chest, as if to confirm it physically, as though the information alone couldn't reach her senses. I've known my whole life. I've been told repeatedly. Medically, I couldn't. And now this says... Her voice trailed off, caught between disbelief and elation. John drew her into an embrace, holding her as though she might shatter under the weight of her own revelation. I know, he murmured into her hair, his voice thick with wonder. I can't explain it either, but the test doesn't lie. You're pregnant, and it's twins. She pulled back slightly, eyes searching his, desperate for reason, for some way to reconcile decades of certainty with the evidence in her hands. But how? She whispered. There's no way. In the shadows of the room, imperceptible to her senses, Michael hovered in his ghostly, imperious form. The alien's presence was quiet, deliberate, a subtle weave of intervention that left no mark yet altered everything. It was he who had touched the delicate threads of biology, adjusting, enhancing, reconfiguring what the world had considered absolute. His eyes, faintly luminous, rested on her as he ensured the process had succeeded, the digital test merely a confirmation of what he had quietly orchestrated during her sleep, seeding the potential for life in a way she would never consciously perceive. Joan's gaze fell back to the test, absorbing the final details. One boy, one girl, she said almost to herself. I can feel something moving. Is that? Her hand went to her belly instinctively, pressing lightly, sensing the first fluttering hints of life. The sensation was delicate, almost imperceptible, yet undeniably there. She looked up at John, a mixture of fear, awe, and joy in her expression. John brushed a strand of hair from her face, letting his hand linger. It's real, he said softly. Everything on that test, it's real. They're here, and you're carrying them. She let out a shaky laugh, half disbelief, half exhilaration. Carrying them? After everything I've been told? After all those years of certainty? This is... Her words faltered again, unable to capture the magnitude of the impossible made real. I don't know how it happened, John admitted, voice low and awed, but I know one thing. You're carrying our children, our twins, and that's all that matters. Joan's hands trembled as they moved over her belly, stroking gently, almost reverently. She could feel it, the subtle warmth, the tiniest flickers of movement, a whisper of new life. It's overwhelming, she whispered. I never expected to ever hold life like this inside me. And now, twins of all things. John pulled her closer, resting his forehead against hers. It's not just chance, he said, voice thoughtful. Someone intervened. His eyes flicked ever so briefly toward the shadows near the ceiling, the corner of perception where she could not see. I don't know how or why, but it happened, and here they are. Joan's lips parted, caught between wonder and incredulity. Someone intervened? But no one's been here, no one. How could... She shook her head, realizing the impossibility yet surrendering to the evidence. It doesn't matter who. It only matters that it worked. That I can, that we can. Yes, John agreed, kissing her temple. We can. We're going to raise them, love them, protect them. Everything we've ever wanted now possible. Even the impossible. They sank onto the couch, hands entwined, letting the gravity of the revelation wash over them. Outside, the facility's lights flickered against the glass walls, a quiet hum of life surrounding the apartment. Inside, the extraordinary reality of their lives was settling into something intimate, something profoundly human. Joan's fingers traced over her belly again, pressing lightly over the subtle motions she could already feel. I can't believe this is happening, she murmured. Every doctor, every test, it was always a no. And now, twins, both sexes confirmed. It's... She laughed, a sound of disbelief, hope, and pure emotion all mixed together. John smiled down at her, brushing his hands over hers. It's everything, he said. And we'll be ready. We have everything we need. Love, support, each other. And we'll give them everything they deserve, every moment, every day. Joan rested her head against his chest, letting herself breathe in the warmth, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. and the extraordinary reality of what had just occurred. "I never thought this would be possible," she whispered. "And yet, here we are. I feel them moving already. I can't believe." "You can believe it," John said softly. "Because it's real, and I promise, every step of the way we'll face this together. We'll guide them, nurture them, love them, all of it. And nothing can take that away." They spent the remainder of the morning in quiet wonder, preparing the space for the children's arrival. Setting up a small, sunlit corner as a nursery, arranging clothing and supplies, and double-checking all aspects of their living quarters for comfort and safety. Every gesture, every small act, was imbued with intention, anticipation, and love. Joan paused by the window, her hands resting over her belly. She thought briefly of Michael, the unseen hand that had intervened, the impossible made real. And though she would never consciously perceive him, never understand fully the method, she allowed herself to accept the miracle. Her heart swelled with gratitude, awe, and the quiet wonder of the impossible realized. John joined her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "Whatever happens," he whispered, "we have this. We have them. And that's everything." Joan leaned back into him, eyes closed, letting the warmth of his embrace anchor her thoughts. "Everything," she agreed. "I never thought this would be possible. I never thought I'd hold life inside me, but I do, and I will." Evening came with a quiet, reflective calm. They sat together, hands intertwined, marveling at the subtle movements and the growing certainty of the twins within her. The extraordinary tension of the past months softened into something profoundly human. Anticipation, love, and wonder, interwoven into every breath and glance. By nightfall, the apartment was quiet. The low hum of systems and the residual glow from the test remained the only light. Joan pressed a hand gently to her belly, a tender smile on her face, finally allowing herself to feel the enormity of what had been made possible. John rested beside her, holding her close. In the quiet, they let the miracle of life, and the quiet, unseen intervention that had made it possible, settle into the rhythm of their hearts. Together, they faced the impossible made real, ready for the future that would unfold with love, hope, and the first fluttering movements of their twins. Morning in the facility carried a quiet rhythm. Soft lights illuminating sleek corridors and the occasional hum of equipment that was always just beneath awareness. Joan stretched, the warmth of the morning sun spilling through the panoramic windows of their apartment. She felt the subtle shifts within her belly, the tiny hints of life moving inside, and smiled despite the usual grogginess of early hours. John had already started in the kitchen, arranging breakfast with meticulous care. The scent of brewed coffee mixed with toasted bread and fresh fruit, filling the apartment with a normalcy that felt almost sacred after months of relentless research and extraordinary events. He glanced over at Joan, noting the way her hand instinctively rested on her stomach, and allowed himself a soft private smile. This was new, delicate, a life unfolding that was entirely theirs. "Morning," he said gently, setting a plate of scrambled eggs and avocado toast in front of her. "Sleep well?" Joan nodded, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of fatigue and exhilaration. "Better than I expected," she replied. "And you?" She reached out, touching his hand lightly. "Are you ready for another day of chaos?" John chuckled, brushing her fingers with his thumb. "I've learned to handle chaos," he said. "But today we have something else to balance, us and them." He gestured vaguely toward her belly. "Twins." She laughed softly, a rich, unrestrained sound. "Twins," she echoed. "I'm still wrapping my head around that. I can't believe it's really happening." Breakfast passed in companionable quiet, punctuated by small discussions of their upcoming schedules. Even here, within the controlled environment of the facility, the routines of life demanded attention. Joan would need regular check-ins, mild exercise and attention to nutrition. John would continue overseeing the research team, experiments, and simulation. Yet they found ways to intertwine their personal moments with professional responsibilities. After clearing the breakfast dishes together, they moved toward the lab corridor. The sunlight glinted off polished surfaces, bouncing across displays that blinked with experimental data and holographic projections. Joan adjusted her scarf loosely around her neck, noting the gentle weight of anticipation she carried both physically and emotionally. As they walked, John shared updates about the team's progress. "They already begun testing the new simulations from last week," he said, voice low, mindful of the intimacy of the moment. "Every parameter is feeding correctly. The algorithms are behaving as we predicted, but there are still optimizations to be made. I'll need to review the night logs before the next cycle." Joan listened, her curiosity always present, even amidst the personal revelations of the past few days. "I'll help," she said. "I want to stay engaged, even if my physical contribution is different right now." Her hand rose to her belly, a subconscious gesture of connection, and she smiled at the subtle movement she could already feel from her twins. John squeezed her hand gently. "You're already engaged," he said. "Every part of you is, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The team relies on us, and we rely on each other. That's the balance we need." The morning passed in a delicate dance of attention. Joan reviewed the lab's activity logs from the previous night, scanning through simulation data while keeping an eye on her physical comfort. She paused occasionally, rubbing her abdomen, feeling a light kick or twist from one of the twins. John rotated between team discussions and her side, checking data and offering support, ready to step in at the slightest sign of discomfort or fatigue. At one point, Joan paused mid-scroll, holding the tablet closer. "John, look at this," she said. "The new calibration from last night. It's stabilizing the energy field across 3 sectors simultaneously. That's faster than yesterday's cycles by almost 20%. And the error margin is lower than anything we've had before." John leaned over her shoulder, eyes scanning the data. "That's incredible," he said, voice carrying both scientific excitement and personal pride. "And it's because we coordinated the night run so precisely. Your input last cycle, it's making all the difference." Joan's smile was small but filled with quiet satisfaction. "It feels different now," she said. "Not just the work, but knowing I have someone else inside me, someone who'll be affected by everything we do. I want them to grow in a world we can shape responsibly." John nodded solemnly, pressing a kiss to her temple. "And we will. Every calculation, every decision, every experiment, everything we do is for them too." Later, as the sun climbed higher, the couple found a quiet corner of the facility reserved for moments of personal respite. A small seating area overlooked the complex atrium, filled with natural light and plants, a rare concession to comfort amid technology. Joan reclined, reading through a report while John checked simulation outcomes on his tablet. "You know," Joan said, eyes still scanning data, "even adjusting to this routine, it feels easier, less overwhelming than I imagined. The facility's comforts make it manageable, and having you here," her voice softened, trailing off as she gestured toward him. John set his tablet aside and moved closer, seating himself next to her. "I've been thinking the same thing," he said. "Balancing research with this. With us, it's not simple, but we've built something sustainable here. Every protocol, every schedule, every precaution has a purpose. And now, with the twins." He paused, looking into her eyes. "Everything feels possible. Balanced." Joan's hand found his, fingers lacing naturally. "Possible," she agreed. "And every morning I wake up and feel them. I realize how real it is. I never thought I could. We never thought this could happen. But it has, and I want them to know. We'll be here, supporting them, guiding them, just like we support each other." A faint sound of movement from the hallway reminded them of the world beyond their corner. The team was already deep into the day's simulations, experiments, and checks. Joan stood slowly, carefully, holding her belly lightly. "We should check in with the lab before the next run," she said. "I want to stay involved, even if it's just overseeing, giving feedback, or reviewing the log." John rose alongside her. "Of course," he replied. "And we'll take it at your pace. Every step, every observation, together." As they walked, the subtle interplay of personal life and professional responsibility unfolded naturally. They passed clusters of researchers, each absorbed in their work, yet aware of the new family developing in their midst. Conversations paused briefly, acknowledging Joan's condition, congratulatory smiles exchanged, but all returned quickly to focus, the team understanding that balance was crucial, life, research, and progress moving in tandem. Later, they entered the lab. The holographic projections glowed softly in blue and green, data streams scrolling across floating screens, algorithms whirring in real time. Joan adjusted her focus, scanning through error logs, calibration sequences, and predictive outputs. Her eyes flicked to a minor anomaly, then back to John. "This section," she said, pointing at a 3-dimensional holographic interface. "It's slightly off, but we can correct it by integrating the last calibration. That should stabilize the output for the next cycle." John's hands hovered over the control panel, confirming her assessment. "Agreed," he said. "It's subtle but crucial, and it's exactly why your input is indispensable." He glanced down at her belly briefly, a silent acknowledgement of the life growing inside her, of the dual responsibility of protecting both research and family. By mid-afternoon, the rhythm of the facility and the personal adjustments had settled into a steady cadence. Joan moved with care, never overexerting, but always present in every aspect of her dual role as mother-to-be and scientific collaborator. John ensured the team respected her limits, but allowed her agency, ensuring she remained central to decision-making. As the day drew to a close, they retreated once more to their apartment, quiet now, except for the subtle hum of systems and the soft movements of the twins within her. Joan rested on the couch, John at her side, both holding her hands. The day had been filled with routines, adjustments, calculations, and oversight, but also intimacy, connection, and shared joy. Joan pressed her cheek to his shoulder. "It's amazing," she whispered. "All of this, the lab, the team, the twins. I never imagined it could feel this complete." John kissed the top of her head, holding her close. "It's because we've built it together," he said. "Every challenge, every breakthrough, every difficult moment, everything has led us here. And it's only the beginning." The facility settled into quiet night around them. But inside their apartment, warmth and life thrived. Amid algorithms, simulations, and complex research, the human stakes remained, grounding them. With twins growing inside her, every calculation carried meaning beyond mere numbers. Every decision encompassed love, responsibility, and hope. Joan's fingers drifted over her stomach, tracing the soft rise and fall, feeling the subtle dances of the twins. John's hand joined hers, fingers entwining, anchoring her to the present, to their shared journey. Outside, the facility's lights glimmered against the sky. Inside, life, new, impossible, miraculous, continued to unfold. Evening had settled over the facility, casting long shadows across the smooth surfaces and softly illuminated corridors. Joan sat on the small balcony of their apartment, legs tucked beneath her, the twin lights of the facility reflecting in her eyes. The city beyond the glass seemed distant, almost irrelevant, a reminder of the world that existed outside their carefully controlled environment. The glow of the atrium below mingled with the quiet hum of machinery, a subtle symphony of technology and life that had become the backdrop for every day. John joined her, holding 2 glasses of water. He handed one to her and she accepted it with a soft smile. For a few moments, they simply sat together, sipping in silence, letting the stillness of the evening settle around them. The day had been full of work, updates from the team, and careful attention to Joan's needs. But now, as the night deepened, the real weight of their situation began to sink in. "John," Joan began hesitantly, tracing the rim of her glass with a finger. "I've been thinking about the twins and about what it means for us, for our lives, beyond the lab." Her voice carried a mixture of excitement and trepidation, the combination that came with facing a future, both extraordinary and fragile. He nodded, keeping his gaze steady on hers. "I've been thinking about that too," he admitted. "It's complicated. Everything we've built here, the work, the experiments, the safety measures, it's all designed to protect us. But with the twins, it changes everything. Our priorities, our routines, even our risks." Joan's hand rested on her belly, fingers brushing lightly over the subtle curves that were already forming. "I never thought I'd get to feel this," she said softly. "And now I have to think about more than just us. There's another layer. And I can't help but wonder about my mother." John followed her gaze, the flickering lights reflecting in his eyes. "You mean, bringing her here?" She nodded. "Yes, she's older now and she'd be worried sick. But I also think about her safety, about how everything that's happening, our research, the attention we've drawn, even the government interference, she'd never be safe in the outside world. But bringing her here is not a simple decision. There are logistical concerns and emotional ones. Would she even adjust to this life?" John considered her words carefully. "We'd have to create a space that's comfortable for her, that respects her routines while maintaining security. And we'd have to explain some things without overwhelming her. But I think it's possible." His hand found hers, squeezing gently. "We've adapted before. We can do it again." Joan tilted her head, her eyes searching his. "Do you think she would want to come?" John smiled faintly, a mixture of reassurance and fond memory. "She's always been practical, and she trusts us. I think if we explain the risks, the precautions, and the reasons, she'd come. She'd want to be near her grandchildren, and she'd want to support us." The conversation drifted into the practicalities. The layout of the new quarters they'd need to create, the communication protocols, the integration into daily routines. They debated options for transportation, dietary needs, access to health resources, and privacy considerations. Joan's mind kept circling back to the emotional implications. "It's not just logistics," she said. "It's about trust, about creating a place where she feels secure, where she can be part of this life without feeling like she's intruding." John nodded, taking her hand fully into his. "Security isn't just about the lab or the algorithms. It's about creating an environment where people feel safe, confident, and valued. Your mother would have that here." They paused, letting the weight of the discussion settle. Beyond the physical arrangements, there were deeper ethical and emotional considerations. The intervention that had allowed Joan to carry the twins in the first place, the unseen hand of Michael's influence, the delicate balance of secrecy and openness, and the responsibility they bore to shield both their family and their research. "You know," Joan said finally, breaking the silence, "I have been thinking about how Michael did this." She hesitated, unsure of how much to voice. "How he intervened. I'll never truly understand it, not in the terms humans are used to. But it happened, and it means we get to be parents. John's brow furrowed slightly, conflicted between awe and caution. It doesn't change the risks, Joan, but it does change us. It adds weight, certainly, but also purpose. Every choice we make, every adjustment we plan, now it carries the lives of 2 children. And that means everything we do here has even greater significance. Joan reached for a small notebook, opening it to jot down thoughts. I want to plan carefully, she said. How we bring her mother in, how we introduce her to this life, and how we integrate her into daily routines without exposing her to danger. And I want the twins to grow knowing family. Not just us but their grandmother. They'll need that anchor in their lives. John leaned back, considering her notes. We'll need to approach this in phases. Small adjustments first, testing her comfort and understanding. Then gradual introduction to the lab's rhythms, the technology, the routines. She won't be part of the experiments, but she'll witness them, understand them, and learn to navigate this world safely. Their discussion wandered into specifics. Morning and evening schedules, dietary accommodations, contingency plans for emergencies, and even educational opportunities for the twins once they were old enough. They debated which spaces would be most suitable for her quarters, how to maintain privacy, and how to ensure that the children grew up grounded in a sense of normalcy, despite the extraordinary environment around them. Do you think she'll like it here? Joan asked quietly. Even with everything we've done, the lights, the sounds, the constant activity, it's unusual. She's never lived anywhere like this. John smiled, tracing the curve of her stomach with a finger. She'll adapt, she's resilient, and we'll be here with her every step. The twins will help. There's something about family that smooths over the strangeness of any place. Joan rested her head on his shoulder, feeling the subtle movements of the twins within her. It's strange, she whispered. I never thought I'd be planning for this. For them, for her, for all of it. And yet, it feels right. Like it's meant to be. John held her close. It's more than meant to be. It's built from intention, from care, from every choice we've made together. And now, it's expanding. Our family, our responsibilities, our life. All of it intertwines with the research, the team, and yes, even the unseen interventions that made this possible. Joan laughed softly, a sound of relief and disbelief. I still can't believe this started as a problem we were never meant to solve. And now, her hand rested over her belly again. Now, it's the most real, tangible part of our lives. It's ours, and it's incredible. John kissed her temple, lingering, savoring the quiet strength between them. And we'll protect it, nurture it, and guide it, every step of the way. From planning to birth, from the lab to home, we'll do it together, and we'll make sure the twins know family, love, and purpose. The discussion faded into comfortable silence. Outside, the night deepened. Within the apartment, the hum of the facility continued softly, a constant reminder of the extraordinary world surrounding them. Yet within that space, the focus was entirely human. The care of Joan, the growing twins, and the thoughtful preparation to expand their family safely. Hours later, as the twins shifted inside her, Joan and John sat side by side, reviewing plans, imagining schedules, and dreaming quietly about what the future would hold. The logistical challenges were real, but so was the warmth, the love, and the profound sense of shared purpose. Their lives had been irrevocably changed, not just by science and politics, but by the intimate, miraculous development of family. By the time night turned toward early morning, they had outlined detailed steps for the integration of Joan's mother, ensuring safety, comfort, and emotional support. They had mapped routines that balanced research, rest, and personal attention. And most importantly, they had strengthened the invisible threads connecting them, threads of love, trust, and shared joy that would sustain them in the extraordinary world they now inhabited. Joan closed her notebook, a soft sigh escaping her lips. It's more than I could have imagined, she said. But it feels right. It feels like we can handle it, together. John pressed a gentle kiss to her hand. Together, he echoed. Outside, the facility continued its hum, indifferent to the human moments inside. But for Joan and John, the extraordinary and the intimate had merged, and the future, while still uncertain, was now filled with possibility, hope, and the profound certainty of family. The facility hummed with the quiet energy of a living organism, corridors glowing softly under the ambient light, the distant whir of machinery forming a subtle background cadence. Joan and John moved through the spaces with a rhythm they had begun to establish over the past weeks. A rhythm balancing research, personal needs, and the delicate beginnings of family life. Every step they took seemed measured now, informed not just by professional focus but by the presence of life they were nurturing together. Morning sunlight filtered through the large panoramic windows, bathing their apartment in warm gold. Joan stood near the kitchen, sipping tea, feeling the twins shift within her. The sensation was gentle but insistent, a constant reminder of the lives growing inside her. The morning routine had become a shared ritual. Breakfast, check-ins on research updates, and small conversations about the day ahead. It was a strange mixture of domestic normalcy and extraordinary circumstance, but for them, it had become comforting. John leaned against the counter, arms crossed loosely, watching her. "You've got a glow this morning," he said, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "And not just because of the sun." Joan laughed softly, placing her cup down. "I think it's the twins. I'm finally starting to feel it. It's surreal, but it feels right." She reached out, brushing a hand across her belly, feeling the subtle movements. "And knowing we have you planning everything, thinking through the smallest details, it makes me feel safer, grounded." He stepped closer, placing his hand over hers. "We've adapted to everything this facility has thrown at us. This is just another challenge, one I want to face with you." His voice carried warmth and certainty. "We're not just surviving here, we're building something. Something lasting." Joan smiled, leaning into him for a brief moment. The calm intimacy lingered, suspended between the extraordinary demands of the lab and the personal world they were creating. Their focus shifted naturally to practical matters, routines for the twins, dietary adjustments, medical check-ins, and preparing Joan's mother for eventual integration into their lives. "We need to map out the support system," Joan said, opening a tablet to review notes. "From daily tasks to emergency procedures, everything needs to be accounted for. The twins' needs, my needs, and when Mom comes into the picture." John nodded, scanning her notes. "Agreed. We'll establish clear schedules, assign responsibilities, and set up check-ins. But we also need to remember balance. Too rigid, and it becomes oppressive. Too loose, and safety suffers. We found our rhythm in the lab. Now we extend that to family life." They spent hours discussing logistics, reviewing simulated schedules for the twins' early development, and integrating wellness routines. Everything was meticulous: nutrient schedules, developmental milestones, safe play spaces, and quiet areas for reflection. Yet amid the planning, they maintained flexibility, allowing the unpredictability of life to shape minor adjustments. "Joan," Joan said, looking up from her notes, "I've been thinking about education. We'll need to start thinking early, even if it's just conceptual understanding at first. Exposure to science, math, languages, but balanced with play, creativity, and emotional learning." John smiled. "We'll make it engaging. The lab can be a classroom without feeling like work. Experiments, observation, and discovery can be woven into daily life. They'll learn naturally, through experience, curiosity, and guidance, and will ensure emotional intelligence and empathy are just as much a part of their education." The day passed with a careful blend of routine and planning. The hum of the facility became a constant companion, its presence both reassuring and grounding. Joan and John moved between domestic tasks and professional check-ins, weaving moments of laughter, conversation, and quiet reflection into the structured day. It was not simply about survival or scientific achievement. It was about creating a life where family could flourish amid extraordinary circumstances. By late afternoon, they had reviewed contingency plans, assigned tasks to the expanded research team for upcoming experiments, and created a detailed outline for integrating Joan's mother into the facility. The twins' needs were meticulously accounted for, from nutritional schedules to early developmental monitoring. Every plan reflected both care and foresight, designed to provide security without suffocating the natural rhythms of life. Joan paused, looking out over the city through the panoramic window. "It's incredible, isn't it?" she said softly. "All of this, our research, the work we do, the place we're in, but at the center of it, it's family. It's us." John joined her at the window, resting a hand on her back. "That's what keeps everything in perspective. The work, the challenges, the risks, they're all part of a larger picture. And the family we're creating grounds us, keeps us focused, keeps us human." They moved to the living area as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the apartment. Joan's mother had yet to arrive, but preparations for her integration were well underway. Rooms had been modified, schedules planned, and security protocols extended to ensure her comfort and safety. The twins would have a stable, protected environment in which to grow, even amidst the extraordinary circumstances surrounding their parents. Dinner was quiet but content. Joan prepared a light meal, and John set the table with care. The act of sharing food, of maintaining small routines that echoed normal life, brought a sense of stability and continuity. Each bite, each moment of conversation, reinforced the foundation they were building: emotional, physical, and practical. Afterward, they sat together, reviewing plans one last time before the evening. Notes were finalized, contingency procedures double-checked, and schedules for the next day confirmed. Every element of the twins' care, Joan's needs, and the eventual integration of her mother had been carefully considered. Yet despite the meticulous planning, the emotional undercurrent was unmistakable. Relief, joy, anticipation, and a quiet pride in what they had accomplished together. "Tomorrow," Joan said, We start introducing small activities for the twins, sensory experiences, exploration, gentle interaction. Even before they're aware, we can begin to nurture curiosity, confidence, and the bonds of family. John nodded, his hand finding hers once again. And we'll do it step by step, together, every day. Night fell fully over the facility. The soft hum of life, machinery, and energy continued, but within the apartment, a calm stability had settled. The twins moved gently within Joan, a subtle reminder of the lives at the center of their careful planning. Every decision, every adjustment, every measured step reinforced the balance they had found between extraordinary responsibility and intimate human connection. As Joan and John prepared for rest, they reviewed mental notes for the following day, adjusting schedules, monitoring maternal health, ensuring safety protocols, and introducing early educational stimuli for the twins. The tasks were endless yet manageable, anchored by love, partnership, and careful foresight. Lying side by side, hands entwined, they allowed themselves a quiet moment of reflection. The stress and uncertainty of the past months, the constant tension of research, the unseen political and scientific pressures, the extraordinary interventions, had brought them to this point. And now, for the first time, there was a tangible sense of stability. A life built on intention, care, and foresight. A family safe and grounded amidst a world of unknowns. Joan whispered softly into the dim room. "We've built something extraordinary, John. Not just the work, not just the lab, but this, us. Our family." John held her close, feeling the rhythm of the twins within her, the solidity of their connection, and the grounding presence of the future they had begun to shape. "Yes," he said, "and we'll continue to build it every day, together." Outside, the facility's lights continued to glow softly, steady and constant. Inside, the hum of machinery became a backdrop to the quiet human rhythm of two people preparing to meet life's next stage together. It was a life balanced between extraordinary circumstance and intimate normalcy, a life anchored by family, stability, and the profound certainty that no matter the challenges ahead, they faced them together. The morning sunlight spilled across the facility's expansive windows, glinting off polished surfaces and holographic displays. Outside, the world seemed to be in constant motion, a reflection of the unprecedented changes sweeping society. John and Joan observed the incoming data streams, each feed reporting new breakthroughs, expansions of infrastructure, and the rapid adoption of technologies derived from John's work. "This can't be real," Joan murmured, leaning over the dashboard. "Look at this. Cities are reporting delivery times cut by more than 70%. John didn't reply immediately, his eyes scanning the numbers, algorithms, and progress reports cascading across the monitors. "It's real," he finally said, voice steady. "Every one of these implementations is tied back to what we built here, and yet—" He trailed off, narrowing his eyes at a simulation of cargo distribution across multiple continents. "Even with everything automated, the speed at which governments are losing control, it's faster than I anticipated." Joan's lips pressed together in thought. "The regulatory agencies can't keep up. The companies implementing your designs have autonomy now, and they're scaling exponentially. Look at the patents being licensed in multiple countries simultaneously. Each iteration is improving on the last before any bureaucracy can intervene." John exhaled slowly, letting his gaze drift to the far side of the lab where new prototypes were being tested. "We've changed the rules of engagement entirely. No one can stop this. Not technically, not politically." A soft chime echoed through the lab, signaling a live communication feed from a partner city. A young engineer's face appeared on the holo display. "Dr. Galvez," the engineer said, excitement in her voice. "The first automated shipping route is operating flawlessly. The energy grid is sustaining itself for 24 days continuously, and the AI predictive models are handling demand spikes without human input." "That's excellent," John replied, leaning forward. "Keep monitoring it, but don't touch any parameters unless absolutely necessary. Let it stabilize and run its course. And—" he hesitated, thinking carefully. "Document everything. Every anomaly, every unexpected efficiency. We need a full record." Joan's fingers danced across the holographic keyboard, pulling up citywide simulation overlays. "The public isn't seeing most of this yet," she said. "The governments are trying to keep it under wraps, but leaks are happening. People are already speculating about the technology behind these improvements." John leaned back, rubbing his chin. "Speculation is inevitable. Once they see the results, the narrative can't be controlled, and that's fine. The key is ensuring the technology continues to function and scales safely. Everything else, panic, politics, it's secondary." A notification pinged. This one marked high priority. John opened it to see an urgent message from an economic think tank. The lead analyst appeared on screen, voice tense. "Dr. Galvez, the shifts in production, transport, and energy have already started destabilizing existing markets. Governments are issuing temporary controls, but the systems are outpacing them. They're scrambling to react, and private entities are already bypassing oversight entirely. Joan leaned closer, eyes wide. This is exactly what I feared, chaotic growth. But it's also undeniable proof of the impact of our work. John, the simulations, they predicted acceleration, but not this immediate. John nodded. I understand, but we designed the system to be resilient. That was the whole point. No single failure can collapse the network. We built redundancy, learning algorithms, and self-correction into every layer. We predicted exponential growth, just not at this precise rate. The holofeed flickered as another report came in. This one from a regional distribution hub. The manager, clearly overwhelmed, appeared on screen. Dr. Galvez, our logistics model is outperforming every previous benchmark. Orders are being delivered in less than a day on average. Warehouses are managing themselves. The AI is even reallocating staff dynamically to optimize throughput. John glanced at Joan, raising an eyebrow. Everywhere, the same story, and yet the governments keep trying to impose controls. Joan's jaw tightened. It's futile. Once the infrastructure scales beyond central authority, regulation is meaningless. People can't unlearn efficiency. The engineer's voice returned, this time with a touch of humor. You've basically broken the system, in the best way possible. John chuckled, though the sound was tinged with fatigue. We've broken it into a better version of itself. That's all we could hope for. Joan's eyes drifted to the window, watching the first automated freight drones ascend into the morning sky. Beautiful, she said softly. And terrifying. John nodded. Change always carries both. The question is whether the people are ready for it, and if the infrastructure can sustain it. From what I see, both are adapting faster than I expected. But the pressure will increase. Expect backlash, power struggles, and opportunists trying to exploit these systems. A notification blinked urgently in the corner. John opened it to see a live feed of a city council hearing. Officials argued heatedly, attempting to reconcile new AI management systems with existing labor laws. One politician slammed her fist on the desk. We cannot allow private entities to control logistics, energy, or resource allocation. A representative from a private company interjected calmly, projecting confidence. Dr. Galvez's systems are autonomous and self-correcting. Any interference risks collapse and widespread disruption. We are prepared to maintain oversight within the parameters of his design, but tampering is not an option. John leaned back, exchanging a brief glance with Joan. Notice the tone. They're finally recognizing the unavoidable. Resistance is only temporary. Joan's fingers hovered over her keyboard. Even the media can't ignore it. Social networks, independent analysts, everyone is noticing. A small ping signaled a direct message from Steve. His avatar appeared on screen. The early indicators are overwhelming. Governments are losing centralized control faster than we predicted. Private adoption of the systems is accelerating. Joan, the transformation is no longer theoretical. John nodded slowly. We expected disruption, but this is global. And yet, the systems are holding, adapting, expanding. Everything we planned is functioning exactly as intended. Steve's voice softened. And the impact on daily life? People are experiencing improved efficiency, cleaner energy, and faster delivery of goods. Communities are adjusting. Your research is shaping society itself. Joan's eyes lingered on the monitor, showing a simulation overlay of interconnected cities. It's almost too much to take in. The ripple effect is overwhelming, but every element traces back to the lab. To you, to us. John's tone was calm, deliberate. Exactly. And it's only the beginning. Once the foundation stabilizes, further advancements can build without constraint. That's the key. Once the system is resilient, society can evolve at a pace previously thought impossible. Steve's avatar nodded, eyes bright. It's remarkable. You've shifted the power dynamics, but safely. The challenge now is ensuring the adaptation continues smoothly. The more autonomous the systems become, the more the population can focus on innovation and exploration, rather than administrative oversight. John glanced at Joan, a smile tugging at his lips. We've done more than create technology. We've created the infrastructure for humanity to surpass its previous limitations. And it's already happening. Joan exhaled slowly, leaning back in her chair. It's beautiful. Scary, yes, but beautiful. And people are finally seeing the possibilities, not just the limitations. Steve's image flickered. Be aware, however, that not everyone will accept this immediately. There will be pockets of resistance, legal challenges, and political maneuvers, but the data is undeniable. You've provided the evidence of a functioning, scalable system. John leaned forward, eyes intent. Then we continue. We observe, guide, and adapt. Nothing else matters until the system stabilizes. Outside the lab, the city's skyline was alive with energy. Autonomous drones crisscrossing the airways, intelligent transport grids pulsating beneath the streets, and citizens interacting with AI-driven systems that seamlessly integrated into their daily lives. For the first time, the old structures of control seemed brittle, fragile in comparison to the living, self-sustaining network of innovation John's work had enabled. Joan's gaze lingered on a live feed from the industrial sector. Everything is connected: production, distribution, energy, and communication, each element reinforcing the other. The transformation isn't just technological. It's structural. The old hierarchy is dissolving. John nodded. And that's exactly the point. It's not just about machines or systems. It's about creating conditions where humanity can operate beyond previous limits. What we've built isn't just a tool, it's a framework for a new era. The chatter of live communications continued in the background, engineers reporting successful simulations, city officials debating regulatory adjustments, and industry leaders coordinating adoption schedules. The air was charged with energy and possibility, a hum that spoke to the quiet revolution underway. Every screen, every feed, every message confirmed the magnitude of what had been set in motion. Joan leaned closer to John, voice soft but full of wonder. "We've changed everything." John nodded, lips tight with focus. "We've changed the world, but the work isn't over. We make sure it endures. We ensure it scales safely. And then..." He paused, considering the scope. "Then we watch humanity reach heights that were once impossible." The facility buzzed with activity as new scientists, engineers, and researchers arrived from around the world. Holo displays tracked their credentials, areas of expertise, and prior projects, a living record of the growing intellectual ecosystem within the facility. Every corridor, lab, and workspace reflected both purpose and precision, a balance of advanced technology and human adaptability. "Orientation is complete," the coordinator said as the newest team members assembled in the main lab. "All security protocols, research ethics, and system operations have been reviewed. Dr. Galvez will now address you directly." John stepped forward, glancing at the gathered team. He felt the weight of responsibility settle over him, not as a burden, but as a challenge to be met. "Welcome," he began, voice calm but resonant. "You are here because you are among the best in your respective fields. What we do here will change not only the landscape of scientific discovery but also the daily lives of billions." That's not hyperbole, it's reality. A young woman from a data analytics division raised her hand. "Dr. Galvez, can you clarify what specific projects we will be working on first? Should we focus on simulations or hardware implementations?" John nodded, appreciating the precision of the question. "Both. Initially, simulations to validate scalability and safety. Once verified, we transition into hardware and applied systems. Each team will collaborate closely. Interdisciplinary interaction is essential. If something works in theory but fails in practice, it's our responsibility to correct it immediately." Joan moved alongside him, her presence a quiet reassurance. She addressed the team next. "Our objective is to make our systems resilient and adaptable. We're not just creating algorithms or machines. We're constructing frameworks that must survive unexpected variables. Your expertise, creativity, and careful observation will be critical, and never underestimate the importance of communication." A murmur of understanding passed through the group. One researcher, a physicist with a streak of impatience, asked, "How do we prioritize experiments? There's so much potential to explore, but finite time and resources." John allowed a faint smile. "Prioritization is based on impact and feasibility. High-impact, low-risk experiments come first. But nothing happens in isolation. Every test informs the next. Your work will ripple across multiple domains: logistics, energy, materials, AI, and human interface design. Always think in layers, in connections. Always think in layers, in connection." A lab technician, curious and slightly nervous, ventured, "And mistakes? Are they catastrophic?" Joan's gaze softened. "Mistakes are learning opportunities. Our systems are designed to absorb error, analyze it, and adapt. That said, vigilance is key. There is no room for complacency, but there is room for innovation. If you have an idea, present it, test it, and document every step. We will guide you. We will guide you." A senior engineer chimed in, leaning against the edge of a console. "What about collaboration across teams? Is this compartmentalized work, or are we sharing findings constantly?" John gestured broadly at the lab. "Collaboration is the core principle. There are no silos. Every department communicates. Every algorithm, every simulation, every prototype is available to everyone unless restricted for safety. The faster knowledge spreads here, the faster our systems mature. I expect transparency, constructive critique, and iterative improvement. We grow as a network, not as isolated units." A young programmer hesitated, then asked, "And supervision? Are we reporting directly to you or through project leads?" Joan answered with clarity. "Project leads coordinate daily operations, but oversight is distributed. You will be responsible for documenting progress, challenges, and observations. We review collectively. Decisions are made collaboratively, and your insights carry weight. No one here is redundant." John added, "And mentorship is a two-way street. Experienced members guide newcomers, but every perspective counts. Innovation often comes from fresh eyes. Do not underestimate your own contribution." As the team dispersed to their assigned stations, John moved toward a workstation displaying simulations of advanced transport algorithms. A junior scientist approached him cautiously. "Dr. Galvez, we've been discussing possible improvements in routing efficiency. We believe the current predictive models can handle more variables than initially programmed." John examined the display. "Show me the integration of your variables." The young scientist projected a simulation overlay. "Here, we've included adaptive feedback from energy consumption, weather data, and real-time demand changes. The system anticipates fluctuations dynamically." John leaned closer, studying the cascading data. "This is impressive. Execute the next simulation cycle with expanded parameters, and track how predictive efficiency changes over 3 weeks of virtual time. Make sure you include error propagation analysis." The scientist's eyes lit up. "Understood. This will require coordination with the AI team to integrate their real-time updates." "Exactly," John said. "Collaboration is essential. Nothing works in isolation." Joan appeared beside him, examining another simulation. "We've also integrated environmental impacts. Resource allocation is now optimized for sustainability, reducing energy spikes by 25% in these models." John nodded approvingly. "Good. That level of foresight will become standard. Every subsystem we design must consider the broader ecosystem, environmental, economic, and social. That's what differentiates applied innovation from theoretical research." Later, a group of engineers gathered near a prototype testing bay. Dr. Galvez once said, "We're struggling to reconcile the hardware interface with the AI predictions. There's latency in real-time adjustments, and minor inconsistencies are occurring." John and Joan moved closer. "Show us the logs," Joan instructed. Data streamed across a console as she highlighted inconsistencies. "See here," she said, pointing. "The AI is responding too slowly because of data transfer bottlenecks. If we restructure the processing sequence, latency drops and predictive accuracy improves." An engineer leaned in. "We can implement that immediately?" "Yes," Joan said, "but monitor closely. Adjust one variable at a time, and document the outcomes. This is how we ensure reliable scaling. Efficiency is meaningless without consistency." John added, "Remember, every improvement affects the entire system. Test rigorously, then integrate gradually. Patience in implementation is as important as speed in ideation." The engineers dispersed to execute the changes. Joan whispered to John, "They're learning fast. The interdisciplinary approach is exactly what we needed. You can feel the energy in the room. Ida's electric, focused, but collaborative." John glanced around the lab, watching researchers interact, share findings, and troubleshoot problems collectively. This is the future of scientific work. Intelligence amplified by collaboration, not hierarchy. The facility isn't just a workspace. It's an organism constantly evolving with each contribution. A junior researcher approached timidly. "Dr. Galvez, can we request additional resources for material testing? Some new alloys need extended simulation cycles." "Of course," John said, nodding. "Submit the request. Ensure your justification is thorough. Every new material impacts predictive modeling. Once approved, we integrate it into the lab-wide workflow." Joan smiled. "You're going to see the pace accelerate. With every new team member, the lab grows more dynamic. Experiments will overlap, simulations will cross-pollinate, and results will converge faster than we ever anticipated." John placed a hand on the console, reflecting. "And the mentorship ensures that knowledge isn't lost, mistakes aren't repeated, and creativity is nurtured. That's the key. The facility itself must adapt to the people within it, not the other way around." Steve's voice came through a secure feed. "I've been observing progress. The expansion of the team is accelerating breakthroughs, but don't let enthusiasm outpace methodology. John, Joan, ensure that systems remain robust and adaptable." John nodded. "We will. Every new researcher is integrated with careful oversight. Innovation is encouraged, but stability remains paramount." Joan added, "And the personal growth of each member matters. Mentorship is essential, but so is recognizing individual potential. People are part of the system as much as technology is." A senior engineer, glancing at the holographic projections, asked, "How long before our first fully integrated demonstration?" John smiled faintly. "Give it time. Patience isn't a limitation, it's a multiplier. The first full demonstration must be flawless. We've built resilience into every layer, but even the best system requires verification under real-world conditions. That's the next step, and it will define the future trajectory." Outside the lab, autonomous systems hummed across the city, reflecting the real-world application of the team's work. Delivery drones, self-maintaining grids, and adaptive traffic networks operated seamlessly, a testament to the collaboration inside. John and Joan watched silently, aware that this was only the beginning. Every new mind brought into the facility amplified their potential. Joan turned to John, eyes bright. "The network of people, systems, and simulations, it's growing faster than we imagined. Soon the impact will be undeniable, not just in theory, but in every aspect of daily life." John's gaze swept over the bustling lab. "Exactly. And that's why mentorship, oversight, and collaboration matter. Every experiment, every test, every idea contributes to a system larger than any single individual. That's the hallmark of a truly transformative era." Michael hovered just above the polished floor of the observation chamber, his form emanating a faint undulating glow that seemed to pulse with every word he spoke. Galvez stood across from him, perfectly still, his human illusion flawless, yet every calculated movement betraying the tension beneath. "You have brought me far," Michael said evenly, his voice reverberating in the space. "Yet you must understand the gravity of what has been set in motion. My original purpose here was absolute, to ensure that this planet remained contained, that its inhabitants never advanced beyond certain thresholds. All souls were to be collected in order, all cycles preserved. There was no allowance for interstellar ambition, no latitude for deviation." Galvez's eyes flickered slightly under his human guise. "And yet, here we are," he said. "The planet is moving beyond your limitations. It will touch the stars sooner than anticipated." Michael's glow pulsed faster, a subtle tremor running through the room. "Indeed, that is precisely the issue. By permitting this progress, by allowing these humans, John, Joan, their team, to flourish beyond my directive, I have violated the terms set by my superiors. You understand what that entails? Death is rare among my people, 1 in over 1,000 cycles. Yet now, I have no immunity. The repercussions are inevitable." "You are certain?" Galvez asked, his voice calm but laced with calculated concern. Michael nodded, the movement almost imperceptible. "Certain. My transgression is clear. The universe enforces these laws strictly. My failure to contain this planet's potential will be noted, observed, and judged. My superiors will arrive, as they always do in such circumstances. They will find fault and my life will be forfeit." Galvez's gaze hardened. "How long before they arrive?" Michael's glow dimmed as he considered the temporal mechanics involved. My maximum travel capacity, barely 3 light speeds. The journey will require several hundreds of years by Earth time. By the time they reach this sector, this planet will have firmly established itself among the stars. It will have moved well beyond isolation. I may have delayed the inevitable, but the consequences are irreversible. When they arrive, they will act swiftly." "You have introduced me to their team," Galvez said, a faint trace of pride in his tone. "Despite the risk, you positioned me strategically." Michael's form shimmered, the luminescence expanding as if expressing a subtle approval. "I did. You executed your human illusion perfectly. Your disguise was convincing, your comportment flawless. I must commend you, Galvez. Few among your species could have maintained it so long without error. Your integration with their team was essential to sustaining the progress of this operation, and it succeeded beyond expectation." Galvez allowed a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "Recognition from you is significant." Michael's voice softened, though the weight of warning remained. "It is earned. You understand the intricacies, the subtle interplay between perception and influence. Your ability to maintain your facade under scrutiny ensured that the team continued unimpeded. I cannot overstate the necessity of your actions. Were it not for your careful management, the trajectory of this project, and by extension, this planet, would have collapsed long before reaching interstellar potential." Galvez nodded. "And yet, you are here, and you are aware that this is a violation of your mandate. How do you reconcile that with the inevitability of your judgment?" Michael's glow dimmed again, the pulse slowing. "Reconciliation is impossible. I have violated the absolute. My superiors measure transgression not by intention, but by result. This planet will bear witness to the advancement I allowed. Yet my existence is secondary. I acted to preserve potential, to create opportunity for these humans. That is the only truth I can hold against the certainty of my coming judgment." Galvez studied him silently, noting the subtle tremor beneath Michael's composed presence. "And the souls? How does this affect the collection, the preservation of cycles? The collection continues, though incompletely. The interstellar trajectory introduces anomalies I cannot correct without direct intervention, and intervention risks exposure of the humans. To act would destroy the balance entirely, compromise the project, and accelerate my punishment. Therefore, I maintain a delicate equilibrium, allowing them to thrive, ensuring survival, but accepting that my error is permanent. Galvez's brow furrowed. You understand that this planet's expansion will bring other civilizations into contact. My people are only one among many. They will notice. They will interfere. Michael's form pulsed brighter for a moment, a reflection of his resolve. I am aware. Their arrival is inevitable. My time is limited, and my actions cannot prevent observation. But by the time they arrive, as I have calculated, this world will be interstellar. The humans will be protected by their advancements, by their integration with the research and the technology they now command. My punishment will be swift, yet the outcome I have enabled will endure. That is all I can ensure. Galvez's tone shifted to one of curiosity mixed with subtle calculation. You are aware that death among your kind is rare, 1 in over 1,000 cycles, as you said, yet you risk all of this, knowing you will be hunted. Michael's voice was steady, though edged with a somber undertone. Yes, I accept the inevitability. The rarity of death does not preclude the certainty of judgment. My actions are deliberate. I will not hide. The planet's potential, the work of these humans, outweighs my survival. The cycles of life I manage will continue, and the advancements that should not have occurred will persist beyond my lifespan. Galvez took a measured step closer, his human form flawless, yet his eyes reflecting the alien patience beneath. You have ensured that the humans will continue despite your punishment. Yet what of your loyalty to your species, to the mandate? Michael's glow contracted, then expanded slowly. Loyalty to mandate is obedience. Obedience without judgment is not loyalty, it is surrender. I acted with foresight, weighing the immediate consequence against the long-term trajectory. Galvez's smile widened slightly. You understand then that your life is effectively forfeit. I do, Michael replied calmly. Yet my actions guarantee survival for this world, and for those I am sworn to protect indirectly. Death is but a measure of error. In this case, error cannot undo what has been set in motion. The humans will thrive. The project will succeed. And though my kind will judge me, the universe will be changed because of this deviation. Galvez inclined his head slightly. Then we wait, as you have calculated. Interstellar potential secured, yet the hunter will come. Michael's glow pulsed in agreement. Exactly. My existence is finite, yet the consequences of my actions are infinite. That is the calculus of the situation. By the time judgment arrives, this planet, this team, this research, will be beyond interference, and I accept that, even as my own cycle draws to an end. Galvez nodded slowly. You introduced me to the team, maintained your cover, ensured their growth, and accepted the penalty. Few among your kind would have the courage for such precision. Michael's glow softened. And few would understand the necessity of risk balanced against potential. That is the burden I bear, and the gift I leave behind. My actions will resonate, far beyond the scope of any single cycle or species. The room was silent for a long moment, the glow of Michael the only illumination in the chamber. He hovered, unyielding, unwavering, fully aware of the punishment he would inevitably face, yet resolute in his choice. Galvez observed him, noting every pulse of light, every subtle shift, every measured word. The dialogue was complete. The calculus of consequence had been stated. The future, interstellar and irrevocable, would proceed, and Michael had ensured it, accepting his fate entirely. The observation room was quiet, the hum of machinery, a distant backdrop to the intimate conversation, unfolded. Steve stood before John and Joan, his posture relaxed but authoritative, radiating the calm certainty of someone who had seen the full scope of events unfold. Everything you've done, Steve began, his voice steady, has not only proven the theories but also created a foundation that will carry forward indefinitely. The applications of your research, the patents, the technological breakthroughs, they are already reshaping entire industries. You are sitting on the precipice of wealth and influence beyond imagination. The calculations show that by next year your assets, royalties and ownership stakes will surpass several. Joan's hands clasped together, trembling slightly. We never expected anything like this. All we wanted was to advance the science, to prove it could work. Her voice trailed, caught between disbelief and awe. John stepped forward, eyes fixed on Steve. And it's all legitimate? I mean, there's no catch. Steve shook his head, a faint smile brushing his lips. No catch. Every element of your success is a direct result of your work, your insight, your dedication. The mechanisms are transparent in every sense. The royalties, the partnerships, the licenses, they are structured to protect your intellectual property while amplifying the benefits of your discoveries. You've earned this every step of the way. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle, then continued with a quieter, more reflective tone. You've also created something larger than yourselves. The facility, the team, the projects underway, they will continue to advance far beyond even what you imagine. Your impact on society will be profound. The planet will remember your contributions long after ordinary lifetimes fade. Joan let out a quiet laugh, a mixture of joy and incredulity. I guess we're officially billionaires. John laughed too, shaking his head, still half in disbelief. Billions? Can you even wrap your head around that? Steve's expression softened. I can. But that's not why I'm here. I wanted to personally acknowledge your perseverance, your brilliance, and the risks you've taken. You have done more than just advanced science. You've changed the trajectory of a civilization. And for that, I am profoundly grateful. He stepped closer, his hands clasped behind his back. There is, of course, a measure of sadness in this moment. The magnitude of your success will be a joy to witness. Yet, I may not be present to see much of it unfold. My path is tied to other responsibilities, and the future is uncertain. I hope, in some small way, that my influence will continue through the structures and systems you've built, guiding and supporting you, even when I am not standing here. John's face softened, a rare vulnerability breaking through his usual measured composure. We understand. And thank you for everything. For the trust, for the resources, for letting us take this as far as we have. Joan nodded, her eyes glistening. And for believing in us, even when it seemed impossible. Steve inclined his head, a gentle acknowledgement. Believe in yourselves. That was always the key. The rest, the guidance, the tools, the protection, those were simply accelerants. You did the work. You carried the vision. You've earned every consequence of it. And while I may not walk the path beside you for long, you carry the culmination of what we all hope to achieve. He paused, surveying the room and letting the silence linger, the soft hum of the facility underscoring the gravity of the moment. Then, with a faint, almost wistful smile, he concluded, enjoy it, treasure it, use it wisely. And remember, even the smallest decisions, the tiniest actions, can ripple across time and space. That is the legacy you've earned, and one you will carry forward. As he turned and left the observation chamber, John and Joan remained standing, absorbing the enormity of the revelations. Their achievements, their wealth, their future, all had been validated and secured. The world outside the facility was vast and uncertain, but within these walls they had established both legacy and stability. For the first time in months, a quiet sense of balance settled over them. The pressures, the intrigues, the late nights and technical hurdles, they had all led to this. Together, they could look forward to what lay ahead, confident in their personal fulfillment, professional triumph, and the knowledge that their efforts had changed the world. And somewhere beyond their immediate perception, Steve's influence lingered, silent, watchful, and protective.
Thanks for listening. Like, subscribe, comment or review, and tell your friends if you liked it. All my books are available from Amazon and other book retailers. Buy an ebook and show your support.